Well, a very good morning to you all from Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company this morning, as always. It is National Championship weekend in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. It's a special weekend, as always, and we're dressed up a little bit as compared to our normal operation here on DriversEye Live. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. Joined this morning by Ryan West, who stands down at the splitters point at pit exit there. Two of us on site this weekend. Ryan will be joining me in the booth somewhere around the race start in about 10 minutes' time. JT Tammy joins us this morning from a very, very early Seattle. Very good morning to you, JT.
Morning, Brendan.
Scott Michaels joins us for like the second time this year. Good morning, Scott.
Morning, Brendan.
And for the first time ever, Jordan Worth, the CEO of Bottom Split, joins us on DriversEye Live. Good morning to you, Jordan.
Good morning.
Happy to have Jordan with us along for the ride this weekend. Like I said, we're dressed up a little bit, trying to do things a little bit extra this weekend. 16 hours of racing to come around the only permanent Grade 1 circuit in the United States, Circuit of the Americas, now finding its place rightfully at or near the top of American motor racing circuits. One of our favorites here. It's always a good experience, and a full field, nearly full field of just short of 90 cars is going to take us to the green flag this morning and throughout the day today. As we said, it's National Championship weekend, and in practice, all that really means is we're going to crown some champions at the end of the day tomorrow. We've put in something like 200 hours of racing already through the course of 2023. We've awarded regional championships for the Midwest Championship and, of course, for the Eastern region about 3 weeks ago back at Sebring. And this is a nice opportunity to bring everybody back together and celebrate the 5 classes. Of course, GTO and GTU at the top. If you're unfamiliar with the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, these are your your Grand Touring classes. GTO, your GT4 type cars, TCR, some other very interesting builds sprinkled in there as well. GTU, mostly Sebico NP01s, 9-to-1 power to weight ratio for all of them. Your general production classes are your street cars built up into race cars for the most part. Lots of BMWs, MX-5s. JT Tammy is kind of our man there when it comes to monitoring the production classes. 20 GP1 cars on the grid. Should be a great fight there in GP1. I'm going to start with the circuit, and as we tend to do when Scott Michaels is here, pro sim racer Scott Michaels, technically. Technically not, he says. Scott, Circuit of the Americas, 3.4 miles. It is, by and large, a Formula circuit. It is designed for Formula 1 cars, quick change of direction. But GT cars tend to put on a decent show here.
Yeah, and with it being nice and wide, it's not our typical. We're not expecting the typical WRL trains of cars getting sort of logged jammed in behind each other, such as running downhill at Road Atlanta. I've got lots and lots of space to play with. That raises its own challenges. Sometimes if you have a prototype, taking one of those hairpins and going miles down the inside of 10 production class cars, there's no guarantee that they're going to see you coming. So having all this space is can raise its own challenges. We're also going to be obviously considering track limits. That's going to be interesting to see how WRL is going to deal with that, because I think, if I remember correctly, they've had issue with the sheer volume of track limit abuses in the past. So yeah, this is a race, as you say, a Formula 1 style racetrack where there's lots and lots of hard standing runoff, which you're not supposed to use for speed, but it's there, and drivers are going to use it if it's available. So yeah, we'll have to track how track limits are being monitored, and then also look for those incidents in traffic with using the width of the racetrack.
Generally speaking, we get pretty clean races here at Circuit of the Americas. I don't think anybody is looking to cause themselves some extra work or extra bills headed into what little off-season we get with the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. But as we, now that we've talked about the track, we turn our attention to the cars, which really kind of are the stars here this weekend. We have nearly 40 GTO cars up at the top, and everything you can imagine. GT4 and TCR cars are kind of the name of the game for the most part, but you will notice on racehero.io, your live timing, the number 57, it's just listed as Motorsport, but they're entered as Garage 57. Those of you who have been with us before will recognize Austin Dillon Motorsports. You'll recognize the name Austin Dillon, of course. That is, for all intents and purposes, a Richard Childress Racing supported entry. It's a stock car, a late model chassis that's been built out to be essentially a road course track day car, if you will. It's a crate engine in the front. It's a well, it's got some stock car bodywork hung over it, listed as a Chevy Camaro. It's really a Chevy Camaro in name only. But that was your Sunday winner last year. They were winners in 2021 with that car as well. And we'll keep eyes on that car. Names in that car listed: Austin Dillon, Will Brown of Supercars fame, teammate to the 2023 Supercars champion Brody Kostecki, who I was told was meant to be here this week, but Will Brown taking his place instead. They will do battle at the front of the field as we get ready for the green flag here with Hitman Racing, the number 34, who will start on pole, number 123 of NFC Motorsports, Mercedes-AMG GT4 to start alongside. That Garage 57 Camaro will start alongside the 766, the first of 4 Thunder Bunny Racing entries this weekend. Just ahead of the number 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing, alongside the 29 of Screaming Goat. That is the LS-swapped BMW 325i. As Ryan West joins me up here in the booth. He'll be on microphones here in a moment. 7th in GTO, DD Autosports. For my money, newcomers to the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. It's a Mercedes-AMG GT4, 2:23.3 the qualifying time yesterday, alongside the second Garage 57 entry, the number 157 to 2:23.378. Bruce Innovations to start 9th, alongside the number 9 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4. That's the G82 chassis, to start in 10th. Of course, it's a split start for us here in the World Racing League. The general production cars will start on their own, some distance back of the GTO field, to allow them and the GTU cars to kind of gather themselves up at turn number 1, sort themselves out, and then we'll get the Moorhead Speedworks number 147 starting on pole, alongside a really good qualifying effort from the 24 of Montgomery Motorsports. That's the BMW 235, not an M235. That's not a racing car. It's a road donor chassis that has been built up over the last couple of years to kind of take the fight to the old E36s and 46s. PC Racing to start 3rd, alongside the 588 of Zalis Motorsport. Been corrected on the pronunciation there for that BMW M3. The 14 of Palomar Racing, alongside the 702 of Round 3 Racing. JT, you mentioned to me this morning, we didn't see a time yesterday posted from the 15 of Palomar. And that full season entry out of San Diego, California, one of the true representatives of the nationality, the widespread nature of the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. That car, we think, was in the wall yesterday down at the S's and did not end up setting a time. I didn't see it on the grid this morning, and we also did not see the 94 Motorsports Corvette. Oh my gosh, Ryan. Ryan just attempted to open a Coke on the side of a table. It did not go well. So we're off to a flying start up here in the booth. Thanks for being with us, everybody. We appreciate your company. Share with your friends, your family. Get everybody involved in the YouTube chat. It's going to be a good one. 8 hours of racing to come today on DriversEye Live. Full cast of us here in the commentary booth. Ryan West will be down in the pit lane. If you're with us trackside, say hello to Ryan. Blue shirt, yellow vest. We'll have a camera and a mic. Don't be afraid to get involved with our live stream today and tomorrow from around truly one of the great motorsport venues in the United States. We're a little past 9 o'clock already, just a touch behind on the race start, but the field getting formed up at the front out of turn number 18 into the left-handers at 19 and 20. The front row made up of Supra and Mercedes. Second row made up of Camaro and Supra. And nearly 40 cars behind them set to do battle for 8 hours. Remember, it's not about pace, it's about consistency, it's about minimizing mistakes. And ultimately, it's about the national championship at the end of the weekend on Sunday. The wide-angle camera down at turn number 20 will take us to the green flag. The pace car pulls off to driver's left into the pit lane, and we go 2x2 up the front straightaway. A beautiful formation. It'll be a late start at the top of the hill as the Supra leads us very, very slowly down the front straightaway. Everybody perfectly in line down the front straightaway. The green flag waves, and immediately we go 3 wide, headed up the hill into turn number 1. It looks like the number 34 from Hitman Racing has gotten the jump on the start. We're going to fan out 4 wide, 5 wide, over the pit exit lane. It's actually the Mercedes, super late on the brakes, that gets past the number 34 of Hitman Racing. The Screaming Goat Racing BMW around the outside at turn number 1. And 5 wide is going to have to narrow down to about 3 wide there at the top of the hill. Down the hill, up through the gears at turn number 2, and we're going to have to get single file by the time we get into the S's at turn number 3.
So
Clean start. Go ahead.
So a big dive from the number 111 Thunder Bunny car. I believe that car's now up to, it was briefly up to 3rd, and Screaming Goat have come around the outside through turn 3, I think. But that car made the best start that I could see.
In formation down the front straightaway for the general production cars now as well. Moorhead Speedworks is going to have to defend here from the number 44 of PC Racing, who once again is smoking, headed up the hill into turn number 1. We've seen this from that car multiple times over the last couple of races. It's a good dive on the brakes, and I think is just about going to get the move done. Is not actually, and has to pull off to driver's left. I think that driver knows there's a problem there. Briefly held the lead for at least a couple of yards before having to bring that car to a halt off to the side. It's a disastrous start for PC Racing, and instead the lead battle is going to go the direction of Moorhead Speedworks, and actually the lead is going to go the way of Montgomery Motorsports. The number 24 leads General Production 1 on lap number 1. Ryan, welcome to the race.
Hi there. Thanks for blowing up my spot. Appreciate it.
Oh, that's what I do. I've done that multiple times over the last couple of races.
Yeah, no kidding.
It was very fun to watch, though. Thanks for being with us, man. Great shots on the grid.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Ryan will be down there again with the camera a little bit later on. As I mentioned, 80-plus cars working their way through lap number 1. This is the tail end of the GP3 field. A little bit of smoke hanging in the air. Wouldn't be surprised if that's from that number 44 of PC Racing. And as the field comes back into view after that long multiple apex right-hander, NFC leads Screaming Goat, leads Thunder Bunny through the final sequence here. Hitman Racing falls from the lead to 4th, the 766 in 5th, and then it's the first of the Garage 57 entries of the number 57, leading its teammate up the hill for the first time. Overall, a clean start, gentlemen.
Yeah, one thing we, just adding on to what I was talking about, the 111 making a great start there. They threw a dive in on the Hitman Supra in one of the end of the complex towards the end of the lap, that sharp left-hander. I need to get my track map up. I've just realised that's the one thing I'm missing. There are way too many corners on this track to memorize. But yeah, that's why they are now. That's why Screaming Goat has moved up into 2nd, and they've moved up into 3rd. It's the Hitman car going backwards.
As we said, it's not so much about pace. It is about consistency, but this is kind of the opportunity we get to watch everybody fall into a rhythm, find out what their more or less ultimate pace is. Around the outside goes the 766. I think actually trying to defend from that number 57 Camaro, headed up the hill at turn number 8. It's that long right-hander. Screaming Goat taking the fight to the NFC Mercedes here, gentlemen. That LS swapped BMW 325 is awfully quick here. It's more or less a home race for those folks down at Screaming Goat. We did talk to Cade McKee yesterday down in the pit lane. Question for them, as it tends to be, is going to be reliability.
They seemed very, very confident that they have that car sorted and that should be no issues ahead. They've figured out their oil burning issue, and they also mentioned that they were pretty reliable at Hallett as well. So they feel very confident today. Obviously, you've got some stout entries here and some good drivers. The ever-looming threat of the NFC Mercedes and all the Supras. So I think we're in for a great race in that class specifically, just because of the depth of talent on display here today.
Just had a swap for the lead in GTU. The Stratus car that started 2nd, and I'm trying to get which order those two are in.
I believe it should have been the 58.
blue one. Dive down the inside at turn 11, big lockup on, and that position might be about to swap back. The 58 looking down the inside. Nope, they're going to stay in line at the end of the back straight in turn 12. But those two GTU cars have caught the back of... Oh, now they swap. It almost looked like the blue Stratus car pulled to the inside and let the other one through, which is very odd, considering it just made a really aggressive drive down the inside 2 corners earlier.
Change.
That leader swap back now. Oh, it's got a problem, sorry. That Stratus car has a left rear puncture.
A change for the overall lead here as well, Scott. I'm just going to interrupt you briefly. Screaming Goat has gone to the race lead, past the blue NFC Mercedes number 123. By the time they got back to us here at turn number 20, I don't have eyes on the Stratus number 58 as yet. Actually, it's just come into view here at the exit of the final corner. This is the blue and black car, Scott. You're saying is a left rear puncture?
It very much looked like it.
Yeah, no, it's all good. All good at start finish. Very much up to speed, headed up the hill.
I'll see if I can rewind my replay and figure out what I saw then. Those two places did swap back and
Oh, that's a big off for one of the Pinnacle cars. I think the number 127 at the entrance to the S's. Looks like that car has hooked left through the left-hander there at turn number 3 and gone into the tires actually quite hard. And thrown some debris across the runoff there. I would not be surprised if this throws us a full course yellow to go recover that car and inevitably to repair the tire barriers as well. That's been a big old hit on the beginning of lap number 3.
Yeah,
that's
Scott. 39's in.
Yeah, Scott, that's a 39 you were looking at. It's not a left rear puncture. It's a left rear suspension failure.
Looks like the lower control arm has just completely sheared is what it looks like.
That's the Ageless Bio entry.
Yeah.
That number 39. It's been competitive in the few races we've seen it at the end of this season. But either that car's had contact or maybe has jumped a curb somewhere. And it has, like Ryan mentioned, looks like it's broken the control arm on that car as we go yellow for the first time.
So Zach had noted in chat that car had been locking up quite heavily whenever it was entering one of the camera frames. So that might have just been a suspension failure.
Okay,
I think so. Like, the suspension has failed on it. That's very clearly
for sure.
what has happened. And it is the lower control arm. Looks like it's come undone. It's not from the top; it's from the bottom. So it wouldn't surprise me if that ends up just being hey, that sucks. It came undone. The curbs here a little bit on the aggressive side. You got a lightweight car, a car that, especially when it was initially designed, I know Sebico has done a lot of work with that car since, but that car was not initially designed to run in COTA. COTA was just barely a thought at that point. That was more of a club car for racing at smaller tracks.
Yeah, the curbs themselves here aren't, they're serrated, but they're not crazy aggressive. It's those...
Yeah, but you're high load as you're hitting the ones on the S's.
Yes, and it's the orange sleeping policeman that kept you out. You only need to be a couple of inches offline or a couple of inches too aggressive on your way through the high-speed S's there to catch one of those.
I would say at most club tracks, if you're a few inches offline and you dip on the outside of a curb, you usually get some pretty bumpy grass. So
that's true.
So I'm not... Yeah, considering the regular curbs and the racetrack here are very smooth, I'm not gonna give them that.
All right, that's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's all right. No, that's fine.
Just avoid those sausage curbs. We all know that around here.
Well, I thought those had been taken out.
The exit ones have. The exit sausage curbs have, but they still have the. I don't really know how to describe them. They're like these little triangles that sit on the inside of the inside of the S's in particular there.
Got it. Okay.
Which you would be hitting with the unloaded side of the car, but
true.
That's true.
With these stiff prototypes, both sides are relatively evenly loaded. But,
it's on the left side.
I would say that if you've damaged the suspension, if the suspension has failed on the first lap, it's either going to be as likely to be the car contact, hitting something very hard, or just, as you say, something that was loosened up overnight and wasn't properly tightened again. There is a lot of debris, by the way, in the first part of the S's, the sort of turn 5-6 area. Now that I've loaded my track map up, I can use it.
Well, that is from what I believe is the 710, getting into the tire barrier there.
Oh, we believe it's a 710, do we?
I have this. Yeah, I have the 710 listed as blue over white.
Yeah.
That car had started 11th, I believe, which is a fantastic start for the depth of field we have this weekend in GTO.
The 369 is going to come to the pit lane here. That is the Chattanooga Touringwagon version 3 point something. They're going to, they have like a nifty name to it. I don't remember what it is right now. They're going to come into the pit lane. They're opening the hood on that car. I really should be down there right now, kind of inquiring about that, but I'm waiting for my stuff to charge. So they are looking under the hood. They're not propping it. I don't know if they just don't have a prop or if they're just having to hold it. A very lightweight hood, it must be said.
Yeah, very flimsy.
Like that's barely a hood at that point. So they're having to check out something underneath there. They're shaking individual sides. I wonder if they're checking to see if there's pressure in the cooling system. Maybe I'm just trying to what you would come in and mess with that you could really mess with from there, and there's not a ton. Cleaning the windshield as well, taking the opportunity to do that. Hood's back down.
I appreciate the flannel that you've got there.
Oh, yeah.
So we work our first full course yellow of the weekend. It's the number 127 that's been in the wall down at the beginning of the SS, at the beginning of lap number 3. Pretty good old impact there on driver's left.
Now, it's worth saying,
got the field under control for the first time.
The 369 is coming back out. I'm curious to see here if they're going to slow down as he gets to the top of the hill to pull in behind the GTO. I don't think he's going to have enough time. So he's going to, and it's well within his rights, but he's going to come out in the middle of this GTO field here.
Yeah.
So that's going to be, something that they have to deal with regards to traffic a lot earlier than I think they would have hoped.
Yeah, I mean, in the
GTO
past
field.
year, I'm pretty sure we've stopped cars at the end of pit lane and had them rejoin at the tail end.
Right, and there just wasn't really anybody there to do that this time. So hopefully a solution is had for that. Everybody's a professional, well, not professional, but everybody knows what they're doing here for the most part.
Yeah.
So I think people can get around it. It's just an unfortunate set of circumstances to have happen. This early in the race, you're already going to have traffic ahead if you're in that bottom half of the GTO and the GTU field.
Yeah, I mean it's one car in this case,
right?
And more or less, everybody is kind of reset to where we were at the race start, because we really hadn't gotten into the tail enders before we got this first full course yellow.
Right.
So things should more or less resume where they left off, which was basically no separation at the top of the field.
Right.
We really get deep enough into the race for that to matter. It will be interesting to see how long we stay under full course yellow here, because I think this may change the strategy calculations for, I mean, quite a bit of the top of the field.
Yep.
These are long laps under full course yellow, well up over 3.5 minutes. And I just wonder if we are going to see cars run substantially deeper into the race here as a result. We did start late as well. Remember, this is a time certain finish at 4 o'clock, not necessarily a full 8 hours. We usually get close, but just a bit off the mark this morning.
The 716 Mustang, the bright green one, that has just pulled into the paddock from the pacing vehicles as well. So I will go down there and check on that in a moment when my stuff is charged.
Did anyone catch how Screaming Goat took the lead? Because last time I checked, they were second.
We did call it right after it had happened, but we didn't catch it on the cameras. That was happening as you were discussing the broken ageless bio, Sebico.
It looks like it was just a move down the end of the back straight on the inside.
Yeah.
Into that heavy braking zone.
The Garage 57 car is up into third as well, having passed both of the Thunder Bunny Toyota Supras. Hitman has fallen back to sixth for its trouble. Zach correctly notes. Yes, you're absolutely right, JT. It is the PC Racing number 44 BMW being towed home. I am fascinated by the situation with that car. That car is normally... Oh, is that the PC car?
No.
No, it's... is that the second choice entry?
The 51?
Yep, that would be the...
I had that GP2 car go missing. I thought it went on pit lane, but oh my god, that is not good.
Yeah, I think PC was recovered more quickly than that. And probably if it were smoking, it's probably not going to be recovered on the track on a tow rope, would be my guess.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by that PC car because it's normally so reliable, and yet the last couple of weekends have not been very kind to that crew.
No, not at all. And they've had rough outings, I think, basically since Road America. Just about every weekend they've had something pop up.
The left side of that car is showing showing its wear as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that car ran absolutely fine yesterday, put in a fine qualifying effort, and then, I mean, it didn't make it to turn 1 before it hit trouble this morning. Not any of the drivers doing, of course, but we said smoking pretty heavily there and ultimately came to grief before it ever got to turn 2. Jordan Worth.
What's going on?
How we doing, Jordan?
I'm getting my bearings here, man. There's a lot going on,
It's a bit overwhelming, isn't
but I'm
it?
figuring it out. I mean, those guys are doing a great job over there in turn 4, putting the barriers back over there. It's a beautiful morning. It's only 50 degrees in Austin, Texas. I looked it up. Cloud cover. A lot of grip out there.
Have you been here before?
No, I've never been.
Oh, I highly encourage you. It's, I would call it substantially more fun than Daytona Beach.
You think so?
Yeah, that would be my analysis.
These
Looks like
hollowed grounds.
Beautiful morning.
These are hallowed grounds. Those are hollow grounds.
Yeah, there you go.
That is a bit.
It is.
Yeah. This is Ryan, this is your second trip here, but from my rudimentary math, the 6th time we've covered this event here on DriversEye Live?
Sure, man.
17, 18, 20, 23, yeah, 6th. We're all remote back in 2020. 16 hours of onboard mixing.
There we go.
Pretty good time,
That was
actually.
fun. Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Yeah, it's a good race. But one of my finest... Thank you for
Sorry,
that.
wrong one.
One of my finest memories from that event is watching the TAPG Toyota Supra, not the GT4 entry, in a rain shower right at the end of, I think it was the Saturday race. Just absolutely dead sideways at every corner, trying to chase down the front-wheel drive. I think they were the Audi RS3s from Hammer Motorsports. Yeah. And we thought that was going to go the way of Hammer just because of the conditions, but the APG crew gave it a right go. And just came up a little bit short from memory. It was fun while it lasted. Lights still on the safety crossover? What, a CX-5?
I did not check.
Yeah.
Let's see. No, it's a Lexus. That's an
is
X.
it? Oh, you're right. It absolutely is.
That's an X.
Safety crossover. That's a new one.
Well, it's not a car.
Yeah.
We had one at Thunder Hill.
Truck.
Intermediate SUV?
They blew it up.
It's true. Not a good year for pace cars. Didn't we blow up a pace car at Martinsville?
Yes. One of the
did.
Chevys stopped working. They had to get the backup.
We've got to be careful about talking about failed pace cars on DriversEye Live.
We like our pace cars here.
No comment.
Hopeful that we can get back to racing here momentarily from Circuit of the Americas. It is National Championship weekend, of course. The end of Sunday, we'll see our national titles awarded away. And we'll be a little bit more in-depth into that tomorrow. Today is just kind of an opportunity for everybody to give it all they've got and throw caution to the wind. But I find this Saturday tends to be the more chaotic, the more entertaining. But we've got enough depth in the field here to keep the interest level up all the way through. Again, thank you all for joining us on this fine morning. If you're enjoying your coffee, or I guess lunch if you're Irwin, and or anybody further afield. If we've got anybody from Australia listening, but by the way, at the interests of one Will Brown at hand, say hello. We've got a couple of your countrymen in the field. Jason Marks. What?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Move on.
Okay. Jason Marks as well. is in the number 34 from Hitman Racing. He's been on board the 99 GTR, who I'm sure we'll have cause to talk about a little bit later on. And I'm excited to see what they're all capable of. There was an old Gen 2 supercar in the field, the Holden Commodore, that I was told was an old car of one of the drivers that's in the DD Autosports number 153 Mercedes. He showed up, saw the car, and was like, oh, that is actually my old car. Aaron Russell, I think is the name. Scott, is that a name you recognize?
Aaron Russell sounds like an Australian name, yes.
It does.
As far as I can go.
I believe he was a Super 2 driver. He had a couple of seasons in Super 2.
I did not frequent the Super 2 broadcast.
No. You're letting me down, man. Says the guy who's watched maybe a total of 2 hours of Supercars.
They're really not very available outside
That's
of
fair.
Australia, I think, the Super 2s.
Superview, man.
Yeah.
Get yourself a subscription.
By
Watch
not
the whole
very
day.
available, that's my way of saying I'm not going to pay for it.
That's fair. Let me tell you how many hours of Aussie racing cars I watched this year. From a hotel room in Danville, Virginia.
That sounds like time well spent.
Thanks. Give me when you're in Danville.
Alright, so before we go green here, just going through general production. GP3 being led by the 86, 3 fast guys and Denny. They led from the start, holding off the 75 from AOA Racing. The lead MX5 from that team. I believe they have 4 entries circulating right now. Third place, 65 Open Throttle Racing, won the several bright green BMWs. Holding on in GP3. GP2 is the 164 from Hagerty Motorsports, the BMW 330, over the 469 from Rapscallion Motorsports. MX5 moving up into second from 4th on the grid. And third place is 515 Motorsports in a Porsche Boxster up into third. Good start there for the 4th place car, the 76 Boulder entry, having started 13th in GP2 up into 4th. GP1, it's Montgomery Motorsports, who we saw go on the outside of turn 1 on lap 1, passing Moorhead on the inside for turn 2. They lead over Moorhead. Second place, and third place is the 14 from Palomar.
I think we've got lights off on the safety car, and it appears that flags are down here at start-finish. Though not out at turn 20 yet. Field to make its way through the long right-hander, 16, 17, and 18. Indeed, the lights have been extinguished. That Lexus safety vehicle will stay off to driver's left and enter the pit lane. Screaming Goat Racing, the number 29, is going to lead us back to the green flag. Just up ahead of that number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4. Clear track ahead for the lead 2. And a good jump ahead of the 57, Garage 57 Chevrolet Camaro. The 29 defends pretty heavily down the front straightaway from that NFC Mercedes. Far to driver's left, will stay to the inside as they head up the hill in the braking zone. The electronics working hard on that Mercedes headed up the hill, but he's going to overshoot turn 1 massively and have to pull it back into driver's left. Plenty of room out in front of that Camaro owing to the really strong restart from the lead 2. But that Camaro now defending pretty heavily from the pair of Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supras headed down the hill. It's a gaggle headed through turn 2. There's ECP cars in there, TLMs, and a number of other 3-letter acronyms to go along with it. We've got to get single file again through here. Here are the S's, ACP alongside what I think is one of the Supras there. Really narrows up through the left-hander at 3, and again the right-hander at turn number 4. And once again, I think we've gotten away with a pretty chaotic restart.
Thunder Bunny Supras side by side through the S's there for a little while, and the 766 has a run on the 111 heading down towards, where's my track map?
That's turn 11. Move done.
There it goes.
Move done. So that's Thunder Bunny customer past what is essentially the lead Thunder Bunny entry. No favoritism played there, but that 111 has been a season-long entry. 766 was first with us back at New Jersey, I think from memory. I think they're a one-day-only entry. Those are the drivers that were traditionally in the number 45, Works 45 Audi R8, moved across to the Toyota Supra. More Supras to come in 2024 with thanks to GTR 99. We're moving away from the BMW M4 platform. Again, not traditionally the strongest starter, but they always end up there at the end. Despite the M4 lacking for a little bit of pace relative to the very, very quickest cars in the field. There it is, headed through the shot at turn number 15. GP1 on the restart, led by that number 24 Montgomery Motorsports from the 147 of Moorhead Speedworks, 14 from Palomar Racing, and the 588 of Zalus Motorsport.
If anyone's looking for an exciting onboard to load up from their desks at home, the two GTU Stratus cars are working their way through the back of the GTO field, which, considering the numbers of in GTO, it's going to take a while, but they're picking them off pretty much one car every couple of corners at the moment, with the gold one ahead of the blue one. I'm going by their YouTube channel descriptions rather than numbers at this point.
58 will be the blue one. 59 should be gold.
They don't seem to care about the number. They care about the color. So if that's what they care about, that's what I care about.
We are going to get your onboards mixed in here, ladies and gentlemen. I promise Zach is working on it.
There's
we have plenty of them.
Just to finish off, there's some fantastic telemetry on those YouTube streams from Stratus cars as well. Very interesting.
All right, we're going to start here with automatic racing. This is the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, 2014 vintage. Currently just up in behind that number 710 from Pinnacle Racing. Up over the crest at turn 9. You drop underneath the bridge here at turn number 10. And you see how much the track widens on the approach to turn number 11. It's a good braking zone, and that number 710 thinks about a dive up the inside of the Matt Connolly Motorsports Pontiac GTO-R. Pontiac.
Nice.
Yes. That is a tube frame GTO-R. Oh, big lockup, and I think a spin up at the top of turn number 1. We pick that up trackside. Just pulling away there. Is that one of the AOA MX-5s?
If it is, it's the dark one. I don't know if that one's huge.
85?
85, it is.
Yeah, it's a bit of a guessing game sometimes with numbers and NAOA. It was a giant cloud of smoke at the top of the hill. Almost looked like he was trying to make a pass at the inside of somebody. We'll catch it on replay here. Left side of your screen. Oh, that is an enormous lockup.
Yeah.
Wow. It went on for so long, I genuinely thought he was backwards, headed up the hill. Yeah, if you're in that situation, I mean, those MX-5s can go deep on the brakes. JT, you're, I'm sure, well familiar with a lockup or two in your time.
I've had them.
Yeah, I bet you have. But you've got to release the brake pedal there. You're going to square those tires very, very quickly.
Something's wrong with that car.
Well, that is part of it, right? Once you square those tires up, you're that much more susceptible to locking them again in that same position, and you saw it there at the run into turn number 11. I think we've had a move for third place in GTO. If we can maybe pick up the Garage 57 entry and the pair of Thunder Bunny Supras. It looks like one of the Supras was headed up the inside on the brakes into turn number 1.
Yeah, I was tracking. That was the 766, but the number 57 car came back around the outside in turn 2, but was ended up slotting in behind before the S's.
And here they are.
I was tracking that battle for the last lap or so, and that 57 car is looking like a handful at the moment. It was actually The driver was putting pressure on NFC for second place, but was sideways out of most of the corners at the same time.
You know, it's interesting. So often I feel like we get a very obvious indication of who is quick, who is not, who's settling in, and who's trying to maybe run the race as a hare rather than a tortoise, and trying to build themselves a margin. And while that Screaming Goat car is awfully quick, literally anybody's hands, it kind of feels like this next bunch of 2 through 6, 2 through 7 is a little bit more evenly matched. We've gone back and forth a couple of times in the opening laps with those cars, and everybody's still trying to find their feet.
Yeah, I also question how the tyres are going to last on that 57. It's obviously, well, I assume it's a relatively heavy car.
We've
so it
had
certainly
this
looks
discussion
like it.
before in past
It can
years.
be deceiving with that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Change for the... Oh, no. I'm very confused there. I think there's a change for second place in GTU. I think that's what I'm seeing. The blue Stratus car just had a GTU car go down the inside, and I'm pretty confident it wasn't the other Stratus car. So I don't know who was running right behind them. Long way down timing still. Oh, it was Racer Motors, actually.
The Dunder Mifflin sponsored Racer Motors.
Allegedly.
Oh, 99 is really sideways on the exit of turn number 20.
That was a big one. That's going to allow the number 9 to get down the inside and easily take that position going up into turn 1.
Yeah, a GTR car was becoming something of a cork in the bottle there through the last sequence of corners.
Oh, but it's going to pull out.
5 or 6 cars stacked up behind them. The TLM USA, I think number 888 is in there as well.
Somebody's trying to go around
Looks
the outside.
around the outside. That is the
That's
Aston
the TLM,
Martin.
yeah.
Bruce Innovations, the 333 is in there as well, who's going to show the nose on the exit of turn number 1. Backs out of it, and they'll go single file through the S's here. Let's watch that number 9. We talked about the difference between the second generation and third generation of GT4 cars. That M4 from Bruce Innovations is a second generation car. The GTR 99 is a second generation car, albeit built up a little more appropriately for WRL spec. But that Aston Martin is the newer generation of GT4 cars, and certainly the BMW from ACP has all the bells and whistles that BMW had to offer, with that car making its international debut this year in GT4 racing.
As engaging as the GTO races at the front of the field, we're going to want to keep an eye on the GTU battle, because that Racer Motors car was 5 seconds quicker than the leader on that lap while overtaking the 58 Stratus car. So that gap's going to shrink up very quickly. It's only 1.7 seconds at the moment. As they work through GTO traffic, and as I'm speaking, I'm watching the 59 car come up behind a very sideways Cayman in the S's, make its way smoothly around.
I'm sorry, Scott. The 469 of Racer Motors / Rapscallion, only 6/10 behind the 164 in Harrison. Harrison has been really dominant in GP2 this year at the races that they've entered, and so to see Rapscallion be right there on pace, right behind him, great to see that GP2 battle as well.
More importantly, they have a very comfortable gap to third place.
Yes.
Our team moving up into that spot.
The 223 Cayman that was very sideways in front of the 59. They've now lost a place to presumably the only Audi TCR in the field. We don't usually get multiples of them, I think. And kind of getting in the way of the 58 at the moment. So that car's struggling a little bit.
That TCR, of course, fresh here from Canada, although I understand they leave the car here in the United States now, but that car based out of Calabogie Motorsports Park with Tooth Autosport. So they're very happy to be here. They've run a lot here in the Southeast, especially over the last couple of months. They're able to actually leave their hauler up near Atlanta, and so they just fly everybody down when they want to come race, and then come and take advantage of the track opportunities available. It's a really cool team. Really like those guys. You'll hear from them today as well when I'm back down there in the pit lane.
Nice chat with folks from Tooth Autosport yesterday down in the pit lane during our paddock walk, our pre-race event. Came as a surprise to us all. We had a good time with it, though. Ryan and I kind of trolled the pit lane a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Did a lap up, a lap back.
And if we get good feedback on that, we'll try to do it again when available. But, it was fun. I enjoyed it. I'd do it again.
If you liked it, write your congressman.
Yeah. Write your
Tell
Congress.
him how much
your
you
Congress,
enjoyed
RJ.
Write the literal vice president. No, don't do that.
How is write your congressman considered English?
Where is the question?
Surely write to your congressman. I wouldn't want to write literally my congressman.
Oh boy. I have an update on that
Alright.
39. GTU Ageless Bio had a left rear suspension upright crack between turns 10 and 11, no contact. Repairs are underway.
I had assumed they were going to be able to get that car back out. It didn't look like there was any actual damage other than the failure itself. Maybe a little bit of under tray wear or some diffuser damage just owing to the breakage itself, but that car looked to be otherwise intact when it came down the pit lane. Additionally, down the pit lane was the number 85 from AOA. That's the MX-5. It's the dark blue MX-5. But that was the car that we saw locked up at turn number 1 and again at turn number 11. At the time, JT said something is not right on that car, and obviously the driver feeling something to that effect.
Speaking of turn 11, change for the lead in GTU as Racer Motors has taken over from Stratus 59.
If only we knew that was coming.
Yeah, we were anticipating that. Scott had mentioned that some laps ago. As a matter of fact,
I believe it was only
side by side down the front straightaway. Sorry, it's the 111 and the number 157. Caught me very much by surprise on the exit of turn number 20. And that move, it's actually the 111 just splitting the Garage 57 entries now, with the Hitman Racing number 34 slotting in behind all the way down to 8th off of the start this morning.
Got the second. Sorry, I'm just rearranging my thoughts. No, we got the third place 766 Thunder Bunny car very close behind NFC Motorsports at the moment.
Oh yeah, it's a good battle, Scott, here for turns 7 and 8.
They've caught Screaming Goat as well by the looks of things.
There's still a little bit of a margin there. It was 0.6 of a second, but it's less than that now. And the more that those cars battle, the wider that gap from first to second and third is going to get. The 766 is really taking the fight to the 123 Mercedes-AMG GT4. It's much more positive through the changes of direction through the S's there. And then it looks like the Mercedes maybe just has the legs down the straightaway and that initial punch on acceleration to keep the Toyota Supra at bay.
Yeah, that gap widened out as I was speaking on my slightly delayed onboard. The one part of the track where the width of the circuit does cause traffic issues is through the S's, and Screaming Goat managed to just sneak down the inside of a production class car on the way into that section, which is what gave them the little gap.
I had missed a car in between the two Garage 57 entries. Not only is the 111 there, but the 153 from DD Autosports is there as well. Told last night that is an all-Australian entry. Said Aaron Russell was in that car, and we do have a driver's list this weekend.
While Brendan looks for that, Chattanooga Touringwagon just sent us a text. It's not rain on the windshield, it's the power steering had failed and puked all over the place, which would explain what they were looking at under the hood during the pit stop.
Yes.
In a big way.
That's still a fairly new car.
It is.
To them.
I mean, right, but I mean, it's an ancillary,
Sure.
object. They're interchangeable. So I imagine that you can drive it without power steering. It's just not going to be particularly fun. Because the power steering on my BMW, at least, isn't tremendously powerful to start.
Yeah.
It's weighty. So I would imagine on a race car with a bigger front tire and a lot of caster and all that kind of stuff might be not as fun.
Just had the two Stratus cars almost go side by side into turn 12 at the end of the back straight. Looks like I was watching the 59 from the 59 onboard, and the Racer Motors car just kind of drove away on the straight. So I was thinking that perhaps Racer Motors has some extra top end, but really it was because from behind I could see that the blue Stratus car was closing in. So that 58 car is struggling a little bit on top end by the looks of things.
We do have an onboard from that number 58.
I have both of them loaded up.
Yeah.
It's a shame there's no Racer Motors on board this weekend. They usually try to get one.
Don't you have an in with them? Can you,
I do, but I suspect my in might be driving based on how fast that car's going.
Gotcha.
Hope I'm not being overly complimentary to Billy, but can I ask what car is that? Is the 104? Very interesting looking.
Oh, the one ahead of the Stratus car is the Shift Up Now by AE.
Yes, and that is the GT4 Audi. So I did find out yesterday, after I had made a supposition, very boldly, I think, in my confidence, that was the same car that raced at Thunder Hill in 2016 and 2017. And as it turns out, I was correct. It was the same car, and they have brought it here now to.
Well, you were largely correct. That wasn't a Flying Lizard car at the time, though. It was run by Flying Lizard, but it was Aaron Vogel's.
It was Aaron Vogel's car. This is still
yes.
Aaron Vogel's car.
Exactly.
Yes.
Can I correct
absolutely.
you?
Yes.
It's definitely not that, according to Race Hero.
So
104 is off the leash.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were referring to the car on the screen,
So
which
that's the
was
lead-
very much the Audi R8.
Okay.
It was behind it, so it was in
Aha.
between
Oh,
the.
sorry. Yeah,
the
sorry.
ones.
I don't have the R feed up. At
This
the moment.
the 104 that you're looking at.
Oh, that's the Ligier.
the
Yeah,
Ligier.
the
Yeah,
That's why I couldn't recognize it. It's definitely a car I've never seen before.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
the R for R Motorsports entry.
All right.
104.
Oh yeah.
Running a car that nobody else wants to run.
Yeah, that sounds absolutely right.
Very on brand.
The gold Stratus car, 59, has managed to get itself up behind Racer Motors again in traffic. But again, on that back straight, it's just getting absolutely nowhere near the Racer Motors. Similar MPO. And then it gets absolutely blown by the Audi towards the end of the straight. Going around the outside of turn 12 on the brakes to try and make up for that. It's obvious. I'm sure we've discussed this a lot recently, or it's been discussed a lot recently. The balance between the GTU cars being so fast in the corners and yet lacking significantly on top end is it's very interesting as they try to work through traffic.
It is a little interesting when you think about it. This is being a Formula One track. You would think a lightweight, downforce friendly car is kind of the car to have at a place like Circuit of the Americas. And actually, the GTU cars are pretty well balanced out by the long straights, the run up the hill at turn number 1, and of course the run down to the braking zone at turn 12. Kind of negate the big advantage you would expect this car to have through the S's and through that long right-hander through turn 16, 17, and 18. You see the margin open up the front straightaway, and then the big dive on the brakes up through up into turn number 1. It's not a dive bomb. That's just how that car makes its speed. I think this is the first time we've had a live onboard for any of these NPO ones. Maybe Racer Motors in the past, but
Yeah, Racer Motors have provided them in the past. Yeah, I think this is the first time.
Too wide through the S's there. This is why we say you've kind of got to be single file or be extremely aware of where you and your competitor's car is. And as we went past that number 55, it looked like there might have been a donut there just in front of the left rear wheel arch.
Change potentially for second overall, I think. The 766 Thunder Bunny car managed to get down the inside of the NFC Mercedes into turn 13. So yeah, that's a new second place car, as Thunder Bunny has still managed to continue to pull away at the front. Actually, no, that was a lot closer at the start of the lap, so that gap must have extended very recently.
Again, we don't really have the separation at the top of GTO just yet, other than Screaming Goat kind of being out there on its own, very much in charge. NFC slipped behind the Garage 57 car now as well. DD Autosports now up behind the Mercedes number 123, so Mercedes run 4th and 5th. Really good debut and opening stanza of the race from that DD Autosports entry.
One thing I'm noticing, having been away for 6 months or so, is that we've got the GT4 cars teams seem to have worked out how to make GT4 cars work with these rule sets. That wasn't necessarily, I remember last year that wasn't the case all the time. We had a lot of GT4 cars that would come in and just seemed very, I don't want to say poorly tuned, because that implies that the teams were doing a bad job, but they just didn't seem to fit as well as you might expect to this rule set. But now it's very much GT, other than our current leader, it's very much GT4 cars at the front, and a lot of different types of GT4 cars as well.
Well, it's interesting, Scott. I mean, it's easy, I think, to say, GT4 cars are the
Zach,
easy
I'm
button.
sorry. I'm sorry, Brennan. If we could find the turn 2, turn 3 area, the 59 got real close to making a move on the Racer Motors GTU car just as they were going up the hill. I think we'll have they should be coming through shortly, I believe.
Yeah.
Or did they just leave?
Years.
I think they just left the.
Nope, there
they are, right there. So the gap has widened back out again. But coming up into the thing, the 59 did show the nose and brake a little bit later, and ate up some of the gap, but then has fallen back in behind. So the pass that could have been.
back to just the note at the top of GTO, it's easy to say that the easy button is just to go get a current GT4 car. And those cars are quick, and the electronics do a lot of work in building confidence if you're new to the sport. And, of course, they help to really help you get the most out of what the car has to offer. But I think having this Screaming Goat car out in front is a really good endorsement of the rule set that we've got in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty at the moment. You've got a road car, a road chassis that's 20 years old at this point with an LS engine in the front of it just because it's a little more torquey. It's got a little bit more oomph to it. You're not stretching the engine quite as far as you would be an S54 or something of that nature. And indeed, we've got this home-built sort of zombie of a car leading the latest and greatest.
Yeah, and we're always very complimentary of the Screaming Goat drivers, usually later in the race
because they're awesome. They're so much fun.
That's where the consistency of driving ability really comes through, is later in the race. I don't remember seeing them very often leading from the start. So this is obviously an endorsement of the car they've built, but obviously the drivers as well.
That car actually won the Saturday last year, which I had forgotten. We got so tied up in the race on Sunday. That was the Ginetta of Old Fashioned Motorsports versus the Austin Dillon Motorsports number 3, and had kind of lost track of the fact that Screaming Goat actually did take home a race win at COTA last year. So it's not really a surprise. Like we said, it's that team's home race, more or less, based out of the Houston area, from memory. And certainly found their way around here. And that car, it's never really a question of execution. It's always a question of reliability for them. If they've got the reliability, that car, there's no reason that car shouldn't be winning races.
GTU battle is nose to tail down the front straight on the onboard cameras. Interestingly, the blue Stratus car, so the 58, is still stuck behind the Ligier and the Audi. It's been there for a couple of laps now, and that means it's allowed the leading two to escape. Those two are still nose to tail going through turn 2 on my onboard feed, but they got a big train of GTOs in front of them through the S's. Meanwhile, it's interesting. We'd say we haven't seen much field spread in GTO. I agree with the top 8. There's then a gigantic, well, relatively speaking, 13-second gap from 8th to 9th. So we've seen a split in the field there. And then there's a big train of them behind that. So
sorry, round the outside for overall position here, Scott, at turn 9. This is 58 alongside the 319 of Shift Up Now. We do have an onboard 4 as well. We'll get that sent over to our boy Zach. I didn't mention Zach Johnson on production this morning.
Sorry, Brendan, there's a slow car going into turn 11. Just spotted it from the Stratus onboard. Is
that the green BMW?
Didn't really see it. It was in a shadow.
Oh no, it's the Matt Connolly Motorsports Pontiac GTOR. That car has come to grief there at the end of the braking zone, or the end of the runoff at turn number 11. Now we do have replay down there, but that looks almost as much a pull-off as anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zach confirms it was just a pull-off. That car, right up against the edge of the gravel trap, has gotten itself restarted and back underway.
The Stratus...
Well, does it?
While we watch that, the blue Stratus car might actually be in trouble because it just got dive-bombed actually into turn 11 by the Audi TCR car, and it's been passed on the straight by a Supra on the back straight. Might just be being a little bit cautious at this point while all the GTOs are getting up to speed and coming back past, but that car had obviously passed all of these cars previously, so you have to keep an eye on that. As the 59 gold Stratus car is all over the back of Racer Motors for the lead in GTU at the moment.
Battle for the race lead. This is Screaming Goat headed out of the hairpin at turn number 11, defending from the 766, who has the lead in their sights.
While the
57 is a little bit further back, as you said.
Pontiac GTO crawls down the back straight still.
Yeah, gotten itself restarted again.
Actually,
quite get that much further.
Actually, quite dangerous because it's a really wide straight with some crests in it, and obviously the cars are going extremely quick at the end of that. So hopefully nobody strays off into the part of the track over to the right, outside the white lines, I think the Pontiac is.
Yeah, the move there, if you're on board the Pontiac, is to get over to the opposite side of the circuit.
There's that change for the lead, Brendan. Going into turn 16. Nice over-under move from the 766 car in that curved braking zone. Classic. That's clearly what that corner was designed to invite. But yeah, they managed to get down the inside, and it's now the Thunder Bunny Super in the lead.
So for the first time since lap number 2, excuse me, we have a new race leader. 766 of Thunder Bunny Racing leads Screaming Goat Racing, number 29. Supra leads 325i. And once again, we've kind of got this mess at the top of GTO. Cars kind of finding their pace, finding their rhythm, and nobody really putting in any meaningful separation. Although, if you were going to identify anybody as being particularly quick, I think that 766 is probably the one to keep your eye on. Probably could have had the move done a few laps ago, if not for some traffic through some of the more inopportune areas of the circuit. We're side by side through turn 2 in the background there as well. It's the Thunder Bunny Supra 111, I think. Yep, with the Hitman Supra just a little bit further behind, way offline, headed into turn number 3.
I think the 51 Choice Racing GP2 entry is coming back out. So we just saw, I think, PC Racing down the track. Perhaps not. Yep, there's that choice entry right there going through turn 11.
They've come to pick up that number 04 Matt Connolly Motorsports Pontiac.
So that answers a question.
Number 40, sorry. That car has so many numbers.
I asked yesterday about regarding hot pools. Looks like we have no problem. Oh, sorry. I just caught the 766. It's actually the battle for the lead still.
It is, yeah, very much.
Car. Going into turn 13, they put in a really late dive on the Screaming Goat car, which had retaken the lead. Looked for a moment like Screaming Goat hadn't seen them coming, but backed off this, and they've done the same thing there with the I assume that's the Chandler School 45 car. Same thing there, but again, the car saw them coming. Some quite risky moves for this point in the race. Moves that they're very much on, but you really rely on the car ahead seeing you coming from the 766 Thunderbird car, but they're back in the lead, so that swapped halfway down the lap. I'd suggest maybe Screaming Goat got through on top end at the end of the back straight, and then the Supra's got back through in the twisty section. But yeah, really fun-looking race between those two. They've managed to gap the 57 Motorsport car a little bit, 2.5 seconds between Screaming Goat and 57.
It kind of feels like we've got just a race for everybody here, right? Like there's not to say there's no obvious separation, but when you get a field of 40 cars in class like we have in GTO, and even the 20 car grid we've got in GP1 this weekend, you can run basically anywhere between a low 220 and a high 220 or a 230, and you're going to find yourself in the same bracket as somebody else, right?
Zach, we may want to go to the gold Stratus car if we have that on board.
We have the blue one at the moment.
The gold one is with the Racer Motors car, and they're weaving through an absolute gaggle of traffic. The Audi TCR has obviously picked up a bit of pace because those two cars overtook that car about 10 laps ago, but it's getting itself involved again as well. So yeah, there's a really good fight through traffic for the lead in GTU there. It is mostly, I think it's mostly production traffic that they're working through at the moment rather than the GTO. I think they've worked through the rear of the GTO field and they're starting to equalize when catching the cars that aren't so much quicker than them. Those GTU MPO1s. Racer Motors a little bit wide into turn 1, and that's going to allow Stratus to come right up under the rear wing again. Got a little bit of clean air now through the S's, which is obviously the part of the track that these MPO1s have the biggest advantage over anyone else in the field. They are just out of interest. They're only up to 25th overall. It seems like they've been passing GTO cars. I was going to say 4 or 5 a lap, but that really doesn't actually look the case. So I'm interested in the balance between those GTU cars and GTO cars. It looks like on absolute pace, based on their best laps, kind of similar between them and the front of the GTO field, but they obviously have a hard time getting through traffic because the only place they can make passes is on the brakes and through the corners, based on where they find their speed against a GTO car. So yeah, while they've got 225s, 226s in them, their last few laps for both the leaders in GTU have been in the 35s. So they're getting really, really messed up by traffic, much more than an equivalent pace GTO car would be. Notice the 111 Thunder Bunny car. So while the 766 is leading the race, the 111 was nose to tail with them a few laps ago, but they've really dropped away now. They're down to 7th, 14 seconds off the lead. They've dropped behind DD Autosport and 157 Motorsport. Is that what we're calling? I'm a little confused by the names of those teams on Race Hero because the team name is just Motorsports in both cases.
Yes, on the entry list it's Garage 57.
Okay. For both cars, so the 57 and the 157. So yeah, Thunder Bunny's dropped behind both of the Garage 57 cars. NFC's kind of dropped back a little bit as well. They're now 6 seconds off the lead in 4th. And DD Autosport have also moved up. That Thunder Bunny car, number 111, seems to be struggling a little bit for pace. Not necessarily relative to its starting pace, but the leaders have now dropped into the 22s. We kind of missed that. Screaming Goat has fastest lap. I guess they said it 11 laps ago, so it was a little while ago now. But
it was the restart.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, the Thunder Bunny 766's last lap was a 22, a 22.9, while the fastest lap of the race is a 22.1. So those cars are really, really moving away with a different level of pace as they're just coming across the line. So I'm going to see. It actually looks like the 766 is stretching the gap more than anything. But there is a significant gap now between 2nd and 3rd, about 6.5 seconds, while the Garage 57 car is apparently in the pits.
Yes. So this is the first of the GTO dominoes to fall, as it were. Our first indication of fuel mileage for anybody in GTO, and it's a little bit of a surprise, actually. That Garage 57 car, I don't remember being particularly thirsty on fuel over the last couple of years, and we had the long full course yellow in the middle of the stint, and still that car has only gotten through 21 laps on the opening fuel run. Now maybe this is just being a little bit conservative and trying to get their fuel number dialed in a little more exactly here through the first hour as we do approach the end of hour number 1 of racing.
I was going to say,
it still feels early.
I really appreciate Garage 57 showing us they have exactly an hour worth of fuel. That's going to make maths really easy later.
Well, it's not, though, because it's an hour worth of fuel with 2 pace laps and a long full course yellow thrown in there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we don't really have a good answer, but it's the only answer we have at this point. So
I will say, like, the one safety car probably balances out the
pace laps.
Fuel that was burned on the pace laps. So
you're probably correct. On board the 3 fast guys in Denny, GP3 Scion FRS, which I think this weekend is 2 fast guys in Denny, based on the driver list that we were provided.
Again, the GTU lead battle has really closed up. Stratus Racing showing the nose to the inside of Racer Motors going into the last corner before backing out. The Racer Motors car then missed the apex by half a car width, so obviously feeling the pressure there.
Brendan Kazmarek special there.
I thought that was melting front tires.
It can be both.
Can it?
I'm getting better, though. Nothing like revealing the reason you could never be an actual racing driver live on air.
Yes, that's the one reason.
The one reason. I every now and then I'll get a half decent rental car and think, you know what, maybe this is the time. Get out there in HPDE, find a helmet to borrow, and give it a go. But no luck this weekend.
Didn't win the upgrade lottery.
Well, it's funny. Is it? I don't know if it's time for podcast mode yet. We're an hour deep. I went to go pick up my rental car and walked into a space that had no car in it. Told me to go to a space. I walked up to the empty space right behind a couple who was doing exactly the same thing, going to the same spot I was that also didn't have a car. Didn't have a car in it. So we just wandered Avis in the airport trying to figure out what we were meant to be doing and how to actually just get a car. So I ended up with a Cadillac, which is fine. Not really your track day car.
Is that spun car, corner 13 there in the background, a white
Oh, good pickup.
something. Is
Just
that the
getting going now.
Mustang from no, that's not Flying Horse. Oh, that was Big Mission.
The 777.
Yeah. 199?
Yeah, 199. It's a red one. It looked gold from here, or sort of that burnt sienna color. But you're
Wait,
right.
no, 777 is white with red hood. I have in my notes, so that would be the 777 spun.
Let's wait till it comes by start finish here, because it could well be the 199. The 157 is in as well, having completed 22 laps.
So we'll have to note that both of those Garage 57 cars appear to be the worst on fuel.
Yes. And, I mean, we've talked about it a couple of times. The GTU fight rages on here at the exit of turn 20. We've talked about it a couple of times over the years. That car usually has the pace to offset whatever the issue is on, if it has an issue on fuel or on tires. And here, just absolutely not the case. I mean, it's mired in a group of 6 or 7 cars at the front of the field that are all roughly in the same pace bracket. And now we know it is at least a little bit disadvantaged on fuel.
Yeah, you say, Mike, being top 6 in a 35 car field is not terrible.
Well, my point is normally it is very obviously one of, if not the quickest cars in GTO. And here it's in a group that is at the top of the field. But that doesn't give it any meaningful advantage, right? We've only identified so far its potential disadvantage here for those folks down at Garage 57. Appreciate the name on that car, by the way. This is a slow Cayman at the exit of turn 11, way out over the curb and kind of gathers itself up now.
I believe that's the 191 from Just Hands Foundation.
Oh, good call. We should talk a little bit about Just Hands Foundation. Our Ryan West is going to be down in the pit lane a little bit later on. And we'll try and catch up with Torsten Gross, who is in, I believe, his 3rd or 4th race ever, based on what we heard back at the HSR Classic 24 a couple of weeks ago. When we first got to meet and talk to Torsten. It's a good thing he's doing down there. That car outfitted with hand controls. But that car was really, really quick early on yesterday morning. And just a little bit of an issue there at the exit of turn number 11. We have sailed through the first hour of racing here at Circuit of the Americas.
Side by side for the GTU lead. It's I wanted to say it's on the Michelin car. It's the Racer Motors car down on the inside, defending through 13 and 14 from Stratus. The gold car. They decided not to take the late dive at turn 16. That was always so inviting. The car's now nose to tail through 17 and 18. A triple apex corner with 2 corner numbers. A little bit confusing.
It is a shame we don't have the correct implementation for that on board, for that number 59. That is such a good battle, and it just will not quit.
Racer Motors had a little bit of a wiggle through turn 19, and down into turn 20, the move is made.
Yeah, these are side by side headed up the hill into turn number 1.
Right, I'm on a bit of a delay with the YouTube on board.
The 59 swings around the outside, the 6 defends to the inside, but really nothing doing there for the Racer Motors entry. We need more of these GTU cars. This is really, really good stuff here in the opening stanza of our Saturday 8-hour enduro.
Yeah, it's a shame we lost one on the first lap, obviously. Also, a few teams that I know have been here before who aren't here this weekend, which is a shame. Oh, we've got some very, very slow production cars in the S's, but the relative to the
they're actually going quite quick. It's just the
well, no,
the
it was
production
more
car.
that they went into it side by side, which meant they kind of tripped each other over. And just at the moment the GTU cars arrived on the scene, there was a huge
Speed difference.
Speed differential. I don't know why I was struggling for that. Which meant that just had to, sometimes you just got to be patient. You got to put your battle on hold and make sure everyone gets through alive.
6 pulls to driver's left, midway down the back straightaway, and we're going to go 3 wide for a brief moment, still side by side with your GTU leaders with lights ablaze down the back straightaway. It looks like the number 6 has got the move done in a straight line. A little bit less drag and a better exit for that car off of turn 11, but the 59 back up the inside on the brakes at turn number 12. It led for about 200 yards, did the Racer Motors entry, and the GTU lead changes hands twice in a straightaway.
And just up the road from them is the GP2 fight for the lead, which has been going on since we went back green. I don't believe that gap has ever been more than a second between the 164 Harrison BMW and the 469 Rapskillion MX-5 with that red nose just coming through shot here.
Oh, there they are. Yeah, literally nose to tail, JT. That's a good pickup.
The entire stint. It's been fantastic to watch on timing.
Speaking of GP2, worth noting the 721 has a very, very loose left rear bumper cover. That car has had some contact early on this morning, and it's just peeled that bumper away a little bit. Not really causing any issues, but did notice it was hanging a little bit earlier. Pit stop for the number 104 Ligier off the leash. And with 24 laps gone, 1 hour and 8 minutes complete. Still only a handful of GTO cars been into the pits thus far. GP1 leader, which we haven't really talked about very much recently, is Montgomery Motorsports, with a decent old margin built up over that number 147 of Moorhead Speedworks. I've kind of been waiting for this Montgomery car to arrive, as it were, as actually it's into the pits now. Shouldn't have said anything. We've been waiting for this 235 concept to arrive in GP1 and find a way to kind of upstage the older E46 entries. And I think we're just about there with that car. It just needs the reliability to go with the pace it very obviously has. Building up about 20 seconds in that first stint. And Moorhead will sail down the front straightaway and assume that GP1 class lead. The longer this stint goes, the more I'm convinced we're going to have a very chaotic pit lane here in a matter of minutes. And Zach, right on cue, notes the 215 into the pit lane in GP2, as well as the number 28 of Random Vandals Racing. Told that that team has a number of G82 M4s in its shop at the moment. Not many of them likely to be destined for WRL, unfortunately. Stick with those F82s while they're still competitive, and they very much are.
Yeah, because they're still quite active in SRO.
Yeah. So our benchmark for a pit stop here, it's kind of the number we look at when we're trying to judge pit stop performance and overall time loss. It was a 3 minutes 31 outlap for the number 57. That includes the pit stop and then the return to start finish at the exit of turn number 20.
Are we going to have that for all cars where they have their
Every
pit stop?
car is after start finish.
Okay, great.
Yes.
That's super useful.
Yes, extremely so. So that is roughly the loss of a minute, between a minute 5 and a minute 10, based on that car's typical race lap time. And again, that's not the stationary time loss. That is the overall time loss from the pit entry, the beginning of pit lane speed, all the way up through the acceleration zone at the top of the hill.
CRRT's got the bumper hanging
We
out.
did mention that, yes.
Oh, This is a good fight. That's Moorhead and I believe the 588 of Zealous Motorsports.
Oh, that is now the battle for the GP1 lead, isn't it?
Exactly, yes,
Yeah.
because they were both 23 seconds behind the 24 Montgomery. So that has been Zealous behind, just trying to stay with that Moorhead car, and it has now gone around.
Oh, yeah, and is gapping.
Yeah,
Well, it's helpful to have
immediately.
traffic.
I was looking at the random vandals on board, and I'm pretty sure they passed the MSW car on the exit of turn 16, and that MSW car didn't look up to speed to me, unless it was just being really kind about letting me through.
Yeah, it looked like it really tucked off to the left on exit there.
Yeah, exactly. Have they carried on, or are they in the pits?
No, they're still out there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the black car and then the yellow, orange and black here headed down the hill into turn 2. Much more nose to tail now that the 82 BMW has cleared that pair.
Yeah, Moorhead wasn't that slow. 3 seconds off their fastest lap, but that's regular traffic variation. So yeah, maybe they're just being extremely kind to some GTO cars.
710 is into the pit lane. This is the remaining Pinnacle Motorsports Cayman. Remember, we lost the number 127 very, very early on down there at turn number 2. Turn 3, sorry. Pit stop for the number 45 Chandler School Dodge Charger. It's a Charger, right?
Charger.
Yeah, it's a Charger. Well, I mean, it's a Charger. Air quotes.
That bumper is so ugly.
On the
That
Charger?
is the ugliest NASCAR of all time.
Oh, that's
Jordan?
Jordan.
that is a
Jordan?
that's a statement. One that I yeah. NASCAR's had rear wings at one point, right?
Yeah, I know. I thought that looked good. I liked that car.
Oh, okay.
The
So
car
your
tomorrow.
so your opinion is just invalid then.
Yeah, that's fair. No, the front bumper specific, like the rest of the car is fine, but like you can tell that when they've tried to work the Dodge Charger grille into the bumper, it's such an afterthought. It looks awful.
I mean, that could have been the way like GTP went or DPI went, right? Is like the really forced,
It's worse
over
though,
the
'cause
top
it sticks,
effort.
It sticks out of the front.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't get it to work on the. It's awful. I can't stand it.
So
Leader
that's
pit
just
stop. The 766 is into the pit lane and actually held up in the middle of the pit lane by one of the open throttle BMWs. So a little bit of time lost there on the pit lane speed limiter before it's even made it to the stall. Good pit stop performance usually out of that Thunder Bunny crew. So this will kind of be our primary comparison as compared to the, what I assume is a Richard Childress entered pit crew for the Garage 57 squad up at the east end of the pit lane. Also a pit stop for the 34 from Hitman Racing.
Yes, that's 2 Supras, but the 111 Supra has stayed out.
Yeah, yes. That 111, I mean, arguably the most, I was going to say the most conservative start to the race, but the 34 did drop back there off the green flag a little bit.
Yeah, the 34 dropped back quickly. Early, while the 111 dropped back more steadily and ended up behind the 34.
Sorry, this is the busy pit lane we were anticipating. The 9 is in, the 888 is in, the 88 of Renegade Racing is in. I think we've had the 250 in as well from CHR. The 319 is pulling away. That's the Shift Up Now entry. Chandler School slots in right behind that number 319. So that's the Garage 57 Camaro at the apex of turn number 1 as the rest of the GTO cars are making their stop. The 909 is out. Now, is that out of the garage? Oh, it looked like it was headed out from the paddock. It
I
was.
believe so.
Yeah.
They're down 8 laps.
The 6 is in.
Yep, that's your GTU leader or second place, depending on when you happen to be calling it. It's gone back and forth so many times. Immediately, the fuel can runs around to the right-hand side, and that car will begin its first pit stop at the hour and 16-minute mark. V8 rumbles out of the pit lane.
Hitman managed to get out of the pits ahead of the 59 Stratus car, so that's how much time those GTU cars have lost by starting behind the GTOs.
Yeah. We didn't really mention that, but because those cars don't mix together at the or on the grid, you're kind of coming from behind where the overall race is concerned.
Yeah, it's kind of a double whammy because of how difficult those cars find passing GTOs, plus the fact that they're obviously starting 20 plus seconds behind where they rightfully should be on pace.
Yeah. NFC Motorsports is in from second place. It's Mercedes AMG.
Although we have had a safety car
Nice.
since then, actually.
Coming through the shot here, you see that red bumpered MX-5 from Rapscallion Motorsports, which has taken the lead in GP2 from the Harrison Motorsports
Finally.
just a couple laps ago. Interesting to see how quick that car was going through the S's there, getting around the 909 from Automatic Racing. Harrison
909.
unfortunately stuck behind.
909 still coming up to speed. More GTO pit callers. 12 is in from ACP. The 172 TLM USA car is in. 333 from Bruce Innovations is in. And the 123 is on its way out. Ryan, you shake your head.
We don't have a triple light.
We don't have a triple I. Yes, we do. The TLM car.
Is it
Triple I.
here?
And
Yeah.
it is no
Yeah, it's
more
the green
appropriate
one.
than it is this weekend.
Thank goodness. Okay, cool.
We actually probably should be more careful about that this weekend.
Yes.
So it's getting to the point where it's more notable to talk about who hasn't pitted versus who has.
Yeah.
Screaming Goat, again, that LS3 just surprisingly good.
Yeah,
It's that diesel, dude.
It's the diesel.
DD Autosports, which
Right here
I can't
going through
remember
frame.
So that's a GT4 Mercedes.
Yes.
So again, some GT4 Mercedes have pitted, but that one hasn't.
They all have now. Oh, no, sorry.
Well,
The DD Autosport hasn't.
Which is exactly the point I was making. Thanks. The 111 Supra again is the lone. Oh, actually, GTR 99. Oh no, they are an M4. I thought you said they changed. Are
They will next year.
Next season. This is the
Okay.
last race for
I was
them.
going to say, I thought I'd seen that car. I was like, did somebody buy the GTR 99 car?
No,
But,
it's last race for that car. Leaders in.
So, okay, so that will be the Screaming Goat car in the pits. Now we'll have to track whether the Mercedes, Supra, and BMW all come in. So that's
Yep.
three different GT4 cars behind
Let's
them.
Keep eyes out for that Mercedes AMG GT4. Still circulating on its outlap. The 153 is in now, as is
The 111.
the 111. Yep.
Yep.
So we now have, I think, a full pit stop cycle complete with the exception of the 99.
Yes, who don't have an onboard this weekend, I think. So
Certainly not a Sentinel sponsored on board. Provided on board.
they might still be coming around to the end of the lap. I'm not sure where they are exactly on the track.
Yeah, I'm mostly looking to my right-hand side here, waiting the arrival of either the 766 or the 123, which were in that lead group. Garage 57 also obviously pitted quite early.
And they've actually cycled through 25 seconds ahead and 35 seconds ahead, respectively, for the 157 and 57 of the 766 Thunder Bunny car. Which
Wow.
was the lead. So they've gone through, and the 99 is in the pits, apparently.
Yes, it
according to
is.
Race Hero. So it looks like Garage 57 have, well, that kind of makes sense. They pitted 15 minutes earlier.
Yes.
So presumably then that's because they have a smaller fuel tank, and they've managed to fill it up 20 odd seconds faster.
All right, headed up the front straightaway here. You'll see on the left side of your shot a gray stock car Camaro, and on the right side of your shot an orange and white BMW. The Camaro has gone through on the number 29 of Screaming Goat Racing. I haven't seen the arrival of the NFC Mercedes as yet.
It did cross the line.
Oh, it did?
8.8 seconds behind 57.
Okay, so I think that Screaming Goat car will have slotted in between them then.
And the 157 is right behind the NFC Mercedes.
Right, okay.
And now the 766 comes through. With
Oh, there it
22
is. Yep.
seconds behind the 157. With Hitman right behind. That should mean, that would have meant that the Stratus Racing car would be next, but they're in the pits.
Yep, 59 has just come in. 6 is already in.
That was
sorry,
about
has
2
already
laps
come and
ago.
gone. Yeah,
Yeah,
already
that-
come and gone.
So I wonder if, I'm interested to see whether that means the 6 is getting worse fuel mileage, which is entirely possible. They modify their own MPO1s. So the Stratus and the Racer Motor cars they're not that similar. So they
Yeah, it's a
certainly could be getting different fuel mileage.
It's a good point, Scott. We only have Sebico NP01s in GTU, but it is not by any means a spec class. You can go get your Sebico NP01 or your NP01 Evo, and then you can do literally whatever you want to it. You just got to be at 9-1, and it's got to be under the GTU weight limit in order to classify in GTU versus classifying in GTO.
And both of those teams do whatever they want to them.
Yes.
They are very, very heavily modified versions of those cars.
Go ahead, JT.
It doesn't even have to be an MP01. We saw McGibbon's Biohazard Racing running a Toyota MR2 at Road America.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I was not there for Road America. That is remarkable. I think we've seen MX-5s in that class as well. Back in Ohio a couple years ago?
Yes, last year. And that we may have also seen that Pontiac Solstice in that class as well.
There's no way a Solstice ended up in GTU. That is not physically possible.
It was an interesting one too. The truck one.
Oh, that's right.
It was a U, basically.
That's right.
I don't think
Give
we've
me a
seen
GP3
a
Super U,
competitive
please.
car in that class that wasn't an MP01.
That's probably true. You know what would be competitive in that class, though? Oh, boy. It's a VW Fun Car.
I don't think that would be competitive in
I
any
do.
class.
You're tremendously wrong, Scott. The only thing you'd have to do is to give it a bigger contact patch. You'd be right there. I don't know how wide the tires are, but in my head they're about 10
What
inches.
is the top speed of a Fun Cup car?
They actually have a shocking amount of power. At the top of the Keppel Straight, they're just short of 200 kph.
I was going to say, no, they're not.
Which is dragging up the hill doing 135 in a VW Fun Cup is not bad.
Notice how Brendan has switched to kilometers an hour only for this conversation.
I listen. Ultimately, you got to be a salesman about it, right?
I did
Give me the big
rewind
numbers.
the Stratus on board, and their top speed is 132 at the end of the back straight.
Hey,
Fair enough. I'll believe it when I see
VW
it.
Fun Cup, R for R VW Fun Cup. It is the most R for R thing we could do. CrowdStrike Racing, VW Fun Cup. Our boy Scott is not going to be with us tomorrow, owing to a little bit of IMSA esports competition. Where are you in the standings at this point, Scott?
We are third. which
Third.
Even I can't.
Definitely not a pro sim racer.
Well, it was mostly due to the second place that Sam and Sasha picked up at the last race.
Oh, you were not involved. Gotcha.
No.
So your brother's the pro sim racer. You're just along for the ride.
Yes.
Gotcha.
But either way, we are shockingly high in the championship, and enjoying it while it's going to last. Which probably, bearing in mind I'm driving tomorrow, probably won't be long.
Last of the Supers is in. It's the number 87 this time.
Which team is that?
Stoic Racing. Well down the GTO order, excuse me, even after the pit stops. So after things have cycled out now, it is the Garage 57, number 57, that leads GTU and the race overall by 5.9 seconds over the Screaming Goat Racing BMW. Remember that Camaro stop was a 3:31 outlap. Screaming Goat Racing was a 3:49.
Another point of interest, the 58 Stratus has only just pitted. So while that car had dropped away a little bit from the leading two, it's possible that that's because they were running to a different fuel number, and they've managed to go 2 or 3 laps further.
The GTU battle has resulted in roughly a 20-second margin for the Racer Motors Sebico NP01. The 59 Stratus car cycles back through with a 4-minute 12 lap, so it's been kind of a long stop for that car.
That's very interesting. We know, as we just talked for a couple of minutes about how those cars are very different, but I wouldn't have expected very different pit stop times. The 58 now exits the pits. They appear to be a long way behind the 59 even. So you were saying, sorry, I haven't caught up on race here. You're saying the number 6 is in the lead by 20 seconds.
Brendan's just stepped away without saying anything.
That is the case. I've confirmed that for
Yes.
myself.
Okay. Cool. Good. Yep.
So, and it looks like it's going to be the 58, at least 20 seconds again behind 59, I think. As he clicks the live button on his YouTube feed, but He didn't jump that much further. Yeah, we'll have to let Race Hero work that one out for us. But yeah, I think there's a bit of a spread now in the GTU field.
So right here, that just went through shot, we have change for position in GP3 with the 75 from AOA Racing taking the lead over 3 Fast Guys and Denny. We'll see them coming into shot here into turn 12. We're going to be looking for an orange MX-5, a yellow-orange MX-5, and directly behind is going to be a white Scion FRS. That's your battle for the lead in GP3 here. So they're having to navigate traffic directly up ahead of the Porsche Boxster, black and orange livery. That is 515 Motorsport in GP2, currently running 3rd in class. Having an excellent start to the race so far today. Should also be noted that behind them, albeit 30 seconds, the 135 from Rapskillion, having to start a bit further behind in GP2, has been working their way back up front. Doing a very good job so far.
Can I get a Jordan Worth update? That's a no.
Just taking it all in here, man.
Jordan's overwhelmed. So there's a lot going on.
It's a lot going on, yeah, but you know, I'm picking it up.
I'm still here, man. That's all.
I'm still here.
I think
Dude's mouth has been open for the past half hour.
What have I got myself into?
yeah,
I'm picking it up.
I don't know. Ryan's tracker for your mouse is broken. As your superior, he needs to know that you are actually working from home.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
We're doing a return to office as well. So
Good to see exiting pit lane. Matt Connolly is back out with that GTO.
excellent. That car is by far and away the loudest car here. They were starting it in the garage yesterday. Oh my goodness, if we get the turn 20, if we have a replay over there, the 247 lost it and almost collected the 88. Nothing ended up happening, thank goodness, but it was crossed up sideways multiple different times trying to get that squared away. We're going to see it come onto the screen here. We may have been able to see it from this camera if we have a replay available. Yeah, final corner. That was a big moment for that yellow car just going through the screen now. So that was rough. I thought we were going to see a full course yellow there, but everybody has kept it together, which was nice.
237 being Heraflight's Honda S2000.
Yep. Okay, so we got the replay right here, and you're just going to see it. Watch it, stay with it. Yep, almost goes around, tries to catch. Good Lord. This
Good
angle,
job.
not very complimentary as far as how sketchy that was, but we're actually in that corner window right there, and so seeing it from this angle, it looked real bad, but they got it corralled.
Are you insulting my angles?
No, I'm just saying it's not set up to see from the angle that I saw this particular incident, that's all.
I do love that final corner camera angle.
They keep moving fences down there.
They do, because this is new.
The catch fence I used to mount on is no longer in existence, so...
I was liking it, though.
Oh, well, thank you. I think we get a couple of new angles for us this week. We haven't had the long shot at turn 11 either. Normally we're up at the top of the hill looking away. This year we're getting the nice long run down into the braking zone there at the north end of the circuit.
We might have a problem for the Ligier, which is a shame. I hate to see brand new entries with interesting cars.
Shocked?
Hate to see it.
I mean,
Hate to see it.
it's been running well, but it's in for the second time on this lap. GTU update. Number 6 does indeed. They've actually stretched that lead even further. Weirdly, 19th and 20th are the GTU leaders. So they are next to each other on the timing, but there's a 25-second gap between them. So there's a giant gulf that's opened up in the overall standings. So yeah, Racer Motors has stretched that out slightly. Actually, that gap closed by 3 seconds on the last lap. And so obviously that's going to be traffic affected. And then it's a further 5 seconds back to the Stratus 58. So I was being tricked a little bit by YouTube delays. But that's interesting to know because I think the 58 was a little bit further back than that before the stops. And then it pitted really late, well, relatively late compared to the 59 and the 6. But yeah, that's It's going to be so that really tight race from the first hour has spread itself out a little bit.
There's a really good battle on here. 28 random vandals. It's the green and white BMW. The 172 TLM Aston Martin is now alongside the 99, who has just scooted up the inside, headed down the hill through turn 2. And they've all come across the number 909 automatic Aston Martin, who is a number of laps down, but has kind of compressed this battle for 9th overall, 9th in GTO. And backed everybody up to the 99, who immediately took the opportunity to scoop past the Aston Martin Vantage, and now has his sights set on that 28 at Random Vandals racing.
I'm going to bring us very quickly back to the GTU battle, because it is a really interesting point where that 25-second gap, the leader is in that gap. So if a safety car were to come out right now, Racer Motors would catch up to the train, and the Stratus 59 car would be trapped a lap down. So, and it's going to be like that for a little while, because that 25-second gap is obviously pretty big. Unless Racer Motors ends up dropping off the lead lap, which may also happen, because I think they're only 3 or 4 seconds ahead of the leader. So we'll have to look at that, because that's going to make a huge difference to the GTU race if a safety car were to come out. Right now, the Garage 57 overall race leader is about 3 seconds a lap quicker than Racer Motors, so it's not going to take very long before they also drop a lap down.
The Ligier is back out, by the way.
Good to hear.
Being followed by the 40.
Pontiac GTO-R.
Versus Ligier. Yeah, I'm
What
very
a world.
certain that nobody has ever said that before. Nobody has ever said that before.
What a time to be alive. Truly.
I meant to ask, is that the GTO-R is one of the old Grand Am cars?
Yeah,
Is
it
that correct?
sure
Yes.
is. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
Miller built.
the Prep 2 tube-frame car.
One of my sticking memories from the first time I visited the Daytona 24 Hours, we were leaving the circuit on Saturday night, 9 hours into the race, and just as we were going into the tunnel, there was a huge cloud of smoke that came from the track over the tunnel, and it was one of the GTO-Rs spinning off at turn 1.
It took out every cone between the pit lane and the track in doing so. I remember that spin specifically.
How weird.
It lost it
moment
on
in
the brakes.
time.
Yeah. Remembered from 2 different places.
Right. Oh, were you a marshal in that race?
No. I was like 15 years old. I was at home. But I
Of course you were,
remember
'cause I
that
was
spin
also about
happening.
15 years old.
Because I believe the verb that Bob Varsha used to describe what happened to the cones was slaughtering. It was either murdering or slaughtering. It was one of those things that sticks out.
Sorry, huge moment for this Stratus Gold 59 car coming through turn 12. Used a lot of runoff. Can we... That reminds me...
Sorry, GP2 leader is in the pits.
Yep, the 469. Yeah.
The 164 has not followed him in, however. Go ahead, Scott. I just wanted to make that...
I was going to ask whether anyone has any further... As by the way, the overall race leader is now right behind Racer Motors. Probably going into turn 1. Has anyone worked out what we're doing track limits-wise? Yeah.
It's 2 tires. Must have 2 tires inside the actual line between the pavement and the painted part. So the curb is not the track.
So that is the rule as written. Do we know how it's being policed so far in the race?
Yeah,
is-
two cars have been warned already.
Yeah.
Okay. I suggest, so they might, based on that and what I'm seeing from onboards, I'd say they might be being a bit lenient if you go off for, as I literally just see an MX-5 in front of the 58 Stratus car, definitely break track limits. If you go off for some other reason other than just driving off the circuit, they might be being kind of lenient, because I'm seeing a lot of cars, certainly in groups, being liberal with track limits.
It was discussed that they were going to be reasonable about if there's no space, if you're trying to do something like that they weren't going to be hard on people. But if it's like very clear that you're trying to bust a lap time out by yourself and you're blowing the track limits, that you're going to have a problem.
Good to know.
Wow, what a reasonable application of a rule.
No kidding, right?
There's still far too much happening in this race for a track limit soapbox.
Oh, for sure.
I'm
Yeah,
certain
which is
we'll
why
get there.
I was going to continue, and then I thought, nope, we can say it.
I will just add that I think it's a perfectly reasonable way to handle it.
Okay. And then we also had the 215, speaking of the curbs, have a big moment there in turn 20.
It's so easy to run deep and then to try and gather it up, haul yourself away from that exit curb, whether it's a track limits concern or whatever. And as you add throttle back in past the apex, you're already wide, and you've got extra steering lock, and they're very, very easy to break traction in the rear. I
just remember the WRX the first year that we were here, doing that towards the end of the race and smashing into the wall and writing off a car, and it was like, that was awful.
It was right at the end of the race, wasn't it?
Yeah. And that was in a WRX. All-wheel drive.
Where are our Subarus these days?
Where are what?
Our Subarus these days. BRZs don't count.
BRZs do count. Subaru engine. That is as much a Subaru as the Pontiac GTOR is a Pontiac.
No, listen, I will hear no slander against the Pontiac GTOR. None. I will not
same situation.
Double standards.
Absolutely the same thing.
It's like calling a Sebico a Mazda. It's just not.
Subarus aren't that good.
I don't care.
They're actually not very good.
I want the variety. I don't care.
Is all-wheel drive a modifier?
I don't know. I figured that would be your wheelhouse.
I don't have the rule book memorized.
Let's look it up.
All right. I'll do that.
Have we done an ad break yet?
No.
We have not.
Got to run an ad.
Yeah, if our boy Zach is ready for this, why don't we hit the world with a note from our sponsors and come back on the other side here. We're well over an hour and a half into the first 8-hour enduro of the weekend. Thank you, everybody, for being with us on DriversEye Live, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. The National Championship weekend, the National Championship weekend at Circuit of the Americas will be back in just a moment's time after this brief commercial break.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Live at Circuit of the Americas, just outside of Austin, Texas. This is the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. We are DriversEye Live. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Brendan Kazmarek and Ryan West up here in the booth at the moment. Scott Michaels, finally back with us. JT Tammy joins us. Jordan Worth is here as well. Jordan Moore's still finding his bearings. Doing okay, Jordan?
Still get my bearings, man.
Yeah, it's tough, man.
Getting
Jumping
there.
into a field with 90 cars in it is not the same as 30 cars. Yeah, I mean, imagine that, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Three times as many, yeah.
And it's multi-class.
Yeah.
Huh.
NathSci Live.
By the way, there's a change right there for second place in GTU. The Stratus 58 car has found a lot of pace after the pit stop, and is actually a lot quicker, I think, than the Racer Motors car as well. So we'll have to track that. Racing GTU. Brendan, we had some happenings during the ad break.
Yes. So we had a backwards number 134 car from Big Mission Motorsports up there at turn number 7. It was kind of a very odd spot to the left-hand side, driver's left, sort of as the wall comes to meet the rising road at turn 8. And if you go back through the race control log, you'll note some contact with the number 57 having been reported. That is your overall race leader. That is the Garage 57 entry, which then was noted for smoking in the immediate aftermath of the incident, which would certainly seem to suggest some type of contact and potentially body panel rub to go along with it. We'll wait and see what the consequence of the contact is. The immediate consequence is that the 57 lost about 10 seconds. The number 134 that was backwards lost substantially more time than that. So we now have this question mark hanging over the overall race leader and a lead margin that's down under 5 seconds for the first time really since our initial round of pit stops.
If we click on the Garage 57 Motorsport car in Race Hero, you see that the lap time trend has come back down to a 2:24 on the last lap. So that's a completely normal lap time relative to what they were doing before. So yeah, it was literally just 10 seconds on that previous lap, which implies a spin. I think that's quite a lot to lose just from touching another car. But yeah, back up to speed, and the gap is 4.8 seconds. It does have implications for the GTU race because they were right behind Racer Motors to put them a lap down overall. Now, obviously, Racer Motors has had a 10-second sort of free kick there. So again, we're still in that awkward situation where if a safety car were to come out, the GTU lead would be split by the safety car.
Yeah, this may drag on this way for a little while.
Yeah, particularly as the
GTO
Racer
and
Motor
GP
cars has picked up speed, so they're actually holding pace with the leader right now.
134 more or less back up to pace as they go by start finish. Did you have coffee this morning, Ryan?
No, I had a Coke. Not Coke.
Sure,
I got
you.
Coke.
I got you.
Yeah.
The table Coke, remember?
Oh, Racer Motors. Racer Motors just had a very slow lap, 2:32.6. Hopefully, no issue for that car. But what it does mean is that they've dropped off the lead lap and the extremely rapid, relatively speaking, relative to where they've been so far in the race. Number 58 Stratus car is now only 8.3 seconds behind. So another lap like that with the same pace delta, and the 58 will be in the lead. Because they were 9 seconds faster on that last lap, and there's only an 8-second gap now. So that's going to be worth taking a look at, I think.
On board the number 29, who's just gotten past the number 58 Stratus entry. That's blue and black.
Yeah, so that's everything we're talking about is all in the same part of the track right now, actually. With the overall GTO leaders and the GTU leaders.
Sorry, that wasn't the 58. It's the
157 is ahead of the 58.
Oh no, this is the blue and black. I'm so lost.
You
Aren't we all?
sure it's not the other?
58 is blue.
Oh, it was the Racer Motors car. Sorry.
Okay.
The 29 was just up with the Racer Motors car. The 58 is tucked in behind the 157 here.
Yes. Yeah, we've got to get used to Racer Motors not being in that Golf livery.
That's exactly my issue.
And the problem is it looks kind of similar to the 58.
Yes.
It does.
Yep.
And as I think does the
Aegis
the
Bio.
name of the GTU that had a problem on lap 1.
Aegis Bio, yeah.
I think that car looks similar as well.
It's a bit more gray, but yeah, definitely.
in a world where hypercars are all red, black, and white, we've now converged on black and blue for GTU cars.
I will not accept JDC slander in this commentary box.
Factory hypercars.
That's
That
the
is the Red
135
Stallion
Stallion.
134. Yeah, 135, sorry. Leave it. Anytime a GP car comes up, I'm just going to leave it to JT.
Also,
oh, we're about to go double yellow here, gentlemen.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Double.
So
might be a good time for another ad.
Okay.
Both
gotta get them in. It's not even yellow yet.
It's fine.
Okay.
Both Stratus cars are nose
we're
to
putting the
tail,
yellow flags down.
By the way. Oh, okay.
Phantom yellow.
Very interesting.
That was a drill.
What's the BMW doing here? Just going limping by the looks of it?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a slow limping car coming out of turn 16.
That car's under tow.
Okay.
That's the car we're just talking about.
Right.
No, there was a black BMW.
I don't think it was, yeah.
It looked a bit like the PC car, but it's definitely not the PC car.
You
can see it right here.
Very much slowed down the 766 because there was a yellow flag and this Supra in front of the 766. Is that the position? Is that DD Autosports? No, because that's a Mercedes. So there's a Supra in front of the 766 that went very, very slowly through the yellow flag zone there. Wasn't sure what to do with the limping car on the outside, and it held them up. The point I was trying to spit out was that the two Stratus cars are nose to tail now, so we're going to have potentially all three GTU. Yeah, because the Racer Motors car was quite slow again on that lap, 231.2. That car's capable of 24s. So the three GTU cars, after sort of separating out during the pit lane cycle, are going to accordion back together at the moment.
Was that Zealous that just came on pit road?
Yes.
So were they the slow car?
They may have been. They're pitted right underneath us here, just past start finish, spot number 1.
They were our leader after the pit stops as well in GP1.
So they fueled the car first, and immediately the fueler and the extinguisher crew member have gone to look underneath the center rear of the car.
Center rear. So on an E46, you got a diff, you got suspension, there's the dreaded subframe mounts, which I assume on a race car, if you're already going to weld up a cage, you would have had done by now.
Okay, jack comes out now. They're going to jack up the right-hand side of the car. So maybe something at the right rear corner. And they're just looking at the suspension assembly from the inside rather than from the outside. They're bringing out jack stands as well. So it's very interesting. In the meantime, we're going to catch a quick replay down at turn number 11. Zach has picked up it was a red car and a red BMW. I just caught the tail end of it in real time. You'll see it here, left side of the screen. Oh, that's very interesting. Rear brake lockup on the way into turn 11.
Is that the TC Klein?
It's not the 93.
Okay. MRG, the 558 maybe?
That could be.
As we look at turn 1 here, we're going to have all three of the GTU leaders separated by the 157. They're going to come through turn 1 and back down the hill here in a moment. They've all closed right up on each other. So that's the Racer Motors car out in front, followed by the 157, and then the two Stratus cars in behind.
Yeah, so we've got the GTU field fully a lap down now. I think I'm right in saying.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. So no concerns about the field being split by a safety car.
Unless you're cheering for a GTU overall win. But it does look like the top GTO cars have the pace here.
I mean, listen, there is a long way to go. Roughly the race distance of 2.8 something IMSA races.
Yes.
Full length IMSA races.
True, and those GTO cars have been going long on fuel, which is interesting.
Did you know that the IMSA race at Mid-Ohio next year is called the IMSA, it's like the 4-hour sports car classic?
Literally with 4 hours in the name.
With 4 hours in the name, but the 4-hour race that weekend is the Pilot Challenge race, not the WeatherTech race.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. WeatherTech races.
Is it presented by Dyson, hopefully, or Bissell?
Who made Alma Suit, actually.
Oh, okay, got it.
Directly, or X-Racing.
No, I meant more in terms of getting the media center cleaned up.
Oh, they did, allegedly. Allegedly.
Yeah, but it'll be next season by then.
Yeah, I think it'll be all right. We'll see. I don't think that building is going to be used again, but, for us. We'll be back there in April, dear viewer.
We will.
If you are regular viewers of the World Racing League, or especially if you're not regular viewers of the World Racing League, 2024 calendar has been released. DriversEye Live will be there starting at Eagles Canyon Raceway in February. Barber Motorsports Park in March, and of course Mid-Ohio, is what we discuss. On a new surface, I'm not 100% sure that WRL will be the first to race on the new
57
surface,
is
but I think it might. Oh, this is even earlier.
Yeah.
This is 52 minutes.
So they really like that yellow then, if that's the case. And I think we saw this last time that they had to run a little bit shorter as well.
This is real. We've seen pickup issues on this car before. Like, I think the first year they were here, they had some fuel pickup issues. This feels really early. They were last in at lap 21. It's 42, so it's 21 green flag laps. I guess
they came in about 59 minutes into the race, and it's now 1:51. So I would still call this a lap or two early, but
lap count is correct. It's 21 laps under green. So if anything, the first stop was a touch early, given the yellow flag, but again, offset by the pace lap. So let's call 21 their number.
Yeah, makes sense.
Was that a lead change right there? Did the 58 pass the 6?
Very likely. That 6 car hasn't been up to pace.
Yeah, the 6 car is nowhere to be found out the front camera of the number 58. It's a good pickup, Jordan.
Yeah, thanks, Jordan. The first second of the race, I take my eye off the GTU lead, and it changes.
Jordan's got his bearings, everyone.
Yeah,
I'm getting it. We're getting there.
Found.
It was the Chandler School NASCAR-looking thing that got in the way of the 6 through turn 2, and the 58 went around the outside. They're still bottled up behind the 157.
I'm being told to ask Jordan if he did a Florida, and that's how he found his bearings.
I did.
Okay. He says he did. He did. He did, yeah. I don't know what this means.
Yeah, I'm good to go now.
Okay, he's good to go. Awesome. Sick. All right, well, got a whole mix of us here, and we've just been joined by Gino Manley, who's decided to come say hi. We are flush with people this weekend, at least for today. Scott's going to bail on us tomorrow, but man, do we have an overabundance of voices to go with us this weekend.
Overabundance.
See, for most of the season, we've only had 3 of us, so now we're trying to, I guess, make up for lost time or something. So now we've got 6, and Gino's going to come up and, I guess, he wanted to hang for a little bit. So,
well, to be fair, we have a massive grid.
That's true.
More cars, more commentators. That's how it works.
Yep. That is. We might actually be able to take breaks today, guys. That's how many people we have.
The other thing is more corners, more commentators as well. If we had a track with 21 corners this year,
we will be able to have Brendan take lunch without hearing him this time.
It's amazing. GTU is this battle will not let up. Headed up the hill into turn number 1. Zach's going to pull a replay up for us here, but hasn't told us exactly what. So let's wait and see. I didn't read it. I'm spinning the second to last corner. Let's take a look at that, Zach. Look at the very top of your screen.
Second to last corner.
Maybe?
The left of your screen, anyway.
Exiting the last... This camera is so zoomed out.
Gonna talk to our cameraman about that.
Yo, very interesting spin.
It just swapped ends.
Wow.
Is that the GTO?
Well, only one knows, and that is the race control log. It is reported as the Ford. It's a good pickup, JT.
Nice. Go, JT. Speaking of interesting times ahead, I've got Gino Manley up here with us. Gino tells me that the start was real hectic. Do you want to let us know kind of what that means?
Yeah, every time you come to race at COTA, when you start, I was the last car. I kind of jumped into the 35 AOA car last minute. And whenever you start a race, you go up through the gears, you get the green flag. Going into turn 1, it is a complete lottery. And I lost this morning. I decided to go to the inside line. And I think I got down the first gear. It was so slow. I'm pretty sure we were 7 or 8 deep going up to the hill. But, I hope the folks at home that are watching on the live stream, I hope it picked it up. I'm pretty sure the GP field going up the one was more exciting than the GTO field, but it was chaos. You know, you come here and you practice all day. You don't really anticipate whoever the starter is what you're going to do in the one. You don't anticipate going. So in the car, you dive in, you pick your lane, you try to not hit anybody, and all you hear in the car is gear changes down the second grinds. You hear paddles going down, and everyone's trying to find the gear to get through there. All I know is I was the last car in the field when I came out of one. I know there was 7, 8 cars behind me, so I think I did all right. But trying to be a good teammate to to the other AOA cars today and put some distance between us and the other GP3 competitors. And yeah, it was the most mixed bag because again, there's GP1 cars in between you, GP2 cars. So yeah, wild start. Probably, I'm more envious of you guys up here in the booth that you didn't have to be a part of that because it could be an expensive morning for a lot of people if we didn't play it correctly.
It could. I've got 2 notes on that. One, it's real easy for you to hit a teammate insofar as you've got like 8 teammates rolling around out there. You've got all the open throttle guys, got all the AOA guys. So like you've got a lot of people that's like, whoa, we gotta keep the crew together.
Yeah. Well, very, very important on that one. I'm in a GP3 car. Only the AOA cars are my teammates, and I'm in the GP1 car. So there's got to be a Chinese wall there. But no, COTA is I always enjoy coming to this race because throughout the season you kind of know who you're racing with. And here, this always attracts so many different teams. And, when I start a race, I kind of like to walk the grid and know who you're racing. And it's a little challenging here because you got a lot of local teams. You got these NASCAR guys out here in their Camaro. I don't know what they're doing out there. But just, again, a little difference, a little bit more variety. And I was looking kind of at the leaderboard. You can see even up through the field some familiar names up front, but some teams you wouldn't think of that run a couple of races a year that come out here to do this event. So.
You've got the snazzy suit on as well. I understand that you just had that done within the last week.
Yeah, you come to the championship race, you want to look good. So we had some friends at OMP that were able to. They put aside, from my understanding, some of the IMSA winter off-season productions they're doing for the pro guys, and rushed a couple suits for us through production. So they did it here, but no, just fun event. We always enjoy coming here, and again, it's the racing is pretty ferocious out there. Again, it's really hard to tell when you're watching it, from the Sentinels and from the live streams. But this is one of those tracks where the closing ratios are pretty, pretty intense. You mentioned the GTU battle, and when you're a GP3 car like I was, we got the best seat in the house because we're the first ones to see the GTO leader coming through, and the GTO leader, and so. Again, COTA's, you make speed in different places for a bunch of different cars here. So, again, the Camaro's coming down the backstretch and just blowing by the GP field. And then, we're just as fast through the stadium section and up through the S's there. So, a lot of give and take. I'm really impressed kind of with the courtesy that a lot of the drivers had, particularly in the faster cars. Having been in the GTO field, when you're in the GTO car, it's always the slow guys that are in the way, and they're the issue. When you're in the slower cars, it's the opposite. It's always the fast guys that are being aggressive. But again, a lot of good driving out there. I saw one incident kind of at the start of the race that caused the yellow there, but no, pretty courteous out there given the huge car count. But yeah, just a lot of good racing out there. I was in the 35 for the start, and that's kind of our shop parts car that we kind of hang around as a backup car. So we kind of just entered it just to have the extra car here, and I was really enjoying it. It's a lot of big names out in the field like usual, but this always seems to bring. You got I think one of the Dillon brothers is here racing the NASCAR, and just some even next to us, and one of the NDMX5 cars. You got it's full of Global MX5 kids out there having a good time. So a lot of talent out there, a lot of good racing. Again, a lot of different storylines with championships and people fighting for different things for this event. So
yeah, as you're talking about the Dillon brothers, the 157 comes down the pit lane as well, so they're going to be making their stop. I think a little bit longer stint than the 57 was able to do. It seems
a couple of laps.
So that's something.
Yeah, that's Ty Dillon in that car, awesome. The 57.
The last thing I wanted to talk about, just to touch on real quick, I had spoken with Cole Lofsgaard, and he runs with Round 3 Racing predominantly, and so he had that cool stint that he got to do with Mo Dadka in Lamborghini Super Trofeo.
Right.
And, we all watched the Super Trofeo race because they were going to be in it. It's like, oh, cool. And just the carnage that happened on the IMSA weekend was just immense. It's people, spending money. We got more bumpers than we know what to do with. Let's just do it. And so it's really nice to have somebody come up here and talk about, hey, there's 4, 5, 6, 7 cars. We're all trying to funnel down into turn 1 and just not hit each other. And we didn't have a huge explosion of car parts going everywhere of a whole GP3 field hitting each other. That's what I really like about WRL is the courtesy it seems like is there they're able to get close racing. We've got a lot of cars on track right now, and everybody's kept it, with one notable exception, really, really clean. I've just really enjoyed watching it.
Yeah, I'll tell you, when you're at home and you're watching the live stream, everyone's got friends, family, in this race. I mean, here's the cool thing, again, if you're watching this at home right now, your friends are racing against NASCAR drivers. We got IMSA drivers out there. We have a huge variety of talent out there that, again, I can't think of anything really, in the country that has that mixture. Again, too, it's a little challenging, though, because if I'm out there racing and, you're racing one of the Dillon brothers or it's a Johan or something like that,
right.
There's different levels of intensity that these drivers have to use out there. And I think to be successful in this
Back at Circuit of the Americas, I think we've got ourselves sorted out.
Yeah, there we go.
Stretch the bounds of technology. Eventually, technology will fail you.
Yep. Where did we leave off? I'm sorry, I don't want to leave that hanging.
That was your interview, Ryan.
I know, but I don't know what the people heard or didn't hear.
Oh, that I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, cool.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, Gino Manley, thank you for coming up and talking about clean racing with us.
Yeah, no worries.
Really
for sure.
appreciate it. Thanks for bearing with us on our.
Hey, it's live TV, right?
Right? Yeah, exactly, 100%. Never know what's going to happen. So, Gino Manley with AOA and Open Throttle. Are you driving the Open Throttle car today or no?
Not actually this weekend. No,
Okay, cool.
I'm on AOA daily only this weekend, so
Sweet.
we're in good shape. So it's all Miata all weekend. So
all Miata all weekend. JT loves to hear it. Thanks, Gino. Really appreciate you. I'll see you down there.
No worries, guys. All right, bye.
Thanks, Gino. We've had our first track limits penalty of the weekend.
Yeah.
2 hours and 4 minutes in, and it's the number 28 from Random Vandals Racing. I was hoping we could pick this up on an onboard. The number 88 Renegade Racing M4 GT4 was in a pretty good scrap with that green and white BMW M4, the same kind of car. And we're in a scrap there for 9th. Renegade has ultimately come out on top, at least for the moment, but that whole kind of situation has been squandered now by the fact that 28 is going to pick up a 1-lap penalty for the abuse of track limits. In particular, it was noted for track limits for advantage at turn 12. Now, my guess is what that means is that car picked up an advantage by accelerating through the runoff, right? So rather than have to lay off the throttle and fall in behind somebody, swung out wide, maybe past somebody or opened up the radius of the corner otherwise, and was able to carry more speed through the exit of the corner. So usually what that will mean if you're not just straight up shortcutting the corner. And then was dinged again the following lap for track limits at turn 2, which is not a normal track limit spot. But anyway, that was enough of a...
Which car was this, Brendan?
This is the 28.
Random Vandals.
Random Vandals. Sorry, yes, I should have mentioned the team. Thank you, JT.
Yeah. The number 58 leader in GTU has just come in the pits, which is definitely at least a little bit early because they were the last GTU car to pit in the first round of pit stops, and now they're the first to pit in the second round of pit stops.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say about that, Scott, is we noted at the time that it was substantially later, but it was also a car that wasn't going quite as quickly. So it actually does seem to be that pace and fuel mileage correlate pretty well in those NPO1s.
Well, because they pitted on lap 30 and we're now on lap 46. So it's
that is
half,
early. Yeah,
half
that is
the
early.
length of time. So but they are back out again. So and looks like they're fully up to speed. Just have to keep an eye on that car. They may be struggling with something. Genuinely, yeah, don't really know what that could have been. So yeah, we'll just have to track that as we go forward. It does mean now that the 59, as I check, yes, the 59 Stratus car has moved into the lead of GTU. I think the mics were down when I mentioned earlier. Well, I mentioned that the 59 had overtaken the 6. That was a move into turn 1 a few laps ago.
So one of the things we didn't really note at the time was that the Garage 57 entry, the first of those two cars to make its second pit stop, had an exceptionally long pit stop this time around. Well, I say exceptionally long. It was noticeable. It was 3 minutes 31 was its first pit stop out lap. This time around, that number 57, we come out of the pits now well down the order, down in 14th. 4 minutes 14. It's 45 seconds lost relative to its first stop. Now that car was involved in contact earlier, so there's a chance that that's reflective of either reviewing the car for some damage and giving it a good look over. Could be reflective of a tire change, although it feels like it would be quite early for that. But in any case, what was a really strong first pit stop for that car that we thought was going to kind of carry it out of the away from the front of the field in GTO has very much come back the other way. And now that car finds itself mired all the way down in 13th in class, owing to its early stop and the extra stop length that came along with it.
It's notable that the 157 has also had to pit, but yeah, didn't have the extra stop length that you're talking about. So they are 11th in class. Actually only 10 seconds ahead of the 57, but they were behind before the stop, I think. Just following up again on GTU, got the 59 car is not only setting their fastest laps of the race so far, with a 2:23 on the last lap, which is only just over a second off the fastest lap of the race overall, but also Racer Motors, who've led a decent amount of the first portion of the race, their pace is dropping away further and further as we get further into this run. It's down to 2:34 on the last lap. And the gap between Stratus and Racer Motors is going to be, well, it was 25 seconds on the last lap. Could be as much as 35 based on the current pace delta between those two cars on this lap. So that GTU battle is really the gap is blowing out quite significantly. And this stint might end up making a big difference to the race if we end up going green for a long time.
I cannot emphasize how pleased I am that we have things to talk about in GTU. I appreciate that you have a little bit of personal interest there as well. However,
a little bit,
but it's directed us that direction a couple of times, and it's delivered.
Also, those cars just race really well by the looks of it. From watching the onboards, they're back and forth. There's over/under moves. They're obviously dicing around in traffic. It's a really fun battle. It's been a really fun battle to track so far. Racer Motors 2:33.9 on that last lap, but they're now 37 seconds behind the Stratus 59 car. And then pretty soon they're going to get in danger of having the leader split them, and we'll get into the same discussion we had a little while ago, but with the cars the other way around, with Racer Motors in danger of getting trapped a lap behind. Although clearly we're not seeing a lot of safety cars so far in this race. I don't believe in jinxing, but if I did, I would have definitely just done it. But it's great. Also great to have such a clean race so far. Really hoping we get through at least a second round of green flag pit stops to see how things are going to develop there. Definitely an interesting first round of pit stops. The second round, it's going to be. We'll see which trends continue. As of now, even after this, what have we been green for? Best part of an hour, I think. Hour and a half even. We've still got the leading 4 cars split by only 7.5 seconds, and that's bearing in mind that one of the leaders has pitted. So really, we've got 5 cars very much in contention, and a full 14 still on the lead lap. That's obviously for the overall lead. JT, how have you been seeing the production classes develop over the last hour or so?
Well, for GP3, it looked like Fast Guys and Denny's definitely had a more efficient pit stop compared to the 75 AOA racing. They'd come out with about a 30-second lead. It's still roughly around there, 26 seconds or so. GP2, it's still that fight kind of between Harrison and Rapskillion. Unfortunately, Rapskillion, I believe, had a slight issue. So Harrison leads there. Battle for third was ebb and flowing a bit through the pit stops. That has gone the way of Boulder over 515 Motorsport and RRT, who moves up into 5th after the Touring Wagon Meisterschaft version 3.69 pit. GP1, it's Montgomery Motorsports, since the 588 had their slow on track and had to come on pit lane to check the rear end. They're leading over the 522 of Choice Racing, who inherited second when Moorhead Speedworks had to come in again as well to check their car, I believe. Palomar still holding on, doing well, 3rd place. And we're starting to see round 3 racing work their way up. The 701 in 4th and the 702 in 5th.
The lead battle is actually really closed up on this lap. They all caught traffic in the S's at the start of the lap. And we now have Screaming Goat and 111 absolutely nose to tail going through turns 17 and 18, and 766 is right behind him, and there's a slow car on the outside of that corner. The green BMW, by the looks of things. I don't know if anyone's able to identify that one for me as I watched the lead battle. I think the car was still moving, the one on the outside of turn 18. But yeah, the 111, that's actually kind of interesting, because in the first stint, it looked like the 766 had established itself as the front-running Thunder Bunny car. Right now, we've got the 111 chasing Screaming Goat for the lead. 7/10 of a second was the gap at the end of that previous lap, and a further 2 seconds back. And then actually, oh, sorry, I've just missed a change there, and they're going back again. It's the 766 Thunder Bunny car on the inside of the DD Autosport Mercedes, and my voice went funny there because the 766 absolutely launched it down the inside of a laps car going into turn 1. And again, it's one of those ones with a lap car saw them coming just in time and left a car's width, and thankfully the 766 was able to hit the apex and hold it in that 1.1 Supra width gap that was given to it. But all's well that ends well there. The 766 back up into 3rd place, ahead of the DD Autosports car. So yeah, we've got the whole lead 4 cars split by 3 seconds now, and we've got 2, that's in 2 pairs of cars, so really fantastic racing going on at the moment. I don't know if we've managed to spot that. Oh, actually, I think I know who that was. That was the 28 Randall's car, because I've just noticed that their onboard camera is paused. I'm guessing their onboard camera is dead, and it died. Yes, no, it's come back. There's a track safety vehicle in front of them. That's going to be on the outside of turn 18. So that's the green number 28 Randall Vandal's car, which is in significant trouble. I think that was a front-running car, right? Top 10 car?
It had been until they got a penalty for track limits.
Right. So that car's had a really bad last 10 minutes or so. Racer Motors in the pits, by the way.
One lap penalty.
Car.
Yeah, they're getting a 1 lap penalty.
Who is?
Racer Motors.
That's definitely a shame for that GTU battle.
Yeah,
that car was dropping away anyway.
Their first stop, they had a warning for a visor infraction, and now they've come on pit road. They had 6 people over the wall.
There you go. There's draconian penalties. Do we know what the first warning was for? Oh, visor.
Visor infraction.
Yep. There's some very minor infractions to get a very serious penalty, but we all know that's how it works in WRL.
It's all safety stuff.
Yeah.
WRL takes safety very, very, very much of high importance here. So that's why you have strict penalties. It's easy stuff to.
No complaints here. We just know obviously a 2.5 minute lap around COTA, so draconian penalties become even more draconian when your lap is that long.
Yeah, you gotta nail your pit stops. You gotta do things right. You gotta make sure you have a fire bottle ready. You gotta make sure the engine's not on when you're fueling. The visors are down. It's relatively simple stuff that you can forget in the moment, but it's crucial, especially here, that these little fundamental things at your pit stop. Just take the extra couple seconds, make sure you're doing it correctly.
The visor up thing is particularly interesting because I assume, as is the case in most race series where you have a full roof and windscreen, you're allowed to have your visor up while you're driving? Question mark? So if you're a driver who likes to have their visor up while they're driving, which is legitimate because you might have these are cars that don't necessarily have amazing air conditioning, so you might have a blower blowing in your face to keep you cool, so you might want to have your visor up for that reason. You've got to remember to put it down when you enter the pit lane. Because once you're in your... Is it the entire pit lane that needs to be down, or is it just while you stopped in your box? Do we know that detail? Either way. It's something you've got to remember to do in the mess of everything else that's going on in that process. We've got the Chandler School car crawling into the pits. I don't know if that's just the driver taking things easy, or if that is a car with a problem. And then the Randall's Vandal car has been pulled behind. I don't think they came in through the pit entry. That looks like a car that's been
They did. They're under tow, yeah.
Yeah, and then they took a sharp left turn immediately after coming in the pit. So they're behind. They're not even really behind the garages. They're sort of in front of the garages, perpendicular to the pit lane, pointing away from it. So I suggest that car is in significant trouble if that's where they've ended up being pulled to. So that means we won't be going full course yellow, which is great. Racer Motors, so they've had their 1 lap penalty. They've had a relatively slow stint there, dropping from the lead effectively down to 3rd. And that'll obviously get worse with the 1 lap penalty. They're also pitted on lap 49. It was quite a long pit stop relative to their previous one, about 30 seconds slower. And lap 49 is roughly 10 laps before I would have expected them, based on being able to go 27 laps. Okay, it's about 5 laps early, actually. They were able to go 27 laps on their first stint. So they've just gone 22 laps on their second stint. So first lap on this 3rd stint of the race was a 2:28 for them, which is reasonable. It's a little bit quicker than they were going before the pit stop, but that car is capable of 24s based on their fastest lap. But a long way back. At this point, assuming we go green the rest of the way, which is a big assumption, Stratus look they're very much in command of that class.
Did we mention we've got the top 4 within 3 seconds at the moment?
We did, yes. Okay. All 4 of them have onboard... No, sorry, 3 of the 4. The top 3 all have onboard cameras, which is awesome. It's still the same order that we were talking about before, with Screaming Goat in the lead by 0.6 of a second, and then half a second behind them is now the 766 Thunder Bunny car. So yeah, definitely going to want to be...
Has that changed stands on this lap?
No. I think I still see the purple Supra ahead of this in the 666.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said the 766 was ahead. Yeah. Okay.
No, I did mention that through stint 1, the 766 was the front-running Thunder Bunny car, and now it's the 111, but they're nose to tail now, so it's essentially irrelevant. And the Screaming Goat car is right in front. So yeah, really awesome battle to follow there for the overall lead. And they're stuck behind another car I can't identify at the moment.
The Garage 57 teammates are together headed up the hill at turn number 1. This is what amounts to the battle for 11th overall.
We've also got all the 8s in the pits. We've got the 88 car and the 888 car. pitting on this lap.
Did we also mention the 28 came in on the back of a flat toe?
We did, yes.
Okay.
That car was stopped on the exit on the outside of turn 18. It's definitely testing what WRL are willing, or COTA are willing to hot pull, because that car was quite exposed in that position, but everything's worked out nicely there. No safety car, which is, as I say, that's awesome to keep the race going. Just watching the TLM number 172 decide to run off the track on the right-hand side before turn 11 as their way of lapping 3 wide. It's an interesting choice.
He looked on very highly.
I wouldn't have thought so, but I honestly, I'm not going to name anyone, but mostly because there's been too many of them, but I've been looking at onboards, and if I watch an onboard for 2 corners, I see a car go break track limits. So, this is half the reason why I asked the question earlier, is that I think we're allowing a fair amount of leeway here.
I mean, you can only catch what's called in, right? We don't have any automated technology here, so you're relying on the human eye, who's doing other things in what is usually a single person in a marshal station.
It's interesting to note, though, that 2 cars have been, and the 766 Supra just did exactly the same thing, going around the outside of turn 10 off the track to lap a car, while its teammate was going down the inside of the same car. Big lockup from an orange BMW into turn 11 as they're being lapped by the leaders. It's interesting to note that we have had 2 cars that have been egregious enough to still blow the quite generous track limits that we seem to be giving the teams at the moment, the 6 and the 28. I think it's fine. I don't see a lot of cars really abusing to get lap time necessarily, and I'm not seeing a lot of passes for position being done off the track. But so at some point, if you want to take a little bit of extra track limits to make sure you make a lap, you pass a lapped car safely, I don't have a problem with that. We certainly want to minimize damage and dangerous incidents in this series, this amateur series, as much as we possibly can. So yeah, I don't necessarily have an issue with it.
We've had a second pit stop from the previous leading GP1 car. It was a Montgomery Motorsports BMW 235, who has been into the pit lane and resumes now in 4th in class. It hands the lead to the 522 of Choice Racing. Now a pit stop from the 766 of Thunder Bunny. I think this was the first of the Thunder Bunny cars to pit on the last cycle as well.
It's not super relevant, but I do want to make the point that the car that the Screaming Goat leader just passed was the Ligier. I don't know if we noted that car's back out again.
It didn't disappear for very long.
Okay, cool. It is back out there, and it looks like it's running up to speed.
Basically just like a straightforward pit stop.
But that car was
earlier.
It's very early?
Very early, yeah. Almost like they just looked it over. Maybe driver felt the vibration or something, and then it was sent on its way.
Or just checking fuel mileage. If it's the first
also possible.
First stint that car's ever done in this series, it could just be wanting to be safe on fuel mileage.
It's not. It did run with us at Sebring.
Oh, okay.
Had some issues there, but it's starting to find its feet here a little bit, I think.
So yeah, you're right, Brendan. The 766 is the first of, well, I guess the 2 Garage 57 cars were the first of the front runners to pit, but they're very much on a different strategy. 766 is the first of the GT4 cars at the front of the field to pit. And I think, as you said, I'll just check race hero because I can back myself up with data. It pitted on lap 27, the 111 pitted on lap 29, and DD Autosports also on lap 29. So yeah, that 766 car pitted 2 laps early in the previous cycle. We haven't had a yellow flag since then, so there's really no reason to believe that there wouldn't be another 2 laps early on this one. So it could be as many as 4 laps as a delta at this point, which eventually that's going to add up.
The only thing I'll say is the 57 comes in for the 3rd time.
Oh, well, that is very early now.
And it's not. It actually doesn't even look like it's under power headed up the pit lane here. It is very, very slow and pulling out of the fast lane. Barely halfway up the pit lane here. I wonder if that car's got like a fuel pickup issue or something.
It wasn't slow on the in lap. It actually went quicker than the
It's
number
doing
12.
maybe 15 miles an hour right now. Up the
Sure,
hill.
yeah. I'm not saying I don't believe you. Just, it doesn't seem to be a problem that it's been limping around with. It's a problem that's happened since the start-finish line, because it was quicker than the 12 car.
Yeah.
It pitted behind
It came in doing all of the right things. And now the crew gets out behind and will push that car up what little hill there is here near the start line.
It's only been a 13-lap run for that car, so yeah,
it's
clearly
very
some
short.
sort of issue.
Very short. The other point I was going to make about the 111 car from Thunder Bunny is it's been a good stint from that car to sort of haul itself up the order, and I wouldn't be surprised if that means that it's using a little bit more fuel as a result. So it may not be the 2-lap differential that we saw added on to what we already had. It may stay 2 laps rather than go up to 4, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, we won't have to wait long to find out.
Yes. The 34 is in, as is the 333. That beeping you hear, I believe, is it's the driver radio, is it not?
I can't hear any beeping.
It's on our monitor feed here. Yeah.
Oh, I might have that one muted.
Yeah. You're going to need to mute that because Ryan is going to join us from the pit lane here in a few minutes.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yes.
I have no idea where that would be.
That's the bottom right corner of the Video Ninja feed. On the program feed.
Oh, I don't even have that one loaded. That'll be it.
What have you been watching?
I'm watching onboards and Race
fair.
Hero, as I usually do.
That's fair. 766 is back out and comes across the line. Will trip timing in 7th with a 404. Just not bad. 34 will exit the pit lane. I'm trying to figure out who he's coming behind. Actually, I think he's come out behind this, just behind the 766. Which represents actually a pretty good stop for that Hitman Racing crew, all things considered.
Ooh, good news. Hardway Racing came back out. They're running a Global MX-5 Cup car in GP3. They had a very long stint, and it's possible they may have ran out of fuel because they had to take the turn 2 cutouts. We have a yellow flag here in turn 12. Reports of a slow 79. That is Deep Eddy, I believe, in the Honda Civic. Don't have eyes on it.
Did we report the 111 in the pits?
Don't believe we have.
That is the second place car overall. 34 Hitman, the 5th place car, is also in the pits. So that's 2 Supras. We can check on that. 766 versus 111. Pit length, stint length delta even, is what I was trying to spit out. While looking, okay, 766 pitted on lap 55, and the 111 is pitted on lap 57. So that's remained a 2-lap delta. So that means that on this second fuel run, those 2 Thunder Bunny Supras have gone the same length, of same distance. Interesting that on the previous pit stop cycle, DD Autosports, the 3rd place Mercedes, what is now the 2nd place Mercedes, they pitted on the same lap as the 111, and they've gone at least 1 lap longer this time. Same, actually, NFC Motorsports, the 123 Mercedes, which is going to be moving up into third now. They pitted a lap earlier than 111 and DD Autosport, and they've gone at least one lap further than 111 Thunder Bunny this time. Screaming Goat car is in the pits from the lead. That car pitted on lap 29 last time, so that was the same lap as Thunder Bunny 111 and DD Autosports 153 last lap. I think DD Autosports has gone around again, so those guys are going long. They're going to inherit the lead because they're going longer than anyone else on this stint. 2 laps further than Thunder Bunny 111. Waiting to see if NFC Motorsports comes around, the 123 Mercedes. They were 48 seconds off the lead last lap, so it's going to be a little while before they come around. GTR 99 has stealthily worked its way up to 5th overall before pitting on the previous lap. That's a BMW. NFC has come into the pits on this lap. So it's the 123 car. Doing similar stint lengths to Screaming Goat Racing. So we should now see the Thunder Bunny 766 start to work its way back up the order. We're really starting to see it boil down to which cars are in the running overall, because that 766 car has come out of the pits in 6th place. Right ahead of 10 seconds ahead of the 157 Garage 57 Motorsport Camaro, the one that isn't currently having issues, but is pitting very regularly, as those Camaros seem to have to. So there's Thunder Bunny working its way up to 5th ahead of GTR 99. So it's just come across the line. I think we'll see 157 come across the line in about 5 seconds time. There it is. It's running 10 seconds behind the Thunder Bunny car. So we've got a couple of laps before this is all going to work its way, going to filter its way out. The next interesting thing to look for is when is DD Autosports going to pit. I would expect this lap. But they should be in the lead at this point until that happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stratus 59, interestingly, is up into the top 10 overall. Those GTU cars, some of them anyway, or one of them really, that's the only one left that's not pitted for a second time. But yeah, GTU cars seem to be running pretty long. Previous stint was only 29 laps, so that car has to be due in really soon. DD Autosports has come across the line and not pitted again, so that car's going very long. Stratus 59 comes in the pits as I speak. They just about worked their way into 8th place before doing that. So it's cool that it looks like we may end up getting GTU cars filtering their way into the, well, actually I think it might be a GTU car filtering its way into the top 10. Stratus 58 is still there, it's still 13th, but there's a question mark over it because it had a short second run. Although it has actually since then, I think we all missed this, it's set the fastest lap of the race, the Stratus 58 car with a 2:22.150 on lap 55, so that was 2 laps ago.
Oh. The number 40 Matt Connolly GTO comes to a stop here in turn, thinking 15? Yes, turn 15.
Yeah, it's outside of 15 there.
It is off track,
yeah.
So it is quite visible.
Hopefully hot pole friendly over there. We've sent Ryan down to the pit lane to go pick up some scoops, as it were. And in particular, I think we'd like to find out what happened or what's going on with the Garage 57, number 57, up at the east end of pit lane. So hopefully we can get Ryan sent that way sooner rather than later. In the meantime, our old friend Tim Myers has joined us here in the booth. Tim, of course, is usually makes his appearance as Hammer Motorsports on YouTube. And historically, the owner of Hammer Motorsports. I guess technically you still are?
I still am, yeah.
But you've ditched the Hammer Motorsports shirt and the camo pants, and you're repping Garages of the Americas this weekend.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
It's good to hear your voice there, JT and Scott. I heard both of you guys out there.
Morning. Nice to have you back at the track, Tim. It's been a minute.
Looking forward to the predictions later, I suspect.
Oh, we'll have predictions.
Yeah.
We've got some irresponsible math coming.
Yeah, my cursor is hovering over the irresponsible maths button as we speak.
Yeah, very good.
Two good cycles, Scott, and I think we'll get there.
Yep.
Usually we
Agreed.
target halfway, but we'll see how that goes. Tim, as a driver, you're meant to be in the 127 this weekend.
Yeah, correct.
Probably still will be.
Yeah.
But that car kind of came to grief before you had a chance to get behind the wheel.
Yeah, we got the owner of that team, Travis Smith. He made a really late post online that he had a couple of seats open up. I guess maybe a couple guys couldn't make it or something. And literally posted on Wednesday. He was already here and unloaded for the test day on Friday, or on Thursday rather. And so I sent him a text and said, hey, I can probably get one of my guys who used to drive with Hammer Motorsports or a couple guys. And I asked Paolo Salvatore if he might be able to make it. He wasn't able to make it. So I asked Michael Quattlebaum, and Michael Quattlebaum said, yeah, I'll come. And so Michael and I took the 2 seats that he had available. And so Michael started the race today, and I think he hit some fluid perhaps in the entry of the S's, and he spun off and clipped the tire wall. Looks like the Pinnacle crew, though, is going to get that car fixed, and they'll be back out here today. It's mostly superficial stuff, headlights, like, bumper cover came off, those kinds of things. So they'll get it back out again, and then we'll see what the rest of the day, and then obviously how tomorrow goes as well.
Is this your first time with Pinnacle?
Yeah, I've known Travis obviously for a long time from racing in the series for 3.5 years or whatever. But yeah, and I actually referred drivers to Travis before at other events when he had seats open. I made referrals to him for our guys that drove with him as well.
You say our guys, those are mostly your Hammer Motorsports drivers.
Yeah, I want to shout out. I know my Hammer Motorsports guys. I want to say hi to my family. That's my Hammer Motorsports family at home today. I know a number of them are watching the broadcast. Every single WRL race that comes along, those guys we have a group text, and those guys all whine and cry about missing the racetrack and being back together again, because that was when a lot of those guys, they're from all over the country. It's when we all got back together, at the racetrack, and so once a month. And so I've been away from the series for a year, and really excited to come back and and see just how much the series has progressed in a year, and going to the drivers meeting. And as always, WRL runs a very serious program, really top notch, and certainly has just gotten better and better. Every race, every year, every season, every championship, and RJ and those guys are doing a terrific job. And it's been really good to see a lot of old faces, a lot of familiar faces, and a lot of teams that have grown, a lot of teams in different cars, obviously, from just a year ago. So that's been exciting to see as well. And then obviously I only live 70 minutes down the road, so it's more or less a home track.
Sure. I think last time I saw you was here back in February, actually.
Yeah,
it's been a minute since you've been at the track. You've sold your old Hammer cars, correct? The Audis and the BMWs?
Yeah, I kept one of the Audis just because they're so near and dear to my heart. And so I kept one of them. I put it up for sale, and a number of people wanted to buy it, and I just decided to keep it. But the BMWs got sold, and most of my equipment and gear got sold as well. And I had a humongous spares package for those 2 cars. And when I sold them, I sold the spares package with them as well.
Nice. Does this make you miss it? Is this just nice to kind of have as a one-off? Have you moved on? Like, where are you at with
That's really
this
funny.
type of racing at the
so
moment?
I have really mixed feelings about it, actually. So yesterday I was all about, God, I'm so glad I'm not in charge of anything, right? I mean, because this was a really hard weekend. When I had 3 cars, I'd have 10 to 12 drivers. I'd have 13 crew usually when we ran 3 cars, and we'd have 30 to 40 guests, and it just was a million things going on, and a lot of planning, and just really busy up to the event, and then busy post-event. So I just was relieved, and I kind of took that in when I just walked around. I was like, God, I'm so glad I'm not having to deal with all this right now on top of everything else I have going on. But I certainly missed driving. I hadn't driven really in a year. I did a couple of track day things with my business partner. My business partner on the Garages of America project, which is across the street from here, he is Rafael Martinez. His nickname is Rafa. And so a number of people have probably heard of Rafa Racing Club. You've probably seen him at events. He's the title sponsor for the Porsche Carrera Cup stuff. And so all the cars in that series carry a Rafa Racing Club decals on their cars.
Oh, cool.
Tom Sargent drives a car that's sponsored by Rafa Racing Club. He just had a woman shootout recently, and I'm spilling the beans on that just a little bit because there's going to be some media stuff around that'll come out here shortly. But he had a number of women from all over the world come in and do a shootout at MSR in Houston and also here at COTA. That just happened about a week ago, and a winner was chosen and gets a full season ride. And in the Porsche Carrera Challenge or whatever it's called, the Cayman.
Oh, very cool.
Series. So that'll get announced soon. And so he does a lot of really, really interesting motorsport stuff. He's going to be doing some stuff overseas again. He's been a terrific business partner to have on that. And then it's way too early for me to spill the beans on this, but there will be a huge announcement, I think, here in the near future of something else that he and I are going to do together that probably all motorsports people will be very interested in.
WRL full season entry RS3s.
No, it has nothing to do with WRL at all.
I didn't think so.
Has nothing.
No. There's a couple of things to note here at the moment. There's a backwards car spinning through the S's. There's a slow car making its way through the S's. That's the Ligier, the off-the-leash car that had come to a stop at pit entry, gathered itself up, got itself through the pit lane and restarted, and now is trundling around the first part of the circuit here. I haven't identified the backwards car there.
85 MX-5.
Okay, that does check out. That was, like I said, backwards moving from right to left through turn 5, the 5-6 area. And we also are preparing for a black flag here at start-finish with numbers already up on the board. Also, there's lots happening here at the moment. The 6 came in. That's the Racer Motors GTU entry. Briefly stopped and stalled at the very, very beginning of pit lane, right here at start-finish, and then got itself restarted and headed on its way up the pit lane. So all appears to be well with that number 6. We've also had a pit stop now for the 153 of DD Autosports. Tim, do you miss the chaos?
Do I miss what? The chaos?
Chaos.
Yeah.
We've been talking for like
not so
5
much.
minutes, and that's everything that we missed.
Yeah, not so much. I really do miss it, though. It's a terrific series, and it's wonderful. It's always been a lot of bang for the buck, and that still holds true today. And I'm more familiar, obviously, with the GTO field, but this GTO field at this race every year, it's a huge field. It's a stout field. You walk up and down the paddock, the number of drivers that are here, both pro drivers and the NASCAR guys are here, obviously, but even the WRL racers across all these classes, now that they've been doing this for a while, I put them on par. I do a lot of pro racing stuff too, and I put them on par with a lot of the pro drivers that I see in the other series. They certainly have the talent. Even in some of the GP classes, there's a ton of talent. I'll never forget when Daniel Suarez drove with us. He was incredibly complimentary when he started on the front row or something last year in our Audi, and when he came through the field and started catching the leaders in GP3, GP2, GP1, when he got out of the car, he was incredibly complimentary of just how well those cars were being driven by the slower class cars.
Yeah.
He was amazed at it. And so the caliber of driving in WRL is certainly top notch, without a doubt. And that's been clear to me too, just since I've been here on this visit. It's really good driving that I saw on other cars.
I think WRL has done a really good job at setting the expectations for drivers, right? It's not about, we're not expecting you to be fast all the time. We're not expecting you to reach farther than you're comfortable with. But obviously you want drivers to be comfortable, be consistent, be predictable, in particular when you're on a 3-mile track with 80 of your closest friends, 90 of your closest friends.
Right.
That becomes the most important thing, both for clean racing and for safety. And obviously it tends to put on some pretty good competitive racing as a result as well. And that's kind of one of the things we've identified this weekend. It's just everybody's starting to really understand exactly what the series expects of them. And,
I think that's true.
yeah.
I also think, we were with WRL, I don't know, 4 years or something. In that 4-year block, like when we brought the Audi out, that's when the series really grew a lot. That's when the cars changed a lot. And, there's a lot of drivers now that have been with the series for a number of years that I think know most of the other drivers that are in the car, in the other cars, and know most of the other teams. And I think that also has baked in, some additional respect. I think a lot of people, even when I'm here, I've been away from for a year, I know who most of the people are driving these cars and what the levels of talent are and so forth. And so I think that grows with the series also. As the series continues to grow, I think you'll see more and more of that as well.
So more about the cars here, and then we'll let you get back down to the Pinnacle Boys and get your hands dirty.
Sure.
Help it. Yeah, sure.
There'll be none of that, I promise.
Do you miss, I assume that Cayman is not the latest and greatest, let's say, when it comes to electronics and everything that you could do. It's a road car, right? It's a road.
It's a GT4.
Oh, it is a GT4 car. Okay. Do you miss running the technology. I mean, the Audi was you had all kinds of options available to you there, right? And you had support from Audi to get some of those done as well. The M4s, you guys were kind of writing the book in some ways on those cars. Do you miss that element of it at all?
Yeah,
the engineering aspect.
Yeah,
of it
I do. I do miss that a lot, actually. That's a. I'm an IT executive. That's what I did for a lot of years.
Sure.
And there's a lot of problem solving around that stuff. And so the problem solving around motorsports and around racing and trying to get the most you can get out of the cars and the most you can get out of the crew, I miss that a lot. I'm super competitive, and so that's a whole nother, set of challenges that are fun to figure out. And so yeah, I certainly do miss that part. And that's one thing I noticed when I came back after too. Just walking up and down the pit lane, I looked at how are people doing fueling now and how are fueling bottles built, and I see that there's been a lot of changes even in that space.
Yeah.
So people are constantly trying to figure out how to deal with the widgets and make things go better. Even the pit stops, I was surprised too, being gone 1 year, to see the number of pit stops that are really sharp right now.
They've had to be.
They've had to be.
The top. Yeah. The margins are so thin now.
Yeah, there was a time when I got picked on because I brought basically a pro level crew to the series, and we used to smash everybody on pit stops, and there's another team owner who doesn't race for the series anymore, and they, we were pitted next to them at VIR 1 year, and every time we pitted, he'd call his crew to the wall to watch us, and they put cameras on our pits, and I kept telling my guys, we need to get better by seconds every race because these other guys are going to get better by dozens of seconds every race. And then there was a time when we weren't the best crew anymore. It was a pretty heads up race with everybody. But yeah, the crews have been really impressive to me as well. But yeah, I do miss that part, and I certainly miss that part on the engineering aspects of it. And I did want to tell you that. So I've never driven a Porsche GT4 before. It's one of the first cars I have not driven. One of the very few cars I haven't driven. I've driven GT3 cars. I've driven GT4. I've driven TCRs, a number of those, and then obviously a lot of other cars. But I had never driven a Porsche GT4. The one thing that's interesting about that car is that car has no torque. And it's very much like driving the Audi, except it's not as light as the Audi. And it's obviously rear-wheel drive instead of front-wheel drive, but that's the deficit that Porsche GT4 has. Even coming off a corner with, I had BMWs. Coming off a corner with a BMW, I'd get left for dead, really getting torqued out of a corner and have to make it up in the brake zone. So it, again, is another part of the dichotomy of racing this series, right? You pick the weapon that you want to bring to the fight, and then you try to figure out how to make it work the best. And so that's been interesting too. That car's light. It's got really good brakes. Obviously got really good handling. It's very much different than the BMWs for sure.
I think this is the 39 ageless bio NP01. Is that right, Ryan? Which one is this?
This is the 6.
Oh, it's the 6. Oh man. I mean, GTU has provided us with everything we could have asked for from it and more this morning. And unfortunately, this is kind of the first major player to run into trouble here. The 39 had come back out after repairing the left rear corner of that car, but this is the first issue for the 6. Right out of the top in GTU. This is a shame. Can you tell what they're doing down there, Ryan? It looks like maybe the right rear corner.
It's over the engine cover that they have taken off. The corners come off separately. I'm going to try to find somebody who isn't.
Oh, that's right.
And ask them.
Even this is impressive to me. So I've been gone 1 year now. Ryan has got live video in the pit lane.
Oh, you have no idea,
garages.
You have no idea.
Yeah, this is something else.
We're hey man, we're doing it.
I'm waiting for JT to start flying a chopper around the track while the race is going on. That'll be next, right?
Drones. There we go.
I'm here for it. Yeah. No, just full size choppers. We can't afford the drones. We'll just rent the helicopter. It's fine.
Yeah, that's terrific.
RJ doesn't know this yet, but
yeah, that's terrific.
Yeah,
wow, this is fascinating to see. Actually.
Yeah. This is. I mean, it's kind of one of the things that I think makes endurance racing unique is that we've still got a race going on while this is all happening, and we want to try and tell these stories. But doing what we do here at DriversEye Live, sometimes it's a little tough to.
This might be a spark plug that they're changing, maybe.
Little on the quiet side there, Ryan.
Coils and plugs. I don't know if it's all one thing or if it's just the coil separate. They put the
you can see the coil pack right here.
Oh, yeah, bottom of the screen.
Yeah, right there. I'm trying my best here.
No, you're doing a great job. This is really, really good stuff, Ryan. Thank you. This is why we brought you. RJ, take note.
This feels like 24 hours of Daytona to
It
me
really
now.
does.
Yeah, it really does.
I mean, at its core, it's the same event. It's just a third of the length, right? Endurance racing is always you try and get to the end as quickly as you can. If you need to take care of the car along the way, you do that. If you need to fix something, you do that. But ultimately, the goal is end of the race, cover as many miles as you can. At its core,
So
it's the same deal.
They think it's ignition coils. They've put the laptop, I think they're about to get that plugged back in to make sure that that's all that it was. I'd love to get a little bit better shot here. Let's see if I can move over. There's people with bigger cameras than me, so I want to stay out of the way of them because they clearly know what they're doing. And
But
am
not more
rubbish,
important
so-
cameras, Ryan.
That's true. That's true. But if he's got a bigger gimbal than me, it's, you know what they say about a man with a big gimbal.
I'm not touching that.
Means he's got a really nice camera.
That's not true. We have a cheap gimbal and an iPhone. But
The other guy next to me has a
the other
DSLR
guy,
and
sure,
and a real
yeah.
gimbal.
But he's not live, Ryan. He's not live.
Yeah, he doesn't have 1 million viewers, Ryan.
That's true.
Yeah.
We're getting the thumbs up here. I'm going to move out of the way of the engine cover so that if they want to grab it and put it back on the car, I'm not in the way. But it seems like they're still just waiting to see. Unfortunately, lunch has just arrived at Rapscallion/Racer Motors. So you've got to balance the temptation of eating with getting the car back out.
Sure.
Yeah,
So I'll come back in
and
right. So I'll come back and check in on this a little bit later as well. Mostly
Ryan,
my
while
arm
you're
is
down
hurt
there
from trying to hold this correctly. So if Zach could change cameras, I'd love that.
We'll do that. We'll have Zach do that. Ryan, is there any chance we could send you towards Garage 57 and try and figure out what the deal is on the 57 car?
Yeah, so I was actually, as I was walking down here, it looked like Kyle Busch was getting it out. Came back to the Hawk. So it seemed to a drive one down here, though, but carry on amongst.
Okay, cutting in and out a little bit there, Ryan, but we'll get you back up. I'm sure the cell towers are working overtime here, especially down in the garages. In any case, Tim, I'm going to let you go.
Yeah.
You go hang out down in the Pinnacle pits.
I will. Thanks for having
find
me.
us again at a WRL event near you sometime.
Yeah, I
Eagles
will for sure. It's awesome to see you guys again.
Yeah, man. It's Tim Myers, formerly Hammer Motorsports, now Garage of the Americas and driver of the number 127 Pinnacle Racing Porsche Cayman. Appreciate the chance to talk to Tim, as always.
Always good to hear from Tim. All right. Well, we have a moment. Can go ahead and give a quick rundown. Our classes. GP3 still being led by the 86 Sound FRS of 3 Fast Guys and Denny. Though it sounds like it might possibly be 2 Fast Guys and Denny today. They're leading over the 75 AOA Racing MX5. It's our orangey yellow one out on track. And third place is still the 65 Open Throttle Racing BMW. GP2, 164 Hagerty Motorsports leads over the 469 of Rapscallion with their NC Miata. And third place, holding on, 515 Motorsports in the black and orange Porsche Boxster out there. GP1, currently Palomar Racing, who I believe is going to be due for a pit stop relatively soon. Once they pit, it will be the 522 of Choice Racing, who made the pass not too long ago on the 24 Montgomery Motorsports. So they will inherit the lead after the pit stop cycle there. And I believe that's going to be... I believe it's going to be the one... Probably Palomar will come back out in third in GP1 there once the pit cycle is complete. GTU, it's still the 58 of Stratus Racing over the 59 sister car, while the number 6 of Racer Motors is in the garage, hopefully coming back out soon after the ignition coil swap. Gaggle of cars coming through here as we come from 19 into turn 20, our final corner, onto the front straight. And GTO at the head of the field, it's the 766 from Thunder Bunny Racing with a comfortable gap of 26.5 seconds over the 157 from Garage 57 Motorsport. And the number 29 of Screaming Goat Racing rounding out in third. Alright, just a couple minutes left here until 5 hours remaining. Just about 3 hours gone today. During Saturday's 8 hours at Circuit of the Americas.
Stepped away briefly there, catching up with our old friend Tim Myers. Ryan is just getting himself set up down in the pit lane at the moment, and while he does that, we're going to step away on DriversEye Live. 5 hours remaining, just ticking up to the 3 hour mark here at Circuit of the Americas. The National Championship weekend rolls on through the first of 2 8-hour enduros, and we'll be back just on the other side of a quick commercial break here on DriversEye Live.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Welcome back, everyone. You are watching World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. Saturday, 8 hours, Circuit of the Americas. So we see a yellow flag coming into turn 12 here. believe that is being reported as the 777. That would be Big Mission Motorsports, GP1 BMW M3. Don't have a view on it, but it looks like we're going to get a possible flatbed out on track here. You can see it backing up in position in the background. Oh, no, we're good. They were able to tow the 777 under the truck here. As they come from 14 into turn 15. This is one of the great things WRL is able to do is as long as the drivers on track racing are able to behave nicely, we're able to do hot poles so we can stay green without going full course yellow.
Yeah, and props to the Circuit of the Americas safety team as well. Some tracks are occasionally more willing than others, and COTA is always fantastic when it comes to getting this stuff done. And we've had more than a few occasions today. I was actually just thinking, we've been, other than the impact on lap 3 for the Pinnacle number 127, we have been absolutely clean and green since then.
Yes, and to be fair, that was a very legitimate reason for going full course yellow.
If we can pick up Ryan's camera down in the pit lane, we've got the Deep Eddy number 79 Honda Civic that is stationary in the box with the hood up. The 82 Random Vandals BMW leaves just behind it, but a couple of heads buried deep in the front of that Honda at the moment.
Yeah, they were reported as slow about a half hour ago, so they're unfortunately been running into a few issues.
Sorry, say again, Ryan?
One of the Garage 57 cars is coming in.
Okay, that'll be, I assume, the one... Did the 57 ever reemerge?
Yes. It's out on track. It's down in 18th in class. This is the 157 from second.
Okay, so this will be its third pit stop of the race. Was in on lap 23, again at 45, and now has stretched it to 70. So it's 25 laps on a stint. So it's starting to get there, is the number 157 of Garage 57. Never did really get to the bottom of what happened with the number 57 a little earlier. That left it stranded 3/4 of the way up the pit lane.
Good stop, though. Wondering what the size tank is in that thing, because that was what, 2 jugs right there?
Yeah, looked like it actually. I didn't catch the whole thing. Got a still the question mark hanging over that number 57 from some of the contact a little earlier on, particularly with the number 134 of Big Mission. We don't really have a decision on that yet, or an answer on what the fate of that 57 is going to be. So we've kind of got that in the back of our mind. But anyway, that car has slipped away a touch. Not going quite as far on fuel, and obviously the time lost both in the pit lane and on its second stop, which itself was a little bit long. I've left that car a little bit behind the 8-ball, but the 157 has picked up the flag nicely, and on that most recent stop was in from second place. Pretty healthy margin back to the number 29 from Screaming Goat Racing, who itself is putting in a pretty solid performance so far this morning. Screaming Goat comes through and officially takes second place at the line. NFC Motorsports should be here just a couple of seconds behind, and indeed it is. It's been nice to have this green flag run here. We talk pretty frequently about how sometimes when you get a start-stop race, it can be really difficult to get a sense of what the rhythm and the flow of the race is going to be. And instead, with only 20 to 25 laps on most fuel runs for GTO cars, it kind of gives us a pretty quick cycling of these pit stop rotations, and just kind of sift through who the real players at the top are going to be. In this case, it kind of feels like everybody back through 7th is in contention for GTO, and if you want to talk overall, that the 58 Stratus is right in there, and 8th overall as well. 6th
in
overall
the fastest
now.
lap.
Yeah, just recently. Go ahead, Ryan. Yeah.
So I'm told that the 57 lost electrical power, and they had to change the battery at one point.
Interesting.
It's difficult to get a word in because they've got about 1,000 people walking around, and all of them are busy all the time. So I think I caught a word with Will real quick, and he said they had to bring it in and change the battery at one point. So that might have been part of the 10 seconds lost. Pulling off, trying to get everything reset, see if there was an option there.
Interesting. I wonder if they knew that that was happening in real time as it headed up the pit lane, or if, once it slowed down to pit lane speed and the battery either stopped charging or stopped charging as much, that it finally just it was consuming more than it was providing, and that was the end of it. Slow NPO1 headed up the hill into turn number 1. I think it's the Racer Motors car again. So whatever the issue with that car was doesn't appear to have been resolved with the change of spark plug. Still off the pace up and over the crest there at turn 1. Another little bit of contact reported with the 57 about 10 minutes ago. Zach's been done in by a bee, apparently, coming across the screen on one of our cameras. Oh, there it is.
I could see it, yeah.
Oh, that is really something. This makes sense. Thanks for being with us, everybody. We appreciate your company this weekend. This is always our biggest race of the year on DriversEye Live, certainly for the World Racing League. And 341 of you there at the moment over on YouTube, and a handful more over on Facebook. It's been great to have you all with us. I know there's global interest here as well. Will Brown, Aaron Russell, and the rest of the Russell family representing the Antipodes this weekend, all Australian. Jason Marks, also Australian, but lives full-time here in the United States. So if you're here with interest from down under, we appreciate you being along for the ride.
I just got a PC racing update as well, Brendan.
Go.
So there's a dry brake fitting between the oil cooler and the engine, and what had happened is it had got jammed shut, which then pressurized the oil system and then blew the oil filter housing cap off. So they're replacing all of the related systems there, and then are subsequently going to send the car back out. They said they hope to be back out later this afternoon.
So it sounds like they were able to get the car stopped before it did any damage to the engine not having oil. Is that
correct? You're going to run out of oil pressure real fast that way, and then that's a pretty good warning to like, hey, let's just not right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if this is a repeat issue for the number 44, if this is the same thing that's happened in the past, or if this is just one of those things. But the end result is something like we've seen before.
Peter Chang looked pretty bummed. I don't want to pursue that line of questioning with him because obviously he keeps having issues, so I don't want to rub it in that regard. Maybe.
The 6 is headed back your way as well, Ryan. The Racer Motors GTU entry. We saw it a little slow out on track, and it looks like whatever they've done with the plugs or the ignition coils in the back there has not solved the issue they were having.
Yep, I'm almost down there. I'm going to go take a look at that as well.
Very good. That's our Ryan West down in the pit lane. This is the first time we've had 2 people on site in, I think, 2.5 years of covering the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. I think it was Road America back in 2021.
Sebring 24.
Oh, the Sebring 24. You're right. So it's been 2 years, not 2.5. Yeah, you were there too, JT. Of course. Yeah. Listen, that weekend was a whirlwind.
Awesome.
I remember very specific things from that weekend. It was a great event. It's tough, right? Like I love the 24s, right? We got our start as endurance radio doing 24-hour, 25-hour coverage for that matter, out at Thunderhill a dozen years ago. And so to be able to do 24s again it's kind of, I don't want to say it's our bread and butter, but it certainly used to be. And I would love to see another one in the World Racing League. However, particularly down at Sebring, the 8-8 format has worked so well. We've gotten some really, really good races. And more than that, it fills out slow 63 on the front straightaway here. It really filled out the grid this year to the point that I don't know that the additional interest from a 24-hour is worth, maybe losing 15 to 20 cars on the entry list because fewer people want to go thrash their car around Sebring for 24 hours nonstop. And I sympathize with that. So maybe there's an opportunity elsewhere that doesn't involve Sebring, although it was an excellent event at the time.
I agree. I liked the event a lot. Great concept. Unfortunately, it's unless you have a super large field, it's going to be hard to pull off a 24 at Sebring just because of how brutal the track is. I'm glad we keep racing there. The A+8s are fantastic there, as we saw this past time. But yeah, no, I'd really like to see a 24 somewhere on the calendar.
Three fast guys and Denny jumping on board the Scion FRS here. Car was an early casualty of the 24 Hours of Sebring back in 2021. Which is a shame because I don't know that these FRSs get tested all that often in long distance races like that. They seem like they ought to be rock solid, but the car hit trouble before it really had the chance to find its footing.
Yes, but it also had a great redemption.
What was the redemption, JT?
It finished second in GP3.
Oh, did it really?
Yes, it came back despite, being on pit lane like 5 minutes into the race with the rear bumper caved in. Yeah, no, they came back and they finished second behind overnight in the 197. Yeah, good times. That was back when Ryan and I tried to do a pit lane camera as well. Yeah, three fast guys and Denny, they've managed to pull a 45-second gap now after this last round of pit stops over the 75 from AOA Racing. Possibly a slightly long pit stop here for the 65 from Open Throttle. Oh no, we see the Moorhead Speedworks BMW pull off to driver's left here, coming onto the back straight out of turn 11, just coming out of the camera shot on our bottom left here. That is disastrous for them. Moorhead is usually always running at the very front of GP1, usually with pretty good reliability. They had a little issue earlier in the race. I'm not sure what exactly that bumped them out a second. They've been holding steady right now, currently in 5th, but this is going to really hurt them here. I know a couple races back they were having some sort of issue. I think it was High Plains? No, it was New Jersey Motorsports Park, they had a throttle position failure a couple times.
This is the Moorhead car?
Yeah, they just pulled off exit of turn 11. They've come to a stop. Or are limping.
Yeah, it was New Jersey. You're right. The throttle positions, they had some really wild luck at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Clung on to a class victory in GP1 there on the Saturday.
Yeah, they had another TPS failure during the final stint.
It's one of the best finishes we've seen all year, was watching the 147 basically limp home by the slimmest of margins.
Yeah, PC Racing lost by a quarter of a second.
Yes. Yeah, and if the race were a lap longer, Moorhead would not have won that race. I mean, it was as close as you can get. Pit stop for the GP2 class leader, 164 of Harrison Motorsports.
Yeah, I don't think the 65 has left pit lane yet. That's definitely gonna lose third place for the foreseeable future. I love the sound of this diesel. Best sounding diesel, hands down.
It's not a diesel.
It's a diesel. It says so on the entry list, and the internet is never wrong.
I would love to see a diesel in the World Racing. I think that'd be amazing. Unfortunately, that's not the one. JT's reference is that on Motorsport Reg, it does say BMW 325i diesel. And that mostly just goes to that car having ridiculous fuel mileage when it was BMW powered.
Looks like, yeah, the track safety here is going to go check on the driver for the 147, which is just out of shot. Really good fight right now for 7th on track GTO between the 888 TLM Mona Aston Martin and the 153 DD Autosports Mercedes. Coming across the line, 2 tenths separating them. Just 1 second up the roads, that is the 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing. So fastest car that time by was definitely the Aston Martin.
I'm getting our boy Ryan here set up for a little bit of audio instead of video and audio at the moment.
Looks like the 58 has pit from the lead of GTU.
Yes, a slightly thinned GTU lead battle, unfortunately.
Looks like a clean pit stop and back out. As we have a slow chase or choice racing BMW out of turn 1 here. I believe that's the 52.
Me and choice racing numbers have not gotten along for the last couple of races, unfortunately.
Well, there are 3 of them here this weekend, which is fantastic to see. unfortunately, they're
somebody bouncing off the rev limiter. It sounded like a Miata.
I mean, that's not necessarily a horrible thing going into the S's.
True.
The Porsche Carrera Cups are well known for doing that. Is coming into a braking zone or something like that, just not shifting and just have it bounce off the revs for just a moment before you slow the car.
The last thing you want to be doing is upshifting there and then having to downshift as you're changing direction through.
Yeah,
the S's.
in the middle of the S while you're throwing the car in the Miata where you need to keep up the momentum is. Ooh, traffic. It's the 45 from Chandler, just slightly off the GTO pace, and cars stacking up just a bit behind. Not trying to pass through the S's here.
It's been a really strong start to the race for the number 766 here.
Yes.
Really, really impressed. I think, is this the DD Autosports car back into the pit lane? It is.
Ooh, that is unexpected.
It is. It's the 153, the silver Mercedes. I believe it's come back to the attention of the crew. Obviously, this is very early. It was last in at 62. It's now lap 77. So another short-ish stint here for a top competitor. This one 15 laps. And just under half of roughly what I think we'd expect out of that car.
That car had a relatively long pit stop on the last cycle.
I
don't think I've seen one longer than 4:30 before. No, they did 4:29. Has anyone clicked the irresponsible maths button?
Not yet.
I have. It's showing some interesting stuff. I will say I sort of tested it a little bit by doing it just before and just after the 58 pitted. Before the 58 pitted, it gave that car the majority chance of winning, which I thought was pretty interesting. Since then, it's reduced that probability, and we have like 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 6 cars that could win the race, according to with a significant chance, according to irresponsible math. So, kind of just showing. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you were a little bit garbled there, Ryan, I think. But yeah, it's just showing how evenly balanced the race is at the moment, based on how long certain stint lengths are, how fast certain cars are going, and how long their pit stops are. But at the moment, irresponsible maths has the majority chance of winning going to the 766 and the 123. So that would be Thunder Bunny and NFC Motorsport. Off the top of my head, tell me if I'm getting any of this wrong. And then Screaming Goat and the 58 Stratus car. So it is, even after that pit stop for Stratus there, it's still giving them actually a pretty good chance of winning. So it just shows the kind of pace that car has, that they are likely to be competitive, and also how long they're running on fuel. So yeah, it's that car has the fastest lap of the race, so it kind of makes sense. And that last stint was exactly 30 laps, which is about as long as anyone's running.
Well, I guess bad news to report for the 157. Has been docked 2 laps for passing under yellow.
Oh, passing under yellow. Which car was that, sorry?
The 157. The Garage 57 second car that was running second when it came in for a pit stop, and then came out, I believe, 4th.
Right, so the untroubled one.
Yes, so now they've dropped down to 16th.
Yeah, honestly, with how short their stints were coming up, That car was probably always going to drop out of contention eventually, but yeah, that's going to be a bit of a killer for them losing. Did you say 1 or 2 laps?
2 laps.
Yeah.
So 2 cars.
So 5 minutes. Not going to come back from that anytime soon.
Yeah, I didn't get to. I didn't see the entire pit stop, but when they did come down last time by, I thought I saw them only use 2 jugs to fill it up. So I'm wondering if it just has a slightly smaller tank.
Their pit stops do seem quite fast.
Yes.
So they might not be losing as much time as you'd think from having to pit regularly, because they gain a bit back each pit stop with not having to put so much fuel in, but you still have to run through the pits, as we're seeing a safety vehicle, or a recovery vehicle I should say, go across the grass on the inside of turn 1, so that's obviously going to collect someone. Hell yeah.
So I'm interested if he's going to go past our camera here, because we know there was a truck that went off to go collect the 51, which has been moved off to our right-hand side of the screen, out of shot here, but maybe it was not able to be towed all the way back, so they have to put on a flatbed.
It hasn't come past the camera yet. I feel like it was going quick enough that it should have by now, if it was going to.
Which means it most likely has stopped off screen to pick up that car then.
Yeah, just see if I can find an onboard camera.
Because we're still getting a double wave flag at the turn 1 apex.
There is. Yeah, there is a white car off to the left.
A white car?
Oh no, sorry, that is another safety vehicle. It's a white truck, but it's with a dark car that I can't really see. Yeah. Okay.
So that should be the 51 BMW, the GP2 Choice Racing entry. That's unfortunately had a bit of problems early on in the race today. Zach giving us the onboard to Screaming Goat as they come through that turn 2 area to show us the safety vehicle and the flatbed.
Notable that I'm assuming you guys were discussing this while I was away, but it's notable that the Screaming Goat car is a full 49-50 seconds off the lead now, despite their pit stop only being about 9 seconds slower than the 766 Thunder Bunny racing car.
Yeah, that Thunder Bunny is rabbiting off into the distance right now. Just consistently running very quick laps.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Race Hero tracking its laps, its lap time history. Recently, it certainly hasn't been that much quicker than Screaming Goat. I think the start of the stint for the Screaming Goat car was an issue. They were doing 30s, 31s, then got down to 28s, 29s. So that I wonder if it's a driver warming himself up to the challenge. But the last few laps, both cars have been in the 27s. So they've kind of equalized. The Thunder Bunny car definitely started off quicker. It was in the 24s and 25s for a while. But yeah, as I say, both cars have equalized into the 27s recently. So the gap's stabilized over the last 4 or 5 laps. But yeah, if you're running, at the start of the stint, if you're running 30s and 31s while Thunder Bunny are running 24s and 25s, you're very rapidly going to lose 30 seconds or so before, which is obviously what happened, before the gap is stabilized. Just one of those things with endurance racing. You have to occasionally swap tyres. We haven't really discussed tyres. I'm guessing none of the teams will have changed tyres at this point in the race, if they will at all. But you obviously have to fill the car up with fuel and obviously change drivers every now and again. And some drivers' characteristics allow them to warm up a little bit quicker than others, particularly depending on how much time they got running in the HPD
Look at
section.
that gaggle.
Yeah, it's
all 5 classes were like there.
I quite like seeing one of the slower class cars not park, that's the wrong word to use, but move themselves to the inside of the track and just seeing streams of cars come around the outside of them like that. That's I think it's quite a safe place to put yourself. You mitigate against a driver in a faster car throwing them down the inside and blowing the corner, you don't put yourself in danger that way. But yeah, it does make for some interesting viewing when you see cars going both sides and around the outside. And three fast guns and Denny's is a GP3 car, I believe.
Yes, our leader.
Leader in GP3. So, I mean, that's one of the ways you get yourself into the lead is by staying safe, putting yourself in the right place on the track while the faster cars work their way around you. And there's a car being towed. Oh, that looks suspiciously like the Racer Motors car to me.
Aegis Bio, actually. That looks pretty gray.
I heard from the other side of the room while I was away, the number 6 car has had significant issues. Does that mean they're behind the wall at this point?
Yeah, so they had gone in the garage. They were changing out the coil packs, I believe. They came out and were still slow, and so they've since gone back in for further repairs.
I'm glad we got a lot of value out of the GTU. Oh, that's a Pontiac GTO stopped on the exit of turn 11.
Matt Connolly
got going again. Figured it out. It'll be all right. I've noticed that car still has the exact TRG livery that it had when it ran in Grand Am.
It's fantastic.
Almost 20 years ago at this point.
It was a pretty good livery, Ben. It's still good now.
Yeah, it's funny that it's got looks like it's got even all the same sponsors. We're watching cars blowing track limits right in front of us. I've mentioned a few times that, yeah, I'm surprised that we haven't seen more. There's one there. That white BMW was definitely 4 wheels over the white line. I'm surprised we haven't seen more on race control. As we look here, I'm still surprised we haven't seen more track limits violations reported. But anyway, moving on.
I think he was just checking the marshal station to make sure there wasn't a flag, so he got momentarily distracted and ran wide.
Good thing he's not momentarily distracted while he's side by side with another car, because that could be dangerous.
That's one of our Supras.
I think that might be the one that's not running particularly competitive.
Is it?
Stoic, maybe? Hold on.
I feel like that's the livery
it is
I've
a Stoic
seen
car.
being lapped.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
87.
A wide yellow MX-5 there, coming out of turn 11. Looks like the Stratus 58 car. Stratus 58 car set a new lap, fastest lap of the race. It's a little while ago now, 12 laps was there. Should be the second white car. We can see the Supra going down the inside. Wow, okay, and that's exactly what I was talking about a couple of minutes ago. About, wow, he blew that so far that he had to do a full spin the wrong way around move.
That was a good way to do that, though.
Yeah, he kept it out of the gravel, which us sim racers are not used to the idea that running a car through the gravel is really unhealthy. So it's a good thing that he managed to avoid doing that. And I guess the shape of the runoff there means that it was safer for him to turn right and come slightly against the track for a little while. But yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about before, where if the lapped car had decided to put himself on the inside of the track and allowed that Supra to go on the outside, the Supra blowing the corner wouldn't have been an issue at all. Whereas I think as it was, the BMW had to take evasive action, and but everyone kept safe, rejoined the track correctly. I think we saw it waiting for a gap, so yeah, all good in the end. And that's the Stoic Supra, which is running 26th overall. I think 25th in class maybe, because there's only one. No, there are 2 GTU cars ahead of it. So, and no GP1s, I believe. In fact, it's right in front, one position in front of the lead GP1 car. That's actually something of note. I don't remember seeing a WRL race before where the lead GP1 car has been so far down the field at this point in the race.
It's only taken a good 42 cars of faster nature to do so.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely going to contribute. I still feel like at Daytona and previous COTA races, we've seen GP1 cars working their way through, mostly because they pit way less often, generally. But yeah, it must be just a factor of the quality of field in GTO. We've got a yellow Mazda stopped on the exit of turn 1, and camera shot here.
It's either one of the yellow MX-5s from Open Throttle, or it's the 247 of Hera Flight, which I think it's the S2000.
Oh, really? Okay. Because I've seen the 247 spun already earlier in the race, and I identified it as a Mazda. So that was obviously incorrect.
To be fair, it is. We do refer to it as a grown-up Mazda MX-5.
Yeah. I think I can see a big wing on the back, which would means it would be the 247. I don't think any of the Mazdas have that. Either that or that's. Oh no, actually, that's part of the fence. Yeah. No, that's not a big wing.
Zach does have a picture in the chat. It is a 247.
Okay, cool. We've identified it. So yeah, that car's been in a little bit of trouble already this race. I don't know where they're running. As I scroll down.
Leader in the pits.
Overall leader being the 766 Thunderbone car.
Yes, it is.
That
Last in at lap 55. This is lap 84. It's almost 30 laps.
Yeah, 29 laps is bang on for that car. If my memory serves. Yeah, looks about right. Actually, no, it's run 27 laps before, so it's run a bit longer.
Yeah.
But the 111 Thunderbunny car has been doing 29 lap stints, I think. So that's it. It's within margin of error.
Oh, guys, two lap penalty to the number 157. Have we mentioned this?
We have, yeah.
Okay. I'm finally catching up with the race control log, having worked with Ryan for the last little while here.
Yeah, they dropped from 4th to 18th when they took that 2-lap penalty.
Yeah.
Back up to 16th at this point. But yeah, that's not really going to be something they're going to be able to come back from. Barring
1 lap, maybe. I mean, there's a long way to go here, but I think the depth and the consistency at the top of GTO this weekend has been such that.
Especially with that. We discussed this 10 minutes or so ago, but with that car pitting much more regularly as well, even though it's taking shorter stops because of less fuel, it was always going to be a challenge for that car to remain competitive, and losing even 2.5 minutes, let alone 5. That's going to be, I'd say, not going to come back from that without a miracle. But those Garage 57 cars have been very competitive, so tomorrow, as long as they can keep the cars running today, keep them clean, definitely in the conversation tomorrow. So I assume we think the Screaming Goat car is going to take the lead. That gap had stretched slightly out to 53 seconds. Last time I mentioned it, it was at 49, but the pace delta between those two cars was much greater at the start of the last stint. Looking like the Screaming Goat driver is getting himself up to speed. There's been a 26, which is a new fastest lap since the last pit stop. Don't have driver IDs right now, so I can't confirm that it's a new driver in that car, but that does look like it from the lap times. Any obvious reason why the Stratus 58 car has dropped so far behind the 59? Or do we think that's just pace?
Admittedly, I haven't kept up with the GTU battle.
That was a pit stop.
Yeah, the last pit stop was very slow for the 58.
Well, also the 59 hasn't been in since. So the 59 is due.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. The 59 is the one that's been going a bit longer. That's the blue one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one's been going longer anyway. But actually, the pit stop that the 59 is due, that the 58 has had, it was long for the 58. So that might stretch out anyway.
59 is yellow.
59 is yellow. Okay.
We're going to get it wrong all day.
Well, it's hard because on the YouTube page, they haven't put the number. They just put the color.
Yeah.
No, I remember now. The blue one went longer on the first stint, but then very short on the second stint. And then on the third stint, they were normal. So back to the long stint again. So that was 30 laps.
Right, so they're a little bit off sequence as a result.
They're a little bit off sequence, and their latest pit stop was 30 seconds slower. 20 seconds slower than their first pit stop. 23 seconds slower.
Yeah.
34 seconds slower than their most recent pit stop, but their most recent pit stop was early, so you'd expect that to be shorter. So there's something going on with that car. It hasn't repeated the same thing through multiple runs yet. Whereas I think the 59 has been a bit more metronomic.
The 85 has returned from the paddock after being very backwards down in the S's.
The size of that flag.
It truly is remarkable. We're not acknowledging this. So this is college football championship weekend, much as it is for the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. And I think other than last year, every year that I've been here, Oklahoma has been playing football on this weekend. That is not happening today. Texas is playing football this weekend, and we will not be acknowledging Texas' success today if it should come to pass. I recognize that we're in Austin, Texas. I am fully aware of what's happening at the moment. I'm not happy about it. We are big Oklahoma State fans today.
We?
Yep. Nope, collectively, you do not have a choice.
I won't be acknowledging college football in general, but yeah, there's a gaggle. I like the front bumper on that green MX-5. I think that's what we've seen quite regularly, but...
I'm loving this traffic density. I was really enjoying the Screaming Goat onboard we had just a lap ago, because it also has up in the corner the rear view camera, and you can see the traffic ahead that the driver has to navigate, and then in the rearview mirror, all the traffic behind with a Thunder Bunny chasing them, and it's so good.
GTR 99 is into the pit lane. Have we mentioned GTR yet this weekend?
Yeah.
Really properly mention them as part of being in contention?
It really depends what you define as really properly mentioning.
We're getting to the point where now GTR is becoming relevant. They've been, bottom end of the top 10 for most of the race. And now all of a sudden...
I noticed them during the last round of pit stops because they'd sneaked themselves into 5th, which is where they currently are. And were running slightly longer than some of the other Supras, I think. Probably wrong. Correct myself with Race Hero. No, they did 30 laps instead of the 29.
Go ahead, Ryan.
So I'm down here at the 57 garage. They've got the car up on the jacks, and they were doing a little bit of custom wiring work on the alternator.
Interesting. So this is just a wholesale electrical issue for that car then?
That's certainly what it looks like, but again, they are quite busy. So I'm gonna let them do that. That's probably why they were busy earlier as well. Between the penalty and now this, not a good day for the Garage 57 crew.
Yeah, I'm going to open up the curtain here just a little bit. Ryan is going to be audio only down there in the pit lane for a little while, possibly for the rest of the weekend. It is just a real challenge to do video and commentary and everything at the same time in a busy pit lane and a busy paddock. So we're going to go to some real-time audio reporting down there from Ryan West in the pit lane, which is really what we're here for. We need the information, not necessarily the footage. As 59 enters the pit lane from the lead in GTU for the equivalent stop relative to its teammate.
Yeah, that car's worked its way up into 3rd before the pit stop.
Yeah.
Considering it was the 58 that was running a little bit better, it's really just showing how the GTUs are working their way forward as we get into the race.
There's no reason that car couldn't be in the contention for an overall race win.
Not now, no. The 58 has the fastest lap of the race. They are going just as long as everyone else on fuel. If anything, their pit stops are slightly shorter than the average in GTO. It just takes them a while to get through traffic, so I think their lap time variability is higher. And obviously they had the disadvantage at the start.
Yeah.
I do think those cars took a while to get up to speed anyway. But yeah, definitely right there in contention for victory. At this point, Irresponsible Maths tells us that they're in the... Well, it was telling me the 58 was in the conversation. I'm going to hit the button again.
Well, wait till the pit stop is over here.
Okay.
Just mash the button.
I'm still going to hit the button. We're not...
Can't help yourself.
Well, there's no... I don't have
the button's free.
A limit.
It's literally free.
Yeah, exactly.
You can press it as many times as you want. Like that's why I never understood. Like, and I know that Joseph did a lot of work to where you could just hit a button now instead of having to manually tell time you want to guess. I hit it all the time.
We're just printing free money here, free predictions.
Yeah, it's not like tires in WRL.
Sorry, the 58 is back in.
Ah, well, that's an issue. Okay, so now the 59 is actually the favorite to win before that pit stop. So yeah, I think we can interpret that as this pit stop will shrink those odds a bit. But yeah, it's definitely in the conversation.
I mean, the software should have predicted the stop for the 59, so it shouldn't be a massive issue, but you still would rather have the tangible stop rather than the theoretical stop. In any case, yeah, this is an issue for the 58. This is the blue car.
That is really important.
Fuel in it right now.
According to race irresponsible maths, the 59 has a 70% chance of winning, and the 58 has a 29% chance of winning before this
This is in GTU.
Stop. No.
This is overall.
Well, the 111 has a 1% chance of winning, so it must be overall.
Very
interesting. 111 is not in GTU.
Really loves the GTU cars.
Right now it does. That's definitely not been the case the 3 other times I've hit the button. They've been in the conversation, but not favorites.
Have you happened to have heard from your boy Billy down at Racer Motors?
He's messaging me right now. What would you like to know?
Whether they've solved their issue or not.
He says Firstly, I guessed that Billy may have started the car. He didn't. Landon started the car. Had an electrical
He's out
issue with
now.
the
I
coil.
saw Landon walking around.
Okay. We know they had an electrical issue with the coil. It's an old part of the harness. Haven't had time to build my nifty motorsport. So I don't think Billy's driving today, potentially.
Okay.
Is maybe the other news I got there. But not that, of course, that car is relevant in the standings anymore. So, yeah, sorry, what was the question you wanted answered?
Do they know what the issue is and have they solved it?
Well, I think they've already reported to us that it was a coil. Whether they've solved it or not, unclear. If the car's not out there, I would say no.
It is out there, but it was not up to speed when it came back out the first time. It went back into the paddock, and I just saw it again. So now we know that car is back out.
Yeah.
And it does appear to be up to pace.
It was a suspected coil issue. It was swapped out. Car came back out and was slow.
Yes.
So we were theorizing that may not have been the actual issue.
Well, I got the message from Billy 7 minutes ago saying it was an electrical issue with a coil.
I believe that now. We just at the time we were theorizing, and we saw that it hadn't been solved because they were still slow. And so now we know a little bit more about it, and I'm happy with that. NFC is into the pit lane, the number 123. This is out of the overall race lead, and the 111 followed him in as well.
I'm irresponsibly hitting the irresponsible maths button, and I hit it just before you said all that, and the 123 was given a 75% chance of winning. So I'm thinking we might not be far enough into the race for it to be correctly predicted.
It's almost like halfway is like your initial starting point.
But it's fun to talk about. It's really fun to talk about. That's it. Like, that's all there is to it.
13 minutes. I know. 13 minutes away.
All right.
Keep in mind, I don't think we've seen Aaron Pavletto in the 123 yet.
No, I think you're probably right. I don't know. Let's see on that. Do you know Aaron Pavletto's Canadian, by the way?
Cover is going back on the 58 right now. They were asking for a torque wrench, but now they're putting the cover back on. So I don't know if they're taking it to the paddock or if they've fixed it.
Interesting.
Either way, they've been in the pits for 6 minutes. Drivers been given the engine on board. But 6 minutes is a lot of time when typically you'd only be losing 2 minutes or so in a pit stop. Absolutely.
The 58 gentleman had to change the throttle position sensor, which you kind of need. It's important.
Sure.
You do, but it's a shame to have something so small cause such a big issue.
Pretty quick change.
And so it was up in the air box, like they pulled the cover off, and it's like right by where the roll hoop is, next to the air box. And so it's fiddly to kind of get your hand in there, it looks like, but they were able to get it done pretty quick.
Interesting. I think we've completed this round of GTO pit stops for what that's worth.
Yeah, well, we're waiting for the 123 to come back around. and then
yes,
then
correct.
time
But everybody has made the stop.
Yep.
It's worth noting that our series regulars are the ones going furthest on fuel here. 123 and the 111. One of them finds themselves
so you're not
at least
counting,
temperate.
You're not counting 766 as a regular because it's a new car, even though it's Thunder Bunny.
Correct. It's only done
a couple races.
2 races. Yeah, 2 races.
Right.
1 race?
Obviously an experienced team in WRL.
So do we know why the 170 did not take the green flag this
No, I saw that car in the paddock yesterday over in the Thunder Bunny garage, but it wasn't really having anything done to it. It was almost like they unloaded it off the trailer and then they didn't have anybody to run it. Very odd.
Oh, I thought you were doing the Porsche. No, I'm definitely doing the Supra. Oh, me too.
Well, that's a specific customer that I assume would have wanted the entry, but yeah. The 5... Go ahead.
I was just saying, because they raced at Daytona, didn't it?
Yeah, we've seen that car a few times this year.
Yeah.
The 522 is requesting a black flag for its driver.
Yeah. That's always fun when that happens.
Yeah.
They've obviously been furiously waving pit boards and whatnot over the wall, and the driver hasn't noticed.
Well, to be fair, this, I believe, is their longest stint.
Uh-oh.
So...
We'd like a really quickly.
That sounds like a radio issue, and like, oh no, we need to talk to you. Come in.
We're about to learn exactly how far that car can go on fuel.
Yes.
Because I think that happened earlier in GP3 with Hardway Racing. They had a super long stint, and they just kept going, and then they had to use the shortcut in turn 2.
With any luck, this car is going to end up in like a gaggle of traffic, and he's not going to end up seeing the board.
So NFC has come back around again, and they're in the lead, even after the pit stop.
Yeah. So their outlap was a 3:43.8. Screaming Goat's outlap was a 4:17.1.
Yeah, that'll be it.
Yeah.
Screaming Goat has also leapfrogged the 766, right?
Yeah, 7:66 was a 5-minute 6 lap pit stop.
Because they had the best part of a minute before the stops. So
5:22 has made it to the pit lane. So it has resolved itself. Oh, listen to that curb rattle.
So yeah, we've got that's a big change in the overall lead, the race of the overall lead. NFC with a very quick pit stop, Screaming Goat with a normal pit stop, and then Thunder Bunny with a very long pit stop, and those 3 cars have all inverted themselves.
So my guess here is that the 766 will have done tires. It was just before halfway, and we are just now starting to get a little bit of sunshine and heat
That is
into the air here.
A great hypothesis. Can we get Ryan to confirm that? And also why...
You can't get Ryan to do anything.
Also why they've only been doing 230 plus since then. You would have thought on new tyres that would be an opportunity for them to go faster, not slower.
New driver, perhaps, just kind of getting their bearings set.
Yeah, that's the obvious hypothesis. Yeah.
164 Harrison Motorsports has come in for an unscheduled stop.
Oh, this is very much a lead car too.
Yes, so that has promoted Rapscallion to the lead again, as the 369 Tornwagen Microsoft version 3.69 also pits.
They could not make that team name any more annoying to say.
Well, because timing does not show Chattanooga, so I keep forgetting this. Yeah, so I keep forgetting to say that part. So yeah, that team name is Chattanooga Touringwagen Meisterschaft version 3.69.
Sure, as you do.
Yeah.
With a big old Palomar sticker on the side now, too.
I noticed that.
Those guys have been using our Scoops channel, though. So, annoying team name.
They usually do.
Good communication.
Oh, yeah, we
Generally,
like them.
We're
Great
approaching
guys.
100% on quality of people from Chattanooga.
Just one left. Guess who you are.
I mean, I only know a handful, but they've all been wonderful people. So, or people that live in Chattanooga anyway. I had a friend of mine from high school who was like the last person you could have possibly expected to end up in Tennessee, spend years in Chattanooga.
Was
Not
that
married
Tim?
in Chattanooga?
Or no, that's
Not
Chris, right?
Is it me?
Christian?
Well, no, Christian. Did you end up in Tennessee, Scott?
No, I was just.
No.
Surely I would be identified as one of the last people you'd expect to end up in Tennessee.
You would, but it's not. You know, it's Christian actually. Yeah, does also live in Chattanooga. Bought a house in Chattanooga. Homeboy's in it for the long haul.
The guy with the corn snakes.
I interviewed at a school in Chattanooga.
Really?
Yeah.
What is the allure of Chattanooga? I do not.
I didn't interview with them specifically for that reason.
Oh.
I was interviewing all over the country.
Nougat. There's some good food there.
It looks very picturesque.
Lots of fiber. That's more internet than it is food.
We've entered the dad joke portion of the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. We've entered the dad joke portion of the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen.
So I just went and spoke with the 369 real quick. They said that the car is actually better on fuel now, but they have not fixed the power steering problem. So Zach Mortimer's got a giant. That is tremendously loud on the PA. I don't know what the deal with that is. Like, everybody else is a normal volume, and then mine was just ridiculous. Anyway, they said they can go a little bit longer on fuel now, but they all have blisters on their hands from driving that car with no power steering. They said it's really, really heavy. So they're not stoked about that, and they're going to try to ride it out here. So we'll see. But they're very happy with their fuel position. Now having a lighter car, they've got a little bit less power too. So they think that they're going to be really, really good to go on fuel.
Well, that's good to know. Ryan, if you get a second, I'd love to find out what happened to the 702 from Round 3 Racing. It was running well earlier, but unfortunately ran into an issue and hasn't come back out.
So it has been in and out. It's out here in the back of the garage. Let me go peek around and see what I can find.
Okay. We do have a waving yellow onto the back straight here. The 157 is slow. Driver's right. We saw on the onboard here just a moment ago. We do have a waving yellow onto the back straight here. The 157 is. Good news, Moorhead Speedworks is back out. I missed that after about a, I don't know, 13-minute repair. Oh, the 86 just getting right on the bumper there of the Porsche Boxster of 515 Motorsports GP2. Very similar pace between those two cars. Three Fast Guys and Denny still leading in GP3. Doing a pretty good job this stint to manage the pace, as the 75 from AOA Racing has managed to slowly reel them in. Down to a 23-second gap. You can still see the 157 still stopped over on drivers right there.
Sorry guys, 766 was briefly stopped at the pit lane entry, is back in the pit lane here, and he's found a gear again, but is not up to speed. Very much not in the fast lane. Headed up the pit zone. This is a problem for that 766.
Yeah, they've already dropped down to 5th overall.
Yeah, they're going to go further than that. That car is actually, I think it's has it gone past his pit stall already? This may be straight to the paddock for that car. No, it does come to the attention of the crew.
Yeah, it was slowing down much earlier in the lap. Telemetry has so it was normal on the back straight.
The in lap was a 311.
It slowed down around turn 13, and on their telemetry on their onboard, the brake appears to be on about 15%.
It's interesting you say that. The brake lights were on the whole way up the pit lane.
Yeah, okay, so I think that telemetry is real, because it was flat out coming out of turn 16, like full throttle, but had about 20% brake on. And the car really wasn't accelerating very quickly. Then the driver dropped down to half throttle, pulled it off the track, and has crawled in from there. And yeah, keeps trying to test the throttle. It doesn't seem to be getting a lot of response. He's also in 4th gear while going very slowly. So there could
it may just be a distraction thing if you're trying to focus on a brake and throttle issue.
Maybe, but if you're looking for throttle response, then the first thing you check is, am I in a high gear?
True. There's a number of things that could be going on there. There's also a safety truck at the far end of pit lane, perhaps somewhere near Ryan. I don't know if they're picking a car up or...
There's people running for sure. I'm heading that direction.
Yeah, there's a lot of things happening at that end of pit lane. One of them is a truck. The other is that 766, which is about 2/3 of the way up, 3/4 of the way up from where we are here at start finish. The 157 was also reported as slow.
Yeah, so that stopped right now on the back straight. Driver's right. It's been like that for almost 5 minutes now.
I don't think we ever got from slow to stopped, but take your word for it. Racer Motor's back in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, we saw it on a couple onboards, 2 different laps.
Hood up on the 766 now I can see from here. Race is kind of found a chaos cycle here over the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, as I hit the irresponsible maths button as we go over the halfway point, the 766 is given the majority chance of winning, so we'll have to update that in a few minutes when our silent geek works out that there's something wrong with that car.
Yeah, we hit the halfway point and everything's just like, all right, chaos.
You know, when we were covering this, I think mostly through our first year, right, 2021, we were noting on a regular basis that these races, no matter what happened in the middle, would find a way to kind of explode at the end and deliver something fascinating or unexpected or bizarre. It was totally out of the ordinary. And I feel like as time has gone on, the teams have gotten better, more comfortable. The cars have gotten better and more reliable. The races tend to stay together longer, to the point that you can go entire races where nothing really chaotic happens at the top. And I feel like we are reverting to chaos WRL this weekend. Not in the on-track behavior, because we've had actually a remarkably clean day so far, given that we've started, 80 cars. But when it comes to reliability and the pace of the race and the flow of the race, it was a very kind of predictable start, and now things have just sort of spilled out all over the floor. I think we've just sent the number 6 back into the paddock again. Less consequential now that car has already had its issues.
Yeah, I imagine those guys are getting the car ready for tomorrow at this point.
That may be the case. Truly the car of tomorrow.
Good grief.
That was a terrible joke.
Car of the future if you're a supercars driver.
Slow lap from Screaming Goat, 2:35.
Yeah, I noticed that. Is this a regular thing, or was this a one-off?
Well, they've just come across the line with a 2:25.
Okay.
So back up to speed, but it means they've lost an extra 10 seconds.
Well,
so now
it's 2 laps.
20.
Yeah, 2.
That was 2, was it? Interesting.
Yeah, back to back. I wonder if we're still recovering the number 157 on the back straight.
They're slowing.
Or just caught behind a production car, because you're not going to be able to pass. Although, that being said, at this point,
I just went back through their replay, and their last lap was completely clear. 0 cars.
Huh.
Which is, I don't think I've ever seen that in WRL.
That's the 225. The 225 lap, right?
Wait. Oh, hang on.
I would hope so.
Wait, sorry, what was the question?
That was the 225 lap you're
Oh, the 220. Yeah. The previous lap before, though, was only one car. However, it was on the back. Yeah, okay. It was the 247 S2000. It was on the back straight through the yellow flag zone. So they did slow down quite a lot. 10 seconds? Question mark? I'm not sure.
There's a KC 135 landing at the airport.
They actually did a 221 the previous lap. Sorry, 222 the previous lap, which is a very, very competitive time. So I guess it must have been.
A KC 135?
Yeah, I think so.
Awesome.
Yeah. That's why I mentioned it. I'd pique somebody's interest with that.
Yeah, they fly. Oh, there's a bunch of them over Spokane. Up here. Yeah, it's one of their main bases.
Yeah, I think that both of the 235 lap times were traffic. The previous lap was tons and tons of traffic, and then the second 235 was stuck behind the S2000 through the yellow flag zone.
Yeah. So we're still in a part of the race here where seconds may not matter so much, right? I think history would suggest that the chances of another full course yellow before the end of the race are not zero here. But eventually we're going to pivot to a point where this race it may actually just stay green. And if that's going to be the case...
It may not be zero, but I think it's pretty low based on
it feels low.
It feels like something very significant would have to happen for them to put a yellow out at this point. Considering some of the hot pools we've seen.
That is true.
Fine, but like we now see what they're willing to do.
That's true. Let's see that there. Right now, 18 seconds is fine. It's not a substantial margin. You can take your time in traffic, give up 10 seconds a lap, as the case was for the number 29. But eventually, those kinds of laps are going to cost you a lot more than that.
Yeah, we're
not just going to be time loss. That's going to be opportunity loss.
We're early enough in the race that individual time losses aren't a big deal, but trends matter a lot. And the fact that was just a couple of bad laps in traffic, it's not ideal, but it definitely doesn't mean they're out of the race. One trend that will be interesting is whether the NFC car can carry on doing these short pit stops. All three of their stops so far have been below 350, which means that they have basically the shortest pit stops in the field, at least of the relevant cars. So if you're going to keep losing time to a car that you're not going to be able to gain time back in the pits on, then that's a trend. And that's going to make NFC really difficult to catch, even though they've only got an 18-second gap at the moment. Where are you going to find those 18 seconds?
That's true. I mean, there is enough variation in traffic that if you can, be reliably quicker on a clear lap than the guy you're racing, or the girl you're racing for that matter, then, you'll make some progress. Just here, Screaming Goat comes across the line and does not update. Very annoying. The 123 did a 229 that time, and the lap time has been a little bit up and down through traffic. They've been as low as 226 and as high as 230, with kind of an average as high as 232 actually, with an average right around a 228, 229. But it's capable of going more quickly than that. Whereas I think the Screaming Goat car has been a little bit more consistent in the 27s, 26s, 28s. With only, like you said, that odd spike into the 35s. And actually, were it not for those laps, that car might actually be in the lead right now.
Yeah, it's gained back 5 seconds since those. That pair of 35s.
Yeah. So I think this is trending the way of the 29, but again, we're going to get to a phase of the race somewhere, within the next maybe 2 to 3 hours where, actually, you're going to have to be a little bit more decisive in traffic. Not necessarily aggressive, but decisive. The other thing is, without the carnage and the real, mechanical chaos, the field has not thinned out. Right? We started 80 cars. We've probably still got 65 to 70 of them running.
Yeah, and there's 3 fighting for 5th right now. all within, 2 seconds right there.
All right, so I've clicked irresponsible maths for the 25th time.
Oh,
and I finally got myself an answer that looks realistic while also being interesting. They only have as if this is a room full of people in Brackley or something working on crunching numbers. But, it has only a 7% chance of Screaming Goat winning, 56% chance of NFC winning, and wait, that can't be right. Something like whatever the remainder there is. I'm being told 93. I'm reading this wrong clearly, but whatever the remainder there is the Stratus 59. So a solid chance of that car winning. Presumably just based on average pace and being able to go slightly longer and slightly quicker on pit stops. Its pit stops are not quicker than the NFC car though, so that doesn't make sense. Maybe that means that the Stratus car at this point is going to be able to back time it better than the NFC car. Maybe there's one less
favorite word.
Maybe there's one less pit stop in store for the 59 at this rate. It definitely.
I'm sorry, Scott. So for the 766, 2 gentlemen with Toyota jackets and laptops have now attended to the car.
Oh dear.
I was told by a crew member that it has no power, and they don't know why. So they're just going to try to work through that. There wasn't a whole lot of mechanical working going on. It was all, they opened the hood probably to get the engine cooled off while they're sitting there messing with it, but everything was, let's get into the car and mess with wiring and such. So they've got multiple laptops, multiple people trying to figure that out.
I wonder why it would show was it a constant throttle position, Scott?
No, it wasn't. It was a constant brake position.
A brake, that's what I meant. Like it was locked in at like 15 or 20%.
Yeah, exactly.
Very odd. Very, very odd. And the brake lights were on headed up the pit lane, no question about it.
It was also only in 4th gear, which may have been the driver's choice, but I think is unlikely. Yeah. So there could be an electrical. I don't know how much electrical is involved with the brakes on that car.
I mean, there may also be some protection. Maybe
because it's got all the ABS and stability control and stuff. I don't think it's.
I don't know if ABS would ever. I don't know if ABS would ever choose to have more brake on than you would want.
That's true. That's true. I'm
kind of works the other way.
Sensors and stuff on there, but I don't know if it's like if the car is telling the brake servo to turn on, because that's how it works. The traction controls on the brakes. Sometimes I've heard of that on road cars. Where it'll cut the brake in to do the traction control, basically. So I don't know if it's a situation like that or something else.
Yep, all speculation at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best we have because not even Thunder Bunny nor Toyota, Gazoo Racing really seem to know what the situation is.
They've sent the car back out now, so evidently they're satisfied with whatever.
Progress. Speaking of sending it back out, the 44 is back.
Yay!
GT Racing. Yeah, chill out blue and black. The white there on that car as well. After the one corner it got through this morning.
Yeah.
Sadly, the onboard camera on the 766 died at some point during the pit stop cycle, so we can't really tell if they're fixed. So you'll have to keep an eye out on the track, Brendan.
I will wait till they come back around. We'll know by that point because it'll be either back in the pit entry lane here or.
Oh no, the camera's back. They are moving. The brake is not locked on, but they're going slowly. They're in 5th through the S's. Feels like a high gear. No, I think it's fine.
Chattanooga appears to be Chattanooga Tornwagen appears to be reporting shifting issues.
I was just on my way down there to ask them what was going on, given that I saw the car had come back in rather recently.
It is behind the wall, as we've had confirmed.
Bummer. I mean, despite their power steering issue, they've been running quite well in GP2.
The 157 has returned to the race as well with a fresh set of sticker tires.
Time to qualify for tomorrow.
4 fresh balonies, as it were. That's a good point, JT, actually.
I think that 766 is fine now. Seems to be. I think the driver's just taking it a bit easy because why wouldn't you? They're out of contention at this point. But from what I can tell from the onboard telemetry, seems to be running normally.
It's really interesting how this race has developed away from the norm of a WRL race, right? We've had the issues for the 57 and the 157. Okay, they're not, they're one-offs for this event. But you would expect over time that the regular competitors, the 123 and the 111 in particular, would kind of take up the mantle there. And instead, the 123 is right up there at the top, but being chased by Screaming Goat. And the 111 had a pretty anonymous morning. They're down in 10th overall. Doesn't mean they won't be back up near the top by the time we get to the conclusion, but normally this is the part of the race where they kind of put their foot down and take charge, and this has not been the case today. TLM Mona's had a good morning. That's the number 888. 153 obviously has been super consistent, along with the Screaming Goat entry, the number 29, and Hitman Racing, the number 34 Toyota Supra, has picked up the flag nicely where the other Supras have dropped it a little bit. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Big lunge there from the 29 headed into turn number 11. Look at the torque of that car. It just pulls, man.
Diesels are well known for their torque.
That's,
you can stop me just like
really
you can stop that diesel.
So there's a couple of things happening there, to be clear. I think they've got wider tires on that Screaming Goat car. So it's putting the power down exceptionally well.
Mm-hmm.
It's obviously got all the torque of being a
diesel,
being an LS3. I think it's an LS3. Anyway, and should be a little bit lighter than this M4 GT4 we're riding on board with. It punches really well out of the corners. Hello to everybody if you're just joining us. We're nearing lap 100 at Circuit of the Americas. This is a national championship weekend for the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. Plenty of extra interest this weekend, whether you're joining us from the NASCAR world, the supercars world. There's lots happening here this weekend. Happy to have your company for at least for the weekend here on DriversEye Live. It's final time we'll do this in 2023, at least where WRL is concerned. And we'll be back to pick it up all in 24 down at Eagles Canyon Raceway. The first time WRL will have visited that facility in Decatur, Texas, just outside of Decatur, Texas. If you are joining us from the NASCAR corner of the world, your interest will certainly be the Garage 57 entries, the number 57 and the number 157. Problems for both of those cars thus far today. The number 157 had picked up a 2-lap penalty for a pass under yellow and then found itself in the garage. The 57 had been running relatively short fuel runs and then had an electrical issue that has kind of resigned it to the paddock, at least for the next little while here. They're working hard on that car, but have obviously fallen out of contention as a result. This is a car that we are fairly certain features LS, just monstrously loud on the brakes there into turn 11. That 57 features Austin Dillon and Will Brown, among others. Jesse Love, Ty Dillon, and Daniel Hemrick are listed against the number 157. Oh, Kyle Busch is the other one, 57. Excuse me. We've had a mostly clean race to this point. We had a full course yellow back on lap 3 when the number 127 from Pinnacle Motorsports hit the wall over at the entry to the S's at turn 3, just on driver's left. Car is apparently in repair mode. Good. Tire wall was picked up and reassembled, and we were sent back racing. And we have not had an interruption since.
Yeah, no, this is great. This, one of the things we love about WRL is the ability to do hot pulls. So if a car comes to a stop, we don't have to go full course yellow, as long as it can be recovered in a safe manner and drivers on track can be safe around safety vehicles. So we get to keep racing.
Yeah, everybody knows the deal, right? Follow the rules, play safe, right? Give your safety workers plenty of room and plenty of margin, and we can keep this going.
Yeah, because nobody wants to spend their seat time at 55 miles an hour behind a pace car, except the safety car driver, because then he's getting some track time. But unfortunately, that's not what you want to see.
Oh man, up the inside here, the number 29 really having to take it right to the edge of track limits as he dives up the inside of one of the M4s. Catch it as he went by. I've got a little glare up here in the booth. Is that one of the ACP entries? Number 12, I think?
Possibly.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, like a dark gray, something like that.
Chattanooga says it's a new dog box transmission, so no clutch required, but it is a broken shifter.
Yeah,
it's a shift knob or
the linkage, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I know they went to extreme precautions on this transmission, including doing a religious ceremony.
Is that right?
To ensure its longevity. It fantastic. They posted a picture of it on the group, and it's glad to see that it's holding together. So much so that it's breaking other parts of the transmission, being the shifter.
I mean, nothing is free, right? If you're gonna try and dedicate, one part of your car to the gods, something else is gonna have to give. There's got to be a price to pay.
Yeah, and we not only were entertained by that, but we also found out Michael Gorman has a tattoo of one of those symbols on his body somewhere.
Oh, okay.
So if you're in the paddock, feel free to find Mike and try to locate where that tattoo is.
Where's Momo?
Right.
Man.
Mike.
Do you know Mike? I haven't met Mike.
I have not met him in person.
Yeah, I haven't either.
It's on the list of things.
It is amazing for how much time we all spend at racetracks. How many people there are I still haven't met or run into. I'm not the most outgoing person in the world, so I do blame my shyness a little bit for that. But still, over time,
yeah. And I do kind of stick out, so.
Very true. Very true. JT, JT, you could perform these religious ceremonies. You have no soul to give, right?
I'm confused by the use of the phrase "how much time we all spend at racetracks." I don't remember the last time I was sent to a track.
I'm talking collectively to the audience.
Daytona, yeah.
That was a while ago.
2022. And you did High Plains after that.
So you have been to a WRL race more recently than I have.
I think that speaks more to Brendan, to my point. Brendan, it's amazing how much time Brendan spends at racetracks and doesn't know anyone. Sure. I think Ryan does know people. He's just not in the conversation at the moment.
That's true.
But I think I'm behind the pit lane. I can't say anything. But no, I was going to say, Brendan, you tend to not meet people when you go to weird breweries that nobody wants to go to.
I invite people.
Hey, are you guys going to Lupe Tortilla tonight or what?
Oh, I forgot about Lupe Tortilla.
Yeah, I know.
why I
Brendan
brought
wants
it
to
up.
take me to some food truck wherein somebody from Pennsylvania is trying to tell me what a good taco is, which I find amusing.
I didn't. Okay. What I said was they have good tacos. That doesn't mean that I am defining culturally what a good taco is. I just enjoy their tacos.
Yeah, he's not Turner Motorsports.
I'm not capable of determining, accuracy to cuisine. It feels accurate. It looks accurate. I'm sure the preparation is accurate. It's very tasty.
Brendan's like, where's the lettuce? Where's the sour cream? Why isn't it on a hard shell?
I'm not. No.
Why can I not get a party box?
I guarantee you, I have cooked more ethnically interesting food than maybe anybody in this broadcast booth.
Bet me.
I would.
Oh God.
I would. I'll fight you. We're gonna do a DriversEye Live cook-off. This is the way.
That we should get televised. We should get that televised. No question. We're in. We're in. Let's do it.
Chef's Eye Live. We'll get some Sentinel units and just wear the cameras.
I haven't cooked my own food for about 4 years, so I won't be...
Classic Brit.
You should absolutely be involved then.
Scott just opens up a can of Heinz beans and calls it a day.
No, Scott drops down into the cafeteria.
I'm trying to come up with another way I could take this other than just making fun of English cooking, and I really can't. That's all I have left, and I'm not going to beat that to a pulp. The 44 is headed back into the paddock again. 333 is into the pit lane. This is Bruce Innovations entry. They've had a day. A couple of track limits penalties for that car, I think.
Yeah, I think 3 laps lost total.
Yeah.
Irresponsible Maths has boiled it down to just Stratus, Screaming Goat, and NFC at this point. So it just absolutely will not acknowledge the existence of the Hitman car.
I wonder what is the issue there that's preventing Hitman from being interesting.
It's giving Hitman the biggest chance of finishing second out of anyone, which is amazing. I don't know how you can have a much higher chance of finishing first, but a much lower chance of finishing second without the car that's definitely going to finish second having any chance of the win. So yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on in the background. It's not even like there's a very similar, like another Supra that's just in front of it, and therefore if a Supra's characteristics is going to win, it will be the other one. Hitman is the highest running Supra right now. Right? Not a Porsche.
Yeah.
It's a Supra, yeah. It's been a while since Hitman ran Porsches.
Hitman never ran Porsches.
They're not?
No, they had a 240.
BMW? No.
Yeah, they ran a 240 for a while.
Before BMW, they were Porsche, but... My memory is not trustworthy enough for me to...
In fact, we covered them in another series where they were running the same 240 or 235 or whatever it was.
Well, at least then they would have another BMW in front of them, although obviously a very different BMW in Screaming Goat. But no, highest running Supra right now, no chance of winning. Definitely going to be beaten by the car behind them. Unless the car behind them doesn't win, apparently. So yeah, cool. We'll have to try that. Number 153 is also given a chance at second place, which is interesting because they're running 7th, but they have just come into pit. So are we? We're halfway through an hour. Are we really getting into another round of pit stops, or is that unexpected? Yeah, that actually is unexpected by DD Autosport.
Yeah,
they pitted literally 2 laps ago. Which, again, that one was expected by the looks of things, because they'd gone from 77 through to 101. That's still a little bit early, but this one is definitely a problem, or definitely an issue.
There's
Mona are in the pits, and that is expected, I think. Still
yes.
A tiny bit
It's
early.
still a little early. 23 laps?
Yeah, most cars are going high 20s, so... But that car really hasn't been very much in contention anyway. Yeah, they've done high 20s on all of their previous stints. They've actually been pretty metronomic by the looks of things. Until now. Could we be back timing at this point? Possibly. We'll wait to see if more cars start coming in before we look into that, I think.
I got an impromptu interview here real quick. DriverSeye live favorite Glenn McGee just got out of the 333.
Hey.
How was the car? How was the stint?
The car was the best car I've had in a long time for tires being that old. So the balance stayed. It's a little oversteery at the start, but it actually leveled out perfectly. So I was very surprised at the pace. But it's all about managing traffic here. So you're never going to get a clean lap. But I was very, very, very happy with the car considering how old the tires were.
So the tires are old. Did you use those in practice yesterday, or where'd those tires come from?
No, they're new to start, but they just at the end of their life, and we ran them probably longer than most people.
And which tire is that you're using?
Always the Yokohama.
Yokohama. Okay, so are you going to need 4 sets for these 2 races, you think, or 3, or where are you going to land on tire sets?
I don't feel like the tire's wearing. Like, we had a chunking issue in practice, but it was an old tire from Sebring, and I'm very careful with the tires to make sure they're not overworked, and that's when you get the chunking when you overwork it. I felt like the tire could go the whole race, but we were afraid it would chunk at one point, so delaminate.
Gotcha. So this is the last race of the season for you. I imagine you're going to be back in action at Daytona in and around the 24 doing the Miatas, or are you doing something else?
I'm doing something else. I don't know if you guys are aware, but after Tony and I won the World Racing Lead, we went in the Super Trofeo Lambo, and we won the World Championship like a week ago in Italy.
Oh, so you actually won I was seeing clips from that. You guys actually won that whole championship thing for the Super Trofeo. That's awesome. I know you had gone a couple of years ago. You had talked about it while we were here, or when we were in VIR. And so, are you going to do a full season of that next season then, or what's the plan?
Yeah, it's going good. Tony's driving amazingly well. That car's super difficult to drive. I think we'll be the same pairing, and we'll be with Wayne Taylor Racing, partly to get into their GT3 program, hopefully. And what was great is we'll race in Europe as well, but all the teams are there at World Finals at Lamborghini, all the top factory teams. So we put on a good show there. And now I have some factory teams, the Lamborghini factory team asking me to race in Italy as a tryout year. So the past years, I broke my arm at the beginning of the year in Daytona, right? And shattered my arm. I got a bionic arm now, but at the end of the year was like a movie. It's been crazy, yeah.
Well, I know there's going to be a lot more of those Lamborghinis to go around worldwide. Now with GTE going away, there's going to be, I think, a lot more opportunity to drive those cars. So it sounds like you put yourself in a pretty good position. Are you thinking it's going to end up going that direction, or do you think you have a shot at like a GTP test?
I don't know about the GTP. It depends on the rules and everything. I'm probably a year out to being let's say everything goes great, I'd still be a year out to be a factory driver. So I'm under the team, or would be, but it'd be an evaluation. And but Tony and I are going to run. I mean, Tony's just started racing like in WRL, and he won the championship in 21, and then we won it in 22. And Jared's gone on to win 2 MX5 Cup championships. And we call ourselves the Ghost Rider Squad. So it's Merlin, Jester, and Iceman. And it's going well for all of us. I think JTR's in a really good spot right now. Now we're here with Bruce Innovations and Steve Weber and Devin Bruce. And
so I've seen it's like new for this weekend. There's all this Bruce Innovations like signage and like everything available. It's like it's become like a whole like real deal now.
Yeah, he's got a big ego or something. He just no, he's fun to work with because he understands the car. I only understand the car to a certain degree, right? And so I'll think of what I want to do on setup, and not that it's wrong, but he'll explain why it's right or wrong and go into more detail. So he's very good on setup, and I think that's why the car is so good right now.
Well, thanks for taking the time to chat with me. I know you just got out of the car. Go relax, go chill, go do whatever, and I'll come see you tomorrow too.
I want to say one more thing. When we won that world championship in Trofeo, just selfishly, so that made me the first esports world champion and real life world champion. So that was
dang, that's fantastic. And I'm trying to think through, like, has anybody else done? I don't think Jan Marnborough's done that even. And he's been doing it for a long time.
No, and I was with John in GT Academy. He was I was the American on the American side, and he was on the British side. And no, no, he's done very well in Formula cars. He races mostly in Japan.
Nowadays, yeah. He's got a movie. When do you get a movie?
I think I'm told I'm in there anywhere. I heard it was like Tobey Maguire or like Elijah Wood. The movie's like a lot different than what really happened, but some of it's, you know, dude, the whole thing was Hollywood. Like, we had Speed Vision back when Speed was a channel. We had a reality show around it, and it kind of sucked in a way because the Nissan wasn't running the show. They were letting the directors run the show, and it became like a whole drama thing. But
I ended up I watched the show when it was new because Sean Johnston lived like 45 minutes from my house. So he like lived in the little village north of the town that I lived in. So I was like, oh my goodness.
All right, Mount Shasta. Oh, I love Sean. He's great, super determined, and he was a bunkmate of mine in GT Academy, and I have a lot of respect for that guy. Super fit too. Like, he was way more fit than everybody else, I think. And no, he's still racing. I think he's doing well, and my best out to him because he's a good dude. Yeah.
I think last I checked, he was doing WRC 2 or he was doing Rally 2 or whatever, and he's ground and like he lost. You know, for me, obviously it was a bummer, but it was like he went and got sponsorship and like kept going. I was like, oh, apparently you can do that now too. So it's like really a real, like all the old people, especially, oh, that's fake. Oh, you hit reset, blah blah. But like it's a legit path at this point.
Yeah, and Sean, you know, I'm very determined and on the mark, you know, on trying to get sponsors and stuff. And Sean's super good at that. You can tell he's very heads up, and so I'm happy to see him doing very well because I think he and I were the only ones that were like straight digital, like no racing. Because like, I mean, Hagerty, I have a lot of respect for him, but he won 5 SCCA championships at the time, you know. But no, it's been great with iRacing, and they've supported me, and they've been a great partner, and it's so hard to like, you know, I was in MX5 in 2016, and then finally in 2022 came back, and the opportunity to start to snowball, you know, you just got to keep not sleeping. But no, I'm really happy with the Ghost Rider squad right now, and driving with Anthony McIntosh. He's been super fast. Like, I think one of the fastest AM drivers in the world, and working with Jared and JTR, and now with back in here in Bruce Innovation. This is my old car, by the way. This is the car.
Oh, so this is the car.
It is.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for talking, Glenn. I really appreciate it, guys. I know we've probably got some race to catch up on, but I always like talking to Glenn. He's a great guy, and we're all iRacing people. Like, we love seeing him do well.
The best guy. Yeah, we love Glenn. Hi to Glenn. It's been a minute since I've seen any of the old JTR guys, but they've had a phenomenal season. Like you said, from breaking your arm to all of a sudden, you know, winning yourself a world title over in Italy as part of the Super Trofeo World Finals. Pretty remarkable. We do have a race that's actively heating up here. This is the lead battle that we're following now. Mercedes leads BMW, leads Toyota right here through the S's. 1, 2, and 3 have all come together. We kind of thought this was going to happen this way based on who was going very, very rapidly, and it has delivered. The Screaming Goat has clawed in what was about an 18-second margin to get up to the back of that Mercedes AMG GT4. All the while, the Hitman Toyota Supra has been closing up to the back of that BMW 325i, nominally a 325i anyway. The Screaming Goat Beamer is going to show the nose here on the way into turn number 11, swings back the other way to try and get the launch off of the hairpin up at the north end of the circuit. Not able to quite get the power down the way he would have wanted there, but it's now up to a little bit of top end and hopefully some draft to aid in that as they head into the braking zone down at turn 12. You'd think this is where the Mercedes is maybe a little bit stronger with better ABS, better electronics, and actually pretty even on the way into arguably the best braking zone on the circuit. Back to the right here at turn number 13. Hitman up in the upper right-hand corner. This is the ideal camera for this battle. Let's just ride on board with this LS-powered BMW here from Screaming Goat Racing. You watch the battle for second up in the upper right, the battle for first straight ahead. Judas being listed in the car, and I have to understand, I have to know what that means. Love to know what the point of that is. good run through turn 19 there for the Screaming Goat BMW. Kind of sets himself up nicely here for turn 20. If he can get the power down well, maybe an opportunity headed up the hill into turn 1, but it's actually the opposite of that. A little wiggle out of protest from the back of the BMW, and they'll head up the hill once again to begin lap number 109. Just in the last phase of braking there, that number 29 is able to close in about a car length.
You say that the Hitman car was taking a really long look down the inside at the same moment, behind.
Maybe that was why he released the brake a little bit there, just to defend a little bit more aggressively from the super behind. I don't know that anybody's going to want to give up too much time running in this train here. It's great for us to watch, but I think eventually somebody's going to want to jump here, whether it's the 29 to get past the Mercedes or the Hitman to try and find a way past the BMW, who is in a really interesting position here, having to both defend and look for a way by that Mercedes all at the same time. Oh, the Mercedes gets balked by the Harrison Motorsports BMW, and this is the opportunity that the Screaming Goat team needed. Up the inside at turn number 11, the 123 will go out wide, but he's going to have to be careful because through is going to come the number 34 Hitman Racing Toyota Supra. They're going to drag race down the back straightaway, and all the while the Screaming Goat car should be able to build a couple of car lengths in here as the battle for second rages on behind. That was always going to be the worry if you were inside that Mercedes. Is that if one is going to get me, there's a good chance they're both going to get me. Past the, I think the Lupe Tortilla M2, it holds to the inside there and allows them both to run through, but the move is done on the brakes at turn number 12. Last of the late breakers, the answer was Hitman Racing.
Yeah, well done, really reading the traffic correctly there, and that's just one of the opportunities where you're able to plan ahead and try to use traffic as a pinch to get through.
Yeah, I mean, the NFC car was maybe a couple of yards away from not having to breathe the throttle out at turn 10. If he were just a little bit further back, I don't think he'd have caught him in exactly that spot. Unfortunately, he had to breathe out of the throttle, and that was all the opportunities Screaming Goat needed to try and get the move done. Now, this battle isn't over yet, partially because no one of these cars is that much quicker than the other, but also because over the last couple of laps, that Hitman car has actively been chasing and catching the number 29. So still the pace is there in that 34 Supra, and the battle for the lead may very well rage on here.
I don't know if you guys remember, just slightly changing subjects, back to the first hour of the race shortly after the yellow. Actually, I'm now wondering if it was shortly before the yellow, but there was a point where Stratus had dropped off the lead lap. We were talking about if a safety car came out, and at that point Racer Motors would get a lap advantage in GTU. Right now, Stratus is only about 1 minute 50 off the lead. So that means that over that period of time, they've gained significantly, 30 seconds or so at least, on whichever car has ended up in the lead. Obviously, that's been a little bit variable. But it's worth noting that Irresponsible Maths is telling us to keep an eye on that 59 car, and it is drawing closer as we get further through the race to the leaders. I don't think the rate of closure is fast enough, but I think that car's gonna, if anything goes wrong for any of these top three, that 59 car is right there to take a podium position overall.
I want to just turn our attention back to this lead battle here. Literally, as I was calling the pass first and second there, I was I turned over my shoulder and saw a blue and green jacket appear through the doorway. And a gentleman by the name of Scott Noble came up to introduce himself. Not so freshly out of the number 34, but you've spent some time behind the wheel so far today, and all things have gone pretty well so far.
I had the first two stints, so the first 2 hours, and a little full course yellow right at the first, but after that, some really clean racing and heck of a lot of cars out there, over 80 cars out there. I'm sure to slowly get less, but it's super busy. It's so great to see drivers of all types of skill set and really all types of budgets to be able to enjoy a lot of seat time. It's probably the best bang for the buck in the country to race WRL, in my opinion. It's what I recommend to a lot of people that are working their way up, all the way up to a kind of a pro level. And they're all here because there's pros driving in some of these cars too. So you get to index yourself against the best in the country and then get to drive against people that just love and have a passion for race cars.
One of the things I've kind of been honing in on this weekend is that I think there's something for everybody in the World Racing League, whether you're a young up-and-coming driver trying to get some seat time or some practice in heavy traffic scenarios, or you're just out there literally for seat time because it's good value. It's a little bit of wheel-to-wheel racing. It allows you to find a rhythm. I think there's something for everybody there.
Yeah, and I think because I raced, I've only been racing 3 years. I just kind of started in COVID when I got bored, and I said, who out there still believes in the national anthem? And it was car racing and hockey at the time. And so I got into driving the car out at the track. And then I raced SRO GT4 America 2 years ago. And then I raced Carrera Cup this last year on the AM. Obviously at a more expensive, higher end. But when I really want to learn racecraft in traffic, this is the place to be. And I just enjoy being out there with all different paces, and I have to be alert at the whole time. So it's if you haven't signed up for WRL and you're thinking about it, find a team and find a car and get a coach and get out here and have a lot of fun.
How'd you connect with Hitman? They've been around a while.
My coach is Jason Hart.
Okay.
So he knew of them, and I had a rotator cuff surgery a year ago, and I wanted to drive a car a lot easier than a cup car because my shoulder was in pain, and I needed to get in the cup. I had it done in October, and our first race was in March at Sebring in a cup car, which is very demanding. I'm like, man, I got to break this shoulder in, and the toughest part was getting in and out of the car. But we're driving a Toyota Supra, and it's and I drove a Cayman before, and it's much easier to drive.
Okay.
So Jason said, here's a safe car. The Hitman does a great job. They know how to set up the car. But for me, I needed something a little easier to drive because of my shoulder issue.
Jason Marks is absolutely taking the fight to Screaming Goat at the moment. Showed the nose up to the inside of turn number 19. Not able to get the move done, but the lead trio heads back up the front straightaway once again in the same order there. If anything, Jason may have to be a little bit defensive here against the number 123. No, they stay single file headed up the hill. Shows the nose just a touch at the apex.
But look at that. How long have we been racing now? And that's all within 1.2 seconds? That's pretty exciting.
This is amazing. We had the one full course yellow, like you mentioned, right at the beginning of the race. We've been totally green since then. Over 4 hours we've been like this. And like you say, 3 cars within a second battling for the overall race lead. Do you find yourself nervous? Or are you fully it's out of my hands, there's nothing I can do?
From here on out, I'm not nervous. The main thing I think you're wanting when you're at racing in an 8-hour race is don't make any mistakes in having your face shield nut down, which is a lap penalty. I mean, just silly things. Or passing a car underneath full course or underneath yellow, and you're like, there went the whole race, and people and drivers make these mistakes all the time, and it's hard to be fully aware. I mean, there's a lot going on in the car, and you're watching the cars in front and back, and then you see the full course yellow, and you're like, okay, where's the next flag stand while you're trying to keep up with the car? It's a lot to manage when you're out there, and we're fortunate that we have a spotter. Not everybody has a spotter. They just have mirrors. Yeah. So the spotter really helps out. It's obviously a slightly extra expense, but to me it adds safety for everybody, so that's why we do that.
We've got a car stopped on the back straightaway there. There's a white, maybe a BMW pulled off to driver's right.
Yeah.
Maybe a Lupe Tortilla.
Going into 12?
Yeah, just there in about 2/3 of the way down the back straightaway.
It's not behind the barrier, is it?
It's at the cut. So it's at a flag station it's labeled 12D, 12 Delta. And it looks very intentionally like a pull-off because of the cut there.
Yep.
Very interesting. Oh, it's got the restart. Oh, it is behind the barrier.
He's got it out of the way.
Good call, Scott.
There we go.
It's not a big mission, is it?
I don't think so. It looked not enough color for a big mission car. Is it the 157?
That would be sad in the 157.
No, that's the track. It's being written for track limits, not for being stopped there. in any case, your car is kind of the first to jump here as far as pit stops go, right on schedule according to our software here. So no surprises or no worries there. You guys were kind of the first to jump in on the Toyota Supra. This time last year, Hitman Racing showed up with the Toyota Gazoo trailer out in the paddock, and since then, everybody's kind of started to follow suit. And the one thing we hear over and over is that they are the ones that are willing to provide support. So there might be a quicker car out there, there might be a cheaper car out there. There also might not, but ultimately that Toyota is willing to come and provide a little bit of support for you guys to be a part of these weekends. They're not just kicking you out and sending you on your own. Are you feeling that level of support for the races that you choose to enter?
They were in our paddock yesterday, and then they were, when we were, I guess, practicing yesterday, I saw two guys there. I'm like, who are these guys? And they're like, well, they're from Toyota. And I'm like, man, that's pretty cool. I mean, they're paying attention. They had their, their computers out and obviously giving support. And I mean, and these Supras are, just to those that don't know, are really set up. It has probably the finest TC, easy to operate, especially if this ever got, I think they'd have a bigger advantage if it started raining or misting or something like that. But makes it so much easier to drive than the other GT4s that I've driven in the past. So it's, they've got a great package for anybody out there. And they built it as a race car. It wasn't like they converted a street car. So big difference.
Do you find obviously Jason is very, very quick in the car. Jason Marks, super quick driver, super quick and consistent in the Supra. Do you find it's equally easy for you to drive as somebody that's still kind of, let's say, learning the craft?
I mean, they're different styles, right? I mean, the Cayman drives quite a bit differently, actually. It's got fantastic braking. I wouldn't say this isn't fantastic racing, but this one just seems to be able to brake equal to the Mercedes and the Porsche. It has better center off on the exit, and seems to be more compliant as you exit the corners. And what we love about it is, it's turbo, so it adjusts to the temperature. And I mean, the Porsches would have an advantage only when it's cooler, and then we just suffered when it was warmer weather during the middle of the summer. So it's a really compliant car, and I think the biggest difficulty is people getting an allocation and getting their hands on it. That's the high demand for these cars right now.
I believe it. We know GTR is bringing one at the beginning of next year, which is, they were super competitive and taking race wins with the M4. Never mind adding the Supra to the mix now as well. You say it's different for you to drive. Do you find yourself thinking about leaning on the driver's aids, or is it pretty much just install driver and go?
No, it's not like that, because some cars will be a little more pitchy, because I drove a Boxster for 6 months. So that car is, you're really managing the pitch and y'all coming into the corners and trying to keep the momentum. It's a little bit of that in the Toyota compared to the Porsche. You're really trying to keep a little bit of momentum, and that's so much different than coming off the Cup, where you've got to keep the nose pinned down with the brakes here. You can kind of let the car roll a little bit coming into apex. So it's different, and I guess I rely on. There's a spin right there coming out.
Oh yeah, final corner. It's the Harrison Motorsports number 164.
Ooh. Yeah, he's back on the track. He's going at it.
Well recovered.
Yeah, that's a low grip exit coming out of 20.
It's the only corner we really see up close from up here, but it almost seems like it's easiest to run too deep. Then you try and haul it off the corner for track limits on the exit, and if you kick the throttle in, you still have all the steering angle in the car. It's easy to just break traction there.
Yeah,
and so quick in.
I think the beauty of WRL is they're really strict about track limits, and they're strict about not bumping into each other. And they're hardcore about it, which makes you have to go drive. And so when it was raining 2 days ago and we tested out here, you knew the slickest corners, and that's turn 20, and that was turn 11 actually on the backside there, and quite greasy, a little bit of 9. But so it's the same thing when you get out there in the dry. You can't quite mat it, and no doubt he wanted to get power down a little bit early, and it didn't work out for him, but he jumped right back in there, and there's 4 or 5 more hours to go, so he's fine.
I'll ask you one more question before I send you on your way and let you go. Enjoy the rest of the event with your teammates. What does the rest of racing look like for Scott Noble? Is there a long-term goal here? Are you trying to move up the ranks and find yourself in an IMSA type level ride, or are you just enjoying what you have access to at the moment?
The first was I raced motocross when I was young, and I raced and only up through 18 years old, but I was pro for 1 year. So I like to compete, and I like to win, and I like to have a good team, and I like to have people committed to that. So that forces you into kind of WRL and above, you know. And so we thought that the GT4 SRO was a perfect place, but it was you trade off endurance race, so kind of 30 minutes each. What I like to race is when I race with the pro, I benchmark off of them, and I actually look at every lap. And I started wanting to be 2% off Jason, then 1.7% off him, then 1.5. And if you're 1% off the pros, you can almost win any AM in any country. I mean, that's just the fast AM. They call them fast bronzes, super bronzes, what have you. So my goal is to try to be to where if we're racing the endurance race, they don't say, oh, shoot, Scott's on the team, you know. So you got to really work at it. So then we worked up to the cup because I wanted closology, and I wanted to index and benchmark myself against same type motors, so there's no BOP. And this next year, it looks like we're going to try the 24H series overseas.
Very nice. In a cup car?
No, we'll do that in the GT3.
Very nice.
So pretty serious, and series commitment there, 5 races. 2 of them are 24-hour. We started Dubai on January 15th, January 12th, actually. And then we work our way through Italy and Spain, and we do the spa, so it's going to be pretty cool. Then overall, I guess as a lifetime goal, I would like to do the Rolex 24, which is obviously a big commitment. And I just don't want to be a drag on the team. So I'm looking at it as a 5-year plan because you can't get there overnight. It's that difficult to drive a car. And motocross, you just lean the bike over when you make a mistake. You don't get that luxury here. You go into a wall or something, which I have. But they're expensive mistakes, and you got to stay healthy. And I've got a family that cares about me. So it's not everybody has that big goal. I would just say to anybody that really wants to enjoy racing, you can do some other club racing, get your license. Do get some professional coaching because it makes it safer for everybody, and then you understand the physics of the car. And you don't need many. You know, I mean, it helps every time you're out here. But if you got 5 one-day coaching sessions, it will really develop you a lot, and then you're ready for WRL. And this is as fun and the biggest bang for the buck as it gets.
If we are going to follow you next year in the 24H series, what team, what car, where do we find you?
I think it's called. This is how amateur I am. I think it's called Herbst. It's going to be a Porsche.
Oh, Herbert?
Yeah, Herbert.
Yeah. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, Jason raced with them. My shoulder was still in a sling, but I went and watched them last year in the Dubai 24. It's kind of our test of maybe we'll get here. And raced with Adam Adelson and Elliott Skier, and they took second out there.
Oh, awesome.
And so it was, it was just really cool for me to go over there. A long flight, but great experience. And hopefully we'll throw some American wins out there and mix it up a little bit, and we're excited. In the meantime, we're going to use WRL as a great tool for me to learn traffic, and it's working out really well.
I'm really excited to hear you're stepping up and doing some cool stuff next year. We'll keep an eye out for you here at DriversEye Live as well, and hopefully the viewers do as well. And actually, it's only a couple of weeks away. 5 weeks?
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Not too far. And congratulations to you guys on commentating. I mean, I know y'all spoke with them. They're going to be elevating this even more next year to where you'll have, I think, driver IDs, to where they'll have the drivers in there. It'd be great to have some driver bios because you guys know cars like nobody. I'm like, oh my God, because I watch you guys all the time. I'm like, I wish I knew cars like them. And you know the drivers and you know the team. So as just an amateur out there watching, we appreciate what you're doing for everybody, and if we can add more cameras and y'all can know the drivers and get to know the drivers and kind of what their goals are, I think it kind of just elevates the whole game for everybody and interest.
It is a challenge for us. There are 250 of you out there.
I know.
So we've got to start building our list. But the driver IDs are going to add a lot next year for us to be able to actually have some human interest and kind of meat to talk about, right? We know cars because it's really all we have at the moment. But next year is going to be a big step forward, and we're really, really looking forward to it. And kudos to everybody at WRL for kind of taking that jump. It's the right thing at the right time. So,
by far.
Scott, thanks for coming up and talking to us. Great getting to talk to you and getting to know you. And we'll keep an eye out for you in the 24H series and WRL next year as well.
All right, let's have fun.
Scott Noble out of the number 34 from Hitman Racing, Toyota Supra, joins us on DriversEye Live.
Appreciate it.
Continuing with our pit cycle in GTO, Screaming Goat is the latest leader to drop into the pits. Their pit stop lap was 5 minutes and 38 seconds, which is well over a minute longer than they've done so far. I suggest they may have changed tyres. We think, which team did we think changed tyres on the last pit stop? I don't think it was NFC, was it? No, they had a short stop. There's a team that pitted last time and had a mid 5 minute pit stop. So that might indicate, and I wonder if this is a story that Ryan can track down a little bit in the pits and start asking who needs tyres and who doesn't. I suspect if you haven't changed tyres at this point, you're not going to. We're 5 hours in, only 3 to go, so this would probably be the last round of pit stops where you would do so.
I would think so, Scott, yeah.
What it's going to mean, of course, is that Screaming Goat is going to drop away from the other cars that are pitting. So Hitman is the other, was it? No, Hitman had a, who am I thinking? Maybe it was the 766. Maybe it's a car that's dropped out of contention since. There was definitely a car that was leading the last cycle and then dropped behind because they had a long pit stop. But anyway, we're waiting for NFC to pit. They've been the team that's run the longest up until now, and yeah, I'd suggest they've got another, maybe even as much as, certainly at least 5 laps, maybe as many as 10 laps before where you would expect them to be in the pits because they're running longer. Hitman has just pitted. They did a 4:29 pit stop, which is actually relatively long for them. It's 45 seconds longer than their previous pit.
Yeah, this again maybe tires there.
Maybe driver change.
Could be, but that's not usually plus 45 seconds. That might be plus 10 or 20.
Well, this is some of the variability involved with WRL. We've definitely seen some driver changes where the driver change itself has been the limiting factor of the pit stops. I think you need to get to a point where it's not, but that's going to be slightly car dependent. If it's a tyre change, it's a very quick tyre change. If we're assuming that 5 minutes 30 is the normal tyre change out lap.
Chevy on YouTube chat can confirm Screaming Goat did change tyres.
All right, I figured. We're great guess there, Brendan. We'll make the assumption that the other team that we were looking at, and I still haven't identified it. I think it might have been the 766 that's way down the order now, so I'm struggling to even find it.
NFC is in as well, Scott.
Okay, so that's a little earlier than I would have expected.
One lap early. We also have an unscheduled pit stop for 75 AOA out of second place.
In GP3.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah.
So they had not pit that long ago.
Whatever it was, appears to have been routine. That car's, it's the yellow one, right? That car's been sent.
It yellowish oranges, yeah.
Yeah. I'm watching the 123's pit stop at the moment here. Trying to keep eyes on any crew members that run off to the opposite side. See if they do tires.
I think Race Hero is being a bit lazy with updating at the moment. It's taking quite a while for those pit signals to pop up, but so I missed that they were in the pits.
They are doing tires on the number 123. At the very least, I was going to say at the very least right sides, but I think they're actually doing all 4 down there. So this will be the equivalent tire change for that car. And like you say, this should get everybody through to the end. Screaming Goat did it late, and we did see the rear of that Screaming Goat car protesting under throttle. So I think they've taken a good bit of life out of those tires, but got 5 hours into the race before they jumped. So should be in pretty good shape to the end.
I'll certainly be interested in seeing how long this outlap is for NFC, because if it's anywhere near as long as Screaming Goats, then Hitman's going to have a pretty gigantic lead, as Hitman have just come through. Has 123 left the pits yet?
No, not yet. Still working on the right-hand side of that car.
It looks like if Hitman did change tyres, then they did it really, really quickly, and they're going to have a big lead. If they didn't, then they're going to try and make one set of tyres last the entire race, which is interesting in itself. Either way, I think they're going to have a big lead, at least for this stint.
That NFC car has still not left. My guess is they're around the left side. Now it accelerates away from its pit stall roughly halfway up the pit lane. I haven't seen Screaming Goat through as yet. Now, we've seen that car be a little bit longer on tire changes in the past.
Well, they were a minute longer than Hitman on that pit stop.
Yeah, and Hitman already came through. NFC is already on the brakes and headed up into turn number 1. I look to my right, still no sign. There is the white and orange BMW from Screaming Goat. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Ryan says it's red and orange, or red and white. Sorry. If I'm not too late here, I'm going to go try and grab myself some lunch real quick. So we'll let Ryan join the fun again. Is it pleasant down there, Ryan? Is it well on the warm side now that the sun's out? What's the sit rep out there?
I mean, it's a little warm. It's not too bad.
Fine December day in Austin.
No.
All right. Well, I'll leave you to it then.
All right, thanks. I'm going to turn myself back down here. There we go. That's much.
Yeah, that was the Scott level. You need to be back down to the Ryan.
Oh, that's the Scott level.
Well,
yeah.
The Scott Noble level. Yeah,
oh, right. Yeah. Okay. So I am on the. Yeah. All right. There we go. Perfect.
That was probably the tip level. Anyway.
Well, trying to, sold my Audi and, get rid of all my equipment and, Garage of the Americas. Anyway, love you, Tim. Happy to join everybody now that I've been down in the pit lane. Do you know, gentlemen, that the attitude in the pit lane right now, at least while I was down there, is really one of kind of wait and see. There's not a lot of people who are, urgently trying to push the car to the front, or, nobody's, really frantically doing anything. Nobody's trying to... It's, very much a cool, calm, and collected situation right now, which for an endurance race makes a lot of sense, but it's even more so than normal, I would say, and I think that reflects the caution everybody's taking while we navigate, what's quite a lot of traffic here today at Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Where, with all the screen flag running we're doing right now, there's no real need to really push right now. Just the main thing is just getting in a rhythm and, minimizing any mistakes you're making. Make sure you're not doing track cuts or, spinning or, whatever. Really keep the car underneath you. Take care of the tires. Take care of the car itself. Don't put any unnecessary mechanical stress on the car. And just build up a rhythm and, just be in that groove.
Groove indeed. I did miss it. Where are we at as far as the irresponsible math at the moment? What is the...
Well, we've just finished a pit stop cycle, so I was going to give a little bit of time for this to settle down after that, and then I was going to hit the button again.
Much like Anakin Skywalker in Star Wars Episode 2, I'm doing it now. I'm going now.
Let's hope it doesn't end up the same way.
That's true. Oh, my arm's been cut off. It takes forever to load. So, anyway. Yeah.
593 of 515 Motorsports pit in GP2. They've been having a very good fight with the Rapscallion Motorsports MX-5, the 469. Battling each other this entire stint here.
Last bullet in the gun there for Rapscallion.
Spin or something here in the final corner, turn 20, a BMW with damage. The rear bumper's hanging off as they rejoin onto the front straight here.
That's not a BMW, that is the S2000, I believe. I mean, I can see an S2000 with a bumper hanging off. It's yellow.
No. That's coming through turn 1 here. Yeah, Zach has a replay. Oh, the bumper's come off into turn 2 here and is sitting on the racetrack, just slightly off the apex here.
Oh, wow. Okay, so there's... I would venture to guess that there's been some contact. Given that the S2000 is now getting back underway, missing a headlight and the front left of its bumper. That's the 247. Oh, my goodness. And I think the headlight as they got going again, had to get over the bump to get back on the track, and the headlight, I think, getting run over by the S2000, and it sends shards of what I presume are plastic all over the racing surface right on the exit of turn 20. So everybody having to take avoiding action here to not get shards of that stuck in their tires.
That might have been the 52's bumper, as noted in race control, because yeah, the bumper was hanging off the back of what looked like a BMW that was multicolored, blue in the back. There's a bit of yellow on there, maybe red as well.
Is that the Harrison car or the other one?
Let's take a look right here. So,
all right, let's see.
Towards the back here, right here. The
yep. So I'm not. Oh, that's a Palomar car. So that's it goes from bad to worse here for Palomar.
That's not Palomar. That's a GT4.
Oh, is it? So that would be one of the.
That's one of the ACP cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that might be the new one, the G20.
And yeah, that you can see the Hera Flight S2000 exit of turn 1, driver's right, has come to a stop there. So what it looks like is the GTO car was passing the S2000, drifts over onto the racing line under braking. Looks like the S2000 just didn't really have anywhere to go there, as you know they were being chopped across there, and just gets into the back of the BMW.
Absolutely. So we'll wait to see what the stewards have to say about that. I would be pretty certain that someone's going to be penalized for that. They do a pretty good job here in WRL of making sure that gets sorted out. Of course, a no-contact series in WRL. Yeah, the 52 has just come through with no bumper on it, and that is the older style car. So they're still going, but they are sans rear bumper on that Team ACP BMW.
So it's important to note we do have a surface flag in turn 20 here, as we saw a truck coming out, I assume to inspect for any debris in that corner.
Like I had said, JT, there was that bit of the headlight basically just exploded. It has now been cleared out, frankly, by cars driving over those bits. Like, you can't really see it anymore. But that safety truck is now going up to turn 1.
Yeah.
So they'll probably be retrieving that bumper, I reckon.
Yeah, hopefully. You can see we have a truck right by the Marshall station, as well as a flatbed that's moving forward that might also come out on track as well to collect this this S2000 here. We're gonna have to see what happens.
250 comes to the pit lane. The dark green and yellow BMW.
Did we mention that Palomar car is 1 second behind the lead of GP1?
No, that is not a spot that they typically occupy, frankly, in GP1. That's a pretty stout class, and for Palomar to be running near the front is outstanding.
Is it?
Yeah, they've been running on podium contention for a while now. Keep in mind, the 522 just pit 3 laps ago.
I think they just took the lead around the outside of turn 17 and 18. If
Excellent.
Identifying bright green BMWs correctly.
Yep.
Yeah, bluish green, yeah. E36 coming through shot here.
Really rough start to the season for that.
Sorry, we're trying. What color is the choice car? Yes, okay, they did. No, they didn't pass them. They're now 6 seconds behind. Sorry, it was a different BMW. It was just that Palomar happened to lose 5 seconds on that lap.
At that time.
So the car that they were overtaking, I thought might have been Choice, but it wasn't. It would have been a different car. Yeah, Choice usually have white and red cars, right?
No, theirs are black and or blue with a little bit of a trim on it.
So
I think
totally
the second
different.
car is black with blue trim, but like mostly dark.
All right, so that gap for that race for the lead in GP1 has stretched out a little bit, but it's clearly back and forth and very, very close at the moment.
Let's see. We've run the numbers, and we're 70% confident that Hitman is going to win the whole shebang, number 34, and we're about 25 to 30-ish% confident that the 59 will win, and those are the only 2 opportunities. Second place is wide open, apparently. All kinds of people predicted for second place. But for first place, we're pretty firmly in the clutches of the 34 still.
The algorithm has been weirdly pro Stratus all day, considering that they've not really had a car inside the top 5 at any point. So, that said, the 59 car is currently less than a second behind GTR 99. That's a battle for 4th overall.
If we look at the GTO breakdown, we're at the 34 and the 29, also about the same split for the win.
See, I would not count out the 123 just yet.
123 has a 9.67% chance of coming second.
Yes, but they are always very strong in the last stint.
Nope, the computer's spoken. Pull
They
all the
are
cars
45 seconds behind, though, and we suspect Hitman changed tires on the last pit stop.
I would also remind you guys, how do WRL races end?
Sure, yeah. The algorithm certainly doesn't take that into account.
No.
Yeah, it's curious. Especially curious that for winning GTO, Screaming Goat's been given a chance and NFC is not. So,
yeah.
I have to know where that's coming from, given there's a 33-second gap between those two cars right now.
I wonder if there's just a strategy play that it just thinks that they're going to have to make one additional stop or something like that. There's a lot of cars that can come second, but like the first place cars, it's like, no, there's only 2.
Yeah, I assume it knows that Hitman takes shorter, has on average shorter pit stops. So therefore it's...
Yes.
There's a minute 17, well, there's 45 seconds back to NFC and a minute 17 back to Screaming Goat. And where are those two teams going to find that time if it's not in the pits?
Right.
Now I'm questioning myself. I think actually NFC marginally has the shorter pit stops actually, but there's really not a lot in it. They have the last pit stop will have kind of ruined that average, although it's a bit of a false. It's a bit false because that last pit stop, we're pretty sure, involved a tyre change that they won't have to do again. So that may be where that's coming from, that it's going to be difficult for them simply because of the length of pit stop they have, but Screaming Goat's pit stops are all longer. So, curious. We'll see how that develops. Meanwhile, Stratus has had a bad lap there and dropped 6 seconds behind GTR 99. GTR 99, by the way, are a minute 45 off the podium, which is that final podium position currently held by Screaming Goat Racing.
Jens, when was the last time we ran an ad? We run an ad?
Yeah, it's been a minute.
All right. It's only been a minute? Okay, never mind.
Metaphorical minute.
Oh, okay, so we should run one.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, cool. Well, we're going to take a little break here while Brendan eats his nachos, which were slightly different from mine. I'm sure everybody else is going to have a snack and a restroom break, so we'll be right back here on the DriversEye Live radio and video network from Circuit of the Americas.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Welcome back to DriverSeye Live here at WRL's final weekend of the season here at Circuit of the Americas. Got about 2 hours and 40-ish minutes left to go here until they will be closing down the track and opening up a winter wonderland, which is really fun to navigate when you're trying to leave the track. Really fun. It's a lot of fun. But number 14, second place in GP1, takes to the pit lane. Their spot a little bit further down. They were using the board to call the driver into the pit lane an hour or so ago. So hopefully they've got whatever radio issue that might have been sorted out. But the crew is prepared for what looks like a routine stop. So they're going to fall down the order. That's going to promote the 701 into second position here in about 30 or so seconds. The 522 of Choice Racing still in the lead. The 511 is in the garage, as well as the 51. Like, all three Choice Racing cars are here, but they're all in various states of being... Oh, and the 51's on track, too. They're all in various states of being fixed or rebuilt or something. I'm not entirely sure what was going on. But Will Choice, I think, has started to take the Dan Binks strategy of being interviewed in the pit lane, where he just says really inappropriate things so that I won't turn the mic on. And if that's his goal, it's working really well. But that's a Dan Binks strategy all the way. So
522's doing well.
It is. 522 is doing excellent. I don't know who's driving it, given that I see Will wandering around the paddock, and then I also saw Bill working on the 51. So I don't know what the driver situation is, because usually it's just the two of them in the 511. It's Will and his dad, and then now they've got a bunch of cars here. So hopefully I'll get to the bottom of what the actual driver split situation is. The 111 is going to try to make a pass on the 82 here down into turn 1. Don't believe that is for position. It is not. Yeah, they're about 25 seconds or so back from the GTR 99. They're a lap down as well at the number 111. Usually a contender, and so that's something to talk about here, gentlemen, is the national championship for GTO, I believe, currently being waged between the 99 and the 111. I believe the NFC car as well, the 123. But the 99 and the 111, both a lot further down the order, I think, than they would prefer in order to get the championship all taken care of.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the points yet to see how it's all playing out in terms of... I can't remember if there's any drops or anything, and how that's going to affect how the results are.
I believe there is drops, and we had figured out... Oh, that was just for the East, though, right? That Brendan and I figured out what the was. Yeah, and I think you were helping, too. So we'll have to look into that.
That's a Sunday thing.
That's going to be a Sunday thing, that's true. I think we should at least tonight try to figure out where the drop might be. And then going into tomorrow, we'll have a concrete answer as to how many points are needed by either car. I do believe that they both control their own destinies at this point. I don't think it's a they need help situation. Not so much, anyway.
Just as important, how is our championship doing?
JT, I'm going to be real with you. We haven't been doing that. If you would like, I can tabulate that at the end of the season, and we'll find out.
We stopped doing per race ones, but we also picked season-long ones.
Well, we did. We absolutely did do that. And I can get to the bottom of that probably even tonight, because I definitely still have that saved on Google Drive, what the overall season championship situation was. In fact, I think I might be able to pull that up here. I'm going to do, this is like they do on podcasting, live Googling, but this is live Google Docs-ing instead of live researching, basically.
Just to be clear, the national championship picture is best 14 finishes. Best 14.
Best 14.
Okay. 14.
All right.
That is a lot easier than saying there are 10 drops.
Yes, that's very true.
Or however, like I said, 12, 13
yeah,
races.
so,
Anyway, yeah, it's best 14 finishes. NFC is more or less out of it at this point. It's going to end up being the 111 and the 99 in GTO.
Okay.
So you're right in saying here that a good... I think that the 111 will have completed enough races that if it finishes 6th or 7th or somewhere a little further down the order, that a bad finish won't hurt it necessarily. But a good finish for the GTR 99 could help.
Oh boy. So, let me see what the live timing situation is.
Moorhead appears to have locked up the GP1 National Championship. GP2 appears to be firmly in the hands of Harrison Motorsports. And GP3 appears to be pretty firmly in the hands of Open Throttle Racing.
Okay, so if Moorhead has locked up the championship, then JT wins the GP prediction by a lot. By a lot. Yeah, he's smoked everybody.
These are our internal predictions.
Internal predictions. Yeah, exactly. Joseph and JT picked the 58. I'm pretty sure the 59 is the points leader.
Let's take a look at GT. Where is the GT point? There it is. 59 is the leader by 12.
Oh, okay. So you and I picked the 59.
Right.
Scott picked Racer Motors.
Classic Scott.
He also picked an English car for GTO, so that's not... Oh, no, we picked it for him because he wouldn't answer. That's right. Yeah, okay. So Scott lost. We're just going to delete Scott from the ledger here. He doesn't exist. Sorry.
No, leave him on.
Okay, cool. Will Choice picked the GTO 99 for his season-long prediction. Because that was we were going to have
the guests
we're going to pick. But then we got a little deep into the season. I was like, well, now it's easy to tell. Like,
Sure, no, you got to cut it off somewhere.
Chad Moorhead said that the 111 was going to win GTO.
I mean, these are the...
And he also said the yellow one was going to win in GTU.
59.
Yeah. So we got a sweep here on for the 59. We got a substantial number of people pick that correct.
Everybody except for JT, right?
JT and
Joseph. Serves him right.
And Joseph doesn't pick it right either. So,
hey, it's not over yet.
Brendan picked a Supra, which means he would not win if Thunder Bunny wins because JT actually picked the 111.
More specific, yeah.
Yep.
At the time, it was looking good for the 118, but they didn't end up finishing out the season.
Right. I picked Porsche because I was picking later and I wanted to have interesting picks.
You picked a Porsche in GTO?
I picked a Porsche in GTO. Yeah.
Did not.
That's not gone well at all.
What is the highest placed Porsche here?
Not great. I think part of it was they had just announced that they were going to do...
Pinnacle, 727, 14.
That's right. The Pinnacle was running good, and then they also had Thunder Bunny was running that Porsche as well.
Well, the 170, but they were...
Yeah, the 170, but it was like not... Right, yeah. So, but Pinnacle had a couple of good results at the back end of last season.
They did.
So
yeah,
that car
kind of came alive.
Yeah. So I was pretty happy with picking up Porsche. That was fun. Everybody had already picked, the easy.
Yeah, sure. That's why I went with those Supra, because I was like, well, I don't want to be, completely opposite here. But, maybe Hitman has a good season. Maybe somebody else buys a Supra. It turns out lots of people bought Supras and had good seasons. But 111 just had more good races than everybody else.
So JT held the faith. So JT, it's down to you versus Joseph versus Will Choice for the GTO championship here. And Brendan by extension, but kind of a cop-out way for Brendan to be...
That wasn't a cop-out. That was a strategy move.
Kind of,
Why do you hate me?
Oh, no, you can't win. No, you can't. Because it is either going to be...
I'm out. Because if the 111 wins...
We got an 000.
Yeah, car just went wide under braking there into 12.
I have a question. Now that we're all kind of in the same place as track limits are concerned, has anybody noticed that the white lines are wider on some of the corner exits?
Yes. But for WRL, it's any part of the tire touching any part of the white.
No, I understand that. But my point is that the white lines are like double width. So they've taken
Formula One.
Yes, I was going to say they make it so that they can make judgment calls in Formula 1. That's 100%.
But you can make judgment calls if the track is, if the white line is 6 inches wide instead of a foot, or
it's not a judgment call thing. It was to give them a little bit more track limit there.
What difference does a foot make?
I thought it was better visibility.
I highly doubt that. Maybe to delineate between the curb and the actual racing line, I can see that making the visibility better. Because if you're trying to find where the line is versus the curb, it is kind of hard to tell. So I buy that.
Like the late afternoon.
Yeah. Okay, I kind of buy that. All right.
So it's for visibility for the marshals, is what you're telling me?
Yes, that was my understanding.
Which then does, in effect, give them a little bit more track space, obviously.
I mean, yeah.
It was fully explained on the broadcast. I can't remember what I thought the explanation was the drivers wanted a few inches more there, and they caved.
Why?
That's a very FIA move.
If what we're doing is giving drivers more, that is a ridiculous concept. I'm sorry, they took it away from them in Qatar and didn't care, and then just gave them a few inches back in COTA to be nice. Like what? It's the track, man. Just drive the track. I don't understand why we keep changing tracks. The track is what it is. Just drive it. Just drive it. We have so overcomplicated this.
I'm not the one writing the checks. Unfortunately, Home Slice that owns the Braves is writing the checks. So,
I don't know why we can't just put a strip of grass where we want them to not drive. But...
Well, they've done that by doing the green stuff instead. Because I think after that Silverstone where the artificial turf got tore up a few years ago and caused problems for people, I think they got away from wanting to have, because it's hard to do real grass on that little
cobblestones or something.
We absolutely have the technology to do this. we can solve this problem.
I agree. No, I agree with you, Scott. But what I'm saying is, I think they're scared of the grass, and that's why they do the green bit on the outside of the curb.
Yeah, but the green bit's it's not slippery.
Pavement. Yeah, it's
I know, but you can see it.
It's not about seeing.
No, that doesn't drivers are going to drive it on it.
There. Look at Red Bull Ring. You've got drivers braking on the curb.
You know what they should make the curbs for Formula 1? The same curbs that are on the outside of Canada Corner at Road America.
The giant. They did that at Red Bull Ring, and everybody complained because it was tearing suspensions apart. I agree. It's the track. Drive it. If it's going to break your car, I'm sorry, don't use it.
Or build your car better.
Or do that.
Nothing says that you can't build the shocks sturdier so that doesn't happen. There's no rule against
that. Listen, you wouldn't do that if 95% of the season doesn't have those curbs.
That's fine. You don't use the curve. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'm also of the same opinion that the people that complain that we just had a Thursday night, or we just had a Monday night game, and now we have to do the short week to do the following Thursday or whatever for football. Quit complaining. You have 54 people on your roster. Oh, well, those guys aren't any good. Tough. I don't care.
Is this an early pit stop for Renegade Racing, the 88?
Yep.
Looks slightly early. They've been having a very good fight on track with, I believe, the Aston Martin of TLM.
JT bailing us out again.
Yeah, absolutely. That's JT's job. That's what he's here for.
Okay. Gonna get back into the swing of things here.
Yeah.
So, Screaming Goat has kind of ceased to make meaningful progress on the leaders here.
Are you saying that forward progress has stopped? Are you declaring that he is down at the 8-yard line as opposed to the 12?
What I'm kind of getting at here is they gave up a lot of time during the tire change, and it was always going to happen that way. But the hope would be that you can be better on new tires than everybody else around you is. And it kind of seems like it's not really the case. And now they're just kind of sitting there a minute and 19 seconds back without any of the advantages that car would normally have. We know Hitman has fast drivers into the end, right? Jason Marks, Jason Hart. NFC Motorsports is typically, saves Aaron Povaledo to the last stint. And he is super, super quick in the Mercedes. The 29 by rights ought to be up there, but is just kind of stuck too far back, it feels like, to really do anything
on the DRS range
with Sure. The caveat to that is they're on the lead lap, and if they get a full course yellow, they're right back in it.
Right.
What's happened is that over 5 hours, those 3 cars proved that they were basically exactly the same speed because they all came into the pits at exactly the same time from the same place on the track. They all seemed to change tyres, but Hitman did it about 30 seconds quicker than NFC, who did it about 30 seconds quicker than Screaming Goat. Those became the gaps on the track, and now once again, those cars have all resumed being exactly the same speed.
Yeah.
So nothing surprising at all. It's actually really not helpful for us because it's super boring to talk about.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying.
We're going to have to wait.
It's like nothing is going to change because those cars didn't have anything to choose.
Based on 5.5 hours, yeah, the only thing differentiating these 3 teams is how long it took them to change tyres.
Yeah. Which, I mean, is pretty remarkable in its own right.
It really is for WRL, yeah.
I mean, for anything. Like, that is remarkable that you... this is the BOP IMSA wishes they had.
This is not BOP. These are technical regulations.
That's my point.
The 157
I don't think IMSA wishes they didn't have BOP, but
I wish they didn't have BOP.
We all wish they didn't, but I don't think they wish they didn't.
Power to weight. Your car weighs 1050 kilograms. You get 650 horsepower.
I would counter with power to weight and unlimited regen. I'll get back out on that soapbox again.
It's a spec unit though,
and then you're ignoring it.
You do have unlimited regen. Other than the size of it, as a spec unit.
Are you sure? They don't do the same thing F1 does, where it's like, well, you can actually only it's a 4 megajoule battery, but you can only regen 2 megajoules per lap.
Yeah, they do.
I don't know what the spec of the unit is, but
I'm pretty sure they have a regen limit, just like everybody else does. Oh no, that's not. No, IMSA does the stupid combined fuel thing. That's what it is.
That is a sporting regulation for LMDH. For hypercars in general.
That's not a GTP thing?
It's everything. They all do
GTP also does it.
GTP does it. Hypercar, both hypercar.
I don't think GTP does because everyone's running the same hybrid unit.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay,
I'm saying,
Okay.
Scott is saying what I was saying, that there is no regen limit because everybody's just running a spec
but
unit.
do they do the silly fuel fake?
No,
we have to like
every car that runs in the top class in Le Mans and IMSA does it. That is a rule across everything.
That's
sure,
yes.
But it's invisible in IMSA because everyone's running the same unit, I think. Like, we don't see it.
It's invisible in WEC, too.
No, it's not.
They show it on screen a lot, and it does matter from car to car because they're all using different hybrid units. Or most
sure. Yeah, but you just have your energy allowance. And you're either at 100% or you're at 0%.
Right, but energy that you regen should be free. That's like good for you. You're regening energy.
Of course that's the case. They're double punishing you otherwise, but... Anyway, how long are we away from a pit stop cycle, do we think?
Scott is desperate.
Scott, if you look at the, if you click on an individual entry, Scott, on the timing page, like if I click on the 34, it says pit expected in 11 laps.
Is that how you're doing it?
I was wondering where you guys were getting that information.
No, just use the drop-down menu.
I mean, you do that too, but like, I do
pit.
gap to leader, and then if I'm curious, I just click on one.
I am on laps until pit on this is our background monitor that our boy Joseph's nicely built out for us. It shows us anything basically we ask it to. I am on laps until pit almost.
All right, so we're halfway through a pit cycle. So despite the fact that this is extremely predictable right now, if nothing else changes, I'm going to hit a responsible mouse anyway and see if it agrees.
My guess is it's, if anything, the 34 is just increasing its likelihood of winning.
My guess is it's going to tell me that 59 is going to win because that's what it's done all race.
They're too far. They're a lap down. I was going to say, I think the 99 starts to look at potentially getting onto the podium.
The 99 is never too far behind. Never.
Well, because if the 29 is losing a bunch of time in the pits, which now they're not doing the tire change. So
no, that's over. They're just going to throw fuel at it and send it.
Right, but the 99 is going to start to claw back that minute in the bit. They're behind the 29.
It does. It correctly, I believe, predicts. It's giving the 34 only a 52% chance of winning. Versus versus 44 for the 123 and only 4% for the 29. But that feels right, except that the 123, Irresponsible Mouse thinks they're going to find 45 seconds from somewhere. It's giving them a pretty good chance of winning. So I'm not sure I'm feeling that, but it's interesting. So there must be something with the raw pace of that car that isn't super obvious right now. I don't think they've really been clawing that gap back at all since the pit stop. Kind of hard to tell. 24s, 25s, and 26s. Basically exactly what Hitman's been doing. Their pit stops are slightly shorter on average, I think, other than the tire change pit stop. Yeah, we'll have to see how that develops. The maths don't support Screaming Goat making a big comeback as we sit right now.
So we are. We're speaking in GTO specifically here. We are not all that far away from a round of GP2 pit stops.
Yep.
For the 2 leaders.
Well, RRT just came in. They're second place in GP2.
Did they?
Yes.
It says they're doing in 7 laps.
They just came in, I assure you.
Very interesting. That is early.
Drama. Well, they were having pickup issues at one point.
They were also going substantially quicker in this last stint, which is where I was getting to. That the margin to Rapscallion had closed down to 44 seconds. And that was done almost entirely on track in the last stint. I don't know where that margin was at the beginning of this stint, but regularly that car has been in the high 2 minutes 30 bracket, whereas the Rapscallion car has been down in the 241s, 242s. And it's brought that 721 car with still a loose left rear bumper cover, by the way.
Yep.
Very, very much in contention now up in GP2.
Yes, dose.
Yeah, so let's... it is early, but again, that could just as well be a driver going more quickly, using more throttle, therefore using more gas. You tend to have that. Be interesting to see if they can do it on one more stop. 2 hours 19, I would think so. For a GP2 car?
Yeah, one more stop, yeah.
Yeah, this plus 1.
Yep.
Rapscallion will almost certainly need 2. So, yeah, let's keep an eye on this GP2 lead battle here. This shaping up to actually give us something to really watch here. The 593 and the 164 also in the midst of a closing gap. The Harrison Motorsports car just 36.5 seconds behind the 515 Motorsport entry.
Yeah, but look at the pace difference.
Well, I know. That's why I'm saying it's a closing gap. It's last lap it was 11 seconds in a lap.
Yeah,
I don't know, Zach.
Harrison's having to catch up from what happened earlier, the unscheduled pit stop.
There it is.
Good job, Zach.
Chose the wrong moment to step away.
I wasn't going to say that over the broadcast.
Oh, I was. I'm not putting anybody under the illusion that we are. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who Judas is.
It's you. You just stabbed him in the back.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the name on the screen.
That's why it's appropriate.
No, Judas didn't stab him in the back. He got money out of the deal. Would I throw my producer under the bus for money? Actually, probably not.
Yes.
But no. We're not pretending here. This is stretching the bounds of what we have access to here. We're doing a great job.
Zach's doing a great job. We're doing a mediocre job.
Doing a phenomenal job. Zach is doing such a good job that he decided to leave. He said, "I'm better than this. I'm better than those people," and he just got out.
Well, he can walk away, and it's still doing the heavy lifting.
That's true.
Zach works on race control now, dude.
Is that true? Competition director? Is that what I heard?
I don't think he's a competition. It's some timing adjacent
thing.
He's only what it was. I forgot what the actual title was.
Right.
He's a big shot now. That's all you need to know.
Yep. Tell the guy one time you can't fly him to Daytona, and that's it. He's out.
It's like, all right, you won't see me for 6 months.
I probably told him multiple times I couldn't fly him to Daytona.
I mean, given his flight situation that day anyway, he would have had a hard time.
Yeah, I told him that too.
He's suspiciously... Oh, we're still on Discord, huh? Like I say, he's real silent about this right now, but we're on Discord.
He could speak on Discord. He said I could have done it anyway.
That's true. He gets to Daytona. All right, well, here I am. Cram into the command structure of the media room there, up on the tower within the tower.
I'll tell you what, it's toasty up there, man.
Yeah?
It was warm.
It's all the brain power working underneath you.
Looking forward to going back to Daytona with the World Racing League next June.
Oh, yeah. Juan.
You might, I don't know, maybe you go to that one.
Yes.
Let's see.
I'm in. I will not be going back to hooligans, though.
No.
I'm out on hooligans.
was kind of out on Daytona. Sorry, Jordan.
We've lost Jordan.
I think so.
No, Jordan muted himself.
Nice. Smart.
Oh, no, I'm here.
Okay, all right, there you go.
You guys started talking about food an hour ago. I had to start cooking.
Wow, somebody here is cooking. Unbelievable. I'm impressed.
Pasta.
There you go.
Oh, nice. Got a carb load for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are you streaming tonight, Jordan?
No.
This takes a lot out of you, man.
It really does. And we get to do it all again tomorrow.
All again. All excited. Jordan, what do you usually order when you go to Hooligans? Because I don't know if I ordered the wrong thing or if I just don't like it.
There's no right thing to order at Hooligans.
What did you get?
What did I get? You got a patty melt, and I got...
Yeah. You get a chicken wrap of some sort?
Yeah,
No.
see, there's your first mistake. You strayed away from the wings.
Oh, are they
Oh, so
good?
it's the wings. Okay.
Yes, it's that's what it's known for. If you stick to the wings, you're gonna have a good time.
Okay, got it. Cool. I was happy with the whiskey selection.
Yeah. Oh, well, the bar's good.
Was I? Yeah, I ended up getting something nice.
This is why nobody likes Daytona. Anyway.
Yeah, anyway. Anywho.
Go to Sebring instead and go
Don't
to
do that.
Dimitri's.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, Dimitri's. We're going to get a $4 blue drink.
They were playing football down there last 3 weeks ago.
I
Friday
want to
night.
go. I want
Yeah.
to go to the Sebring. Like, we should make that a thing.
The Blue Streaks, I think they are.
Where if you get out of... If they close the track at like 5, it's like mandatory all WRL entrance. Like they give out the helmet stickers at the football game.
I unironically believe that one of the best opportunities WRL has ever had was the trunk or treat.
Yes.
During Halloween weekend last year. I wasn't a participant, but I was told that genuinely they thought they got about 2,000 people in.
I'm sorry that you didn't have anything to give away at the time.
They ran out of candy at one point, didn't they?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it's too bad that somebody didn't have magnets in their backpack to give away.
Kids can't eat magnets.
They're not supposed to eat
Oh, they
them.
can
They're
try.
supposed to come on their
They can try.
What are you
Scott,
talking
are you
about?
talking about your students?
My students are a little bit old for that sort of thing, but it does sound like something they do, yeah.
So those opportunities only come up every now and then, and yeah, it'd be cool to work something like that into the Peppermint Parkway, right? You got WRL here on a race
It
weekend.
specifically says on the Peppermint Parkway that you're not supposed to stop. You're supposed to do 3 miles an hour, though.
Could you not hand a candy cane through a moving car window?
So when I used to do parades, in my
Or let
hometown,
people walk, like open the paddock for a little while?
when
park and walk?
I did parade stuff in my hometown, they were very particular that for whatever reason you could not throw candy. It had to be handed.
What?
Because it was a safety thing. You can't throw candy at kids. You have to hand it.
Anymore.
You have to hand
Anymore.
it to them anymore. Yeah.
When did that change? What changed in candy that all of a sudden now it's a problem?
It was
to throw candy?
like, I don't know, probably 2010 they started saying that. Yeah.
In California?
All in my town and the towns around it, yeah.
Ooh.
Cannot throw candy. Have to hand it.
That's
Littering laws, man.
Do you have Halloween parades? Is that a thing that you have?
No, but we do Christmas parades, 4th of July parades.
Sure. Can't throw candy then either.
No, rodeo parade. Can't throw candy during that.
In our part of Pennsylvania, Halloween parades are a big thing.
I live near Anoka, Minnesota, which is the Halloween capital of the world.
I believe, no, Salem, Mass is.
Bet me. Halloween capital of the world.
I mean,
Anoka.
maybe that's
Define
a self-claimed
world.
title.
The Earth.
Yeah, I
TM.
don't believe that's how they define world in that. If that's what
Believed
they're
to be the first city in the United States to put on a Halloween celebration
No,
to
no.
divert its youngsters from Halloween pranks. So it's just a distraction.
Yeah.
This is just a self-claimed title.
They go
They
all
all
out for it.
are.
Welcome to
Yeah, that's
America.
true. That's very true. They all are.
Apparently, the
So-
self-reading homework here is 1937 Halloween in Anoka, Minnesota. I am not reading it, but apparently that is what you are meant to read. I don't
If
know what
I
happened
may-
in 1937. You may
If I
not.
may spare the
You may
paddock
not.
for just one moment from
You may
this
not.
Please.
highly relevant conversation, Montgomery Motorsports was reeling in the 701 from round 3 racing for second in GP1 this stint. Got basically within a second here when they came to pit lane for their, I believe, a scheduled stop. They unfortunately lost quite a bit of time earlier for having to pit a second time for something unscheduled. Unclear what for, but that has put them a little bit back in the category of having to make up time in GP1. So you still have the 522 from Choice Racing lean out front. Round 3 Racing didn't necessarily have the same pace as either of those two cars, but has just been consistently staying out of trouble, running relatively solid laps, and has put them in a really good position here for a good podium shot today. Spinning out of turn 11, Matt Connerly, GTO.
Yep. That 235 from Montgomery has been sent and rejoined the race. At this point, whatever little issue they just had, I think is relatively minor.
Yeah.
I think your day has to be considered a success if you're in that Montgomery car.
I would agree.
For the issues that they've had with getting that car reliable, keeping it reliable, you would have to look at a day like today that has been relatively error-free and issue-free. Even for whatever what just happened was minor in the grand scheme of things. I think you look at today as overall a success for that car and that team. Very deserving group of people as well. I really enjoyed the chance to get up or to see Montgomery Motorsports here in the field and catch up with them. Jay Tompkins, Sean Moffitt, Kevin Hosier, James Boyd, listed against at number 24. I remember, I think it was Jay. Was it Jay and Kevin? Just Jay. Came up to the booth at Barber and were just cooking. And then they got into the booth with what they thought was going to be air conditioning. And the booth at Barber is just a glass case.
Yes.
Is
it like the VIR one?
Oh, it's so much worse.
It's worse. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's so much. You're going to love it, Brian. You're going to love it. It's going to be like 80% humidity.
I don't care. That's fine.
It's going to be, I don't know. It's usually not that hot that time of year. Usually it's in the high 70s, right? Pleasant. But that part of the track faces east, so the sun comes up, and you are just, from hour one,
nice,
like you're in a convection oven. It's so bad.
Love it.
But great facility. Love the people. Just wish the HVAC worked a little better in the commentary booth, that's all. Can't really run a fan in there either because it's so small. The noise just kind of echoes.
Nice. It's good. So we're going to leave the door open, is what I'm saying.
Can't do that because race control is right next door. That's round 2 of the 2024 World Racing League season.
It is.
We'll begin our season at Eagles Canyon and then head straight to Barber.
That's right.
One of my favorite events on the calendar.
And you're not going to be there.
It's not working out for me this year.
You're making me go.
You volunteered.
That's true.
You said you wanted to do all of the WRL races.
And then I'm not going to do that either.
No, but there's reasons for that. Instead, you're going to go back and forth to Miami 4 times.
Yeah, I'm out on that too.
Jordan, you want to go to Homestead?
Sure.
Hey, I saw your track tour of Homestead, by the way. Super impressed. Incredibly high production value.
Yup.
Big fan. If we could get a few of those
what Brendan's used to, yes. We're very high production.
Hey, no, it was also filmed on an iPhone. We're in the same wheelhouse.
We're right there. It's good.
Yeah. Or, I don't know, a phone of some description. I don't know if it was an iPhone.
Yeah, it was an iPhone.
Right. If we could get some of those done for more WRL venues, I think we could throw them into various parts of the race.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Get Zach on board and just playing those out.
Well, Zach's not going to be here.
Oh, that's right.
Just for half the year.
We're going to have to convince, what's his name, from SRO to play Jordan's.
Oh, no.
He has shadow produced.
Okay,
so he knows exactly what he's getting
that's
himself into.
that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine.
Can I interest you in some race talk?
Absolutely, especially if it's
JT,
about
when did JT develop an English accent? When did this happen?
So, front of GTO, I figured out what it looks like the storyline's going to be. At least what Irresponsible Mass thinks the storyline's going to be. It's boiled this down to it's either going to be the 34 or the 123. But
Yes.
weirdly on face value, it's giving 70% chance to the 123, which is currently 42.5 seconds behind. The reason is because it's pretty sure they've got one fewer pit stop to make.
Interesting.
It says that there's a basically a 50-50 chance that the 34 has to make either 3 or 2 pit stops, and it's saying the 123 almost certainly only has to make 2. 90% chance.
That's
going to be the storyline, especially because whatever, if Hitman has to make an extra pit stop, it's only going to be a splash. So that 42 seconds, is that enough of a gap to cover that splash?
I don't think that math is correct.
You think?
So if Hitman is doing in 4 laps, that will take us down to about an hour 58 remaining. And from there, if it's doing 28 to 29 laps on a tank, there isn't any reason it couldn't go more than an hour.
Okay.
Right? If we're under 2, it's going to take 2 stints shorter than an hour to get home. Or in order to force a 3rd pit stop. And I just don't see that happening.
So it's been doing 29 lap stints, I think?
It says it's done 25 and it's doing in 4. Yes, is what it's telling
29.
me.
Okay, so yeah, and at 2 26-minute lap times, that's way over an hour.
Yeah, exactly.
So irresponsible maths is just rushed maths.
Incredibly irresponsible. I mean, it's not rushed, but it is incredibly irresponsible.
Or is it AI analyzing previous results where 123 has made monster, last 2 hour pulls back to the front?
Sorry, which car has?
The 123. Yeah.
Well, we're specifically questioning the bottom graph on irresponsible maths, which shows how many pit stops are remaining, and it's giving the 34 car a pretty good chance of having to do 3 stops, which just, as Brendan says, doesn't seem right.
Now, the caveat to that is, yes, there is still a substantial difference between those 2 cars. Right now, it stands at about 6 laps between how far the 34 can go and how far the 123 can go. So theoretically, the 123 is going to pick up a little bit of time on the pit stop by virtue of having to put less fuel in on its final stop.
Yes.
So there is some time to be gained from that, but the margin right now stands at 43.5 seconds. And, I mean, that is more time than really any car stands stationary in a full tank of fuel. So I'm intrigued by it, but if you're going to present something to me, irresponsible math, that's the computer, then I'm going to follow up, and I just don't. The follow up doesn't check out.
No, I think you're right. I think we know that there's clearly a difference in the length of the final stop, but the number of stops to be made is going to be 2 for both cars. There's not really any way that will be any different.
I will say this. The 29 is kind of caught in no man's land here because it's slipping a little bit further back from that lead battle. And it's out a decent ways in front of the GTR 99 number 111 battle, which is not something that we've really set the stage for. But inside of these final 2 hours, these are kind of the stalwarts, right, in GTO in the World Racing League. And if nothing else changes, they're going to end up scrapping for a position off of the overall podium, but it's going to be one heck of a fight nonetheless. Right now, the margin 12.3 seconds between the M4 and the Supra.
For some reason, irresponsible maths gives the 111 and the 99 an equal shot at 3rd place with the 29 car. I don't see myself how they're going to close that gap.
The script does take into account pit stop length.
Yeah.
So it is possible that maybe they're just having shorter stops in the Screaming Goat car, but that would be the only way I see it getting there.
Doesn't really check out on Race Hero, other than the last one, which was very slow, the Screaming Goat. Otherwise, all 3, essentially the 3 previous pit stops were exactly the same length as GTR's 3 previous pit stops. The only one that was longer was the last one, which was the tyre change.
Yeah. A GTR is in.
That's early.
2 laps.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
But they'll be in the window here, for sure.
Window is fully open.
They're in it. Not closing that window.
They're in the window.
Yeah.
They're not on either side, they are in it.
You ever just be in a window?
Can you
God.
be in a window?
What else would you call being in between the window and the window sill? Like if you're between an open window, if you're between the open part of the bottom of the window and the window sill, what else would you call that?
Are you climbing out of the window?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would that not be in the window?
You're in the window,
yeah.
Is that the image I'm supposed to have when someone says that?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Someone climbing through a window.
The window's open, and then you're in it, and then you're out of the window.
Out of the window, yeah.
And then the
You're
window's
either
closed.
in it or you're out of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
157 pitting again.
I'm my brain's struggling.
Yeah.
Just speak the Monarch's English.
The 34 is in.
Oh, spun car on. Oh, it's an MPO 1 spun on the exit of turn 12. It's neither of the Stratus cars.
The 59 has just pitted. The 34 has pitted.
I said that.
Means
Oh, okay.
it must be the Racer Motors car because the Ageless Bio car isn't running. So hopefully, it did look like just a simple spin. So hopefully that car will get going again.
Yeah, they're having a rough day.
Yeah.
It started out so promising too.
Well, it really did. They led for a while.
Yeah, they got no bullets left in the gun because they had a strong run from both of their GP cars.
Oh, they're Stallion cars?
Yeah.
Yeah, those cars are
Still are.
They're so good.
Well, one of them was in the pits or in the paddock for a while.
The 135,
Yeah.
the red one.
And it
Or,
still
no,
is.
sorry, the green one.
Yeah, green.
No. Yeah.
So they're back to one bullet in the gun here.
469 is green. 135.
Yeah, and that's still leading. Our RT has been slowly catching up this stint.
So has that kept up as the 57 heads back out on track? Has that kept up since the last cycle of pit stops?
Yes.
Yes.
It should be 18 seconds. It was 42 before.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
However, it should be noted, Rapscallion definitely has a longer stint length than our RT.
So I think I mentioned this at the time. They're both in a window where they only are going to have to make one more stop. I think even at 20 laps remaining for our RT, they're going to be well inside.
They're both in a window? How are you fitting two people in a window?
No, they're both
It's
in
a
their
big
own
window.
They're
Have you
both
seen
in
the
their
size of
own
that
window.
window?
They're both in their own window. The panes are next to each other.
Oh, that's their own windows. Yeah. A bay window
Okay.
almost.
Yes.
Yeah. That would be 3 at least.
Right.
Yeah.
But those don't necessarily open. I'm thinking about the double windows that you have like in your front room.
All right. So unfortunately, 515 is in pits. That is unscheduled.
That's number 593.
Yeah.
Petition, by the way, if you run a team with a number in the team name, please consider making your car number the same as the team name.
That is my biggest pet peeve on iRacing, that people don't do that.
I mean, to some degree on iRacing, you don't really have control over that, right?
Well, they have such a random number in the team, no one's going to take that number.
That's true.
Can we have your opinion on team names with colors in them?
As long as the color's on the car.
Okay.
All right.
On the car in any capacity.
Right.
Not
What about
primary
like a
color.
screaming goat, where there doesn't appear to be a picture of a goat anywhere on the car?
There's a small one.
Is there?
Yeah.
Is it
There
screaming?
is? Then that's fine.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, that's okay.
The trouble is their title sponsor, which is their family's owned like trucking company, used to be the name of the team, and then they changed it.
Oh, okay. Right.
So that's what bugs me. It's like they went away from that, but still kept sponsored things.
What's the best animal connection in the WRL paddock?
Thunderbun? No
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm between them and Random Vandals. The raccoon.
They both have that vibe, and I've mentioned this before, but I still love it about like these teams that started in Champ Car and WRL and stuff, where it's just homies hanging out and making up like silly names, and now some SRO commentator has to say the Random Vandals Racing.
Whatever happened to the Random Vandals cocktail menu?
Oh, good question. We should ask. I'll go down there and ask about that. What happened? I'll find Paul Sparta and be like, listen, I was thirsty yesterday. What happened?
We had to sit through that driver's meeting.
We did. That's what they should be serving. They were handing out hot chocolate.
Were they really?
At
the driver's meeting?
At the packet. Yeah.
What?
Oh, you came up super late.
Yeah. Me and Scotty were hanging out on the porch.
The round 3 driver in the 701. Dang it, his name escapes me now. You can only keep track of 125 names at any given time. Fun fact.
And we got 250
yeah,
of them here. We are hosed.
So anyways, who we have talked to before.
Dennis Neal?
Dennis Neal, thank you. Dennis Neal was up there with his son, and his son was handing out bags that had hot chocolate mixes.
Oh, that's cool. Did you get one?
I did. That's in my side pocket here.
Are there marshmallows
I'll just run
involved
over
here, or
and
what?
grab it real quick. Well, the son specified that he gave me the best one, and it didn't have the marshmallows in it, but I'll run and grab that.
All right. Huh. I did miss out on the drivers' meeting a little bit. I was trying to pick my way through the cones and the temporary fencing to get onto the photo lane, which has been an adventure this weekend. Oh, that is a mix of hot cocoa. Oh, you got a little candy cane with it. That's very cute.
It's lovely. So yeah, Dennis and his son were handing these out, with a little candy cane, and just nice Merry Christmas message on there, a little Christmas card for everybody in the paddock. It was great.
So Hitman has completed their first lap after their pit stop, which means we can tell how long the pit stop was. Their outlap was 4:22, which is almost identical to the last one. And the last one, we thought maybe they changed tires.
Maybe they're just doing one at a time? Question mark.
Oh, actually, yeah, maybe they did two. One side last pit stop, one side this pit stop.
So when the 766 came in, the front right had a lot of pickup on it, and you could tell the tread was lower.
Yeah.
But the engineer went over and looked and saw that the shoulder wasn't like super worn down. It's not super worn down anyway. Scott's not like that one.
No, not at all. I suspect that NFC and Screaming Goat are going to have short pit stops on this next one, so that's going to eat up quite a bit of that gap.
Yes.
If that ends
I
up
would
happening,
agree.
Because I think they changed 4 tires on the previous pit stop.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm now going to stick with the hypothesis that Hitman has done 2 and then 2.
All right.
So
it might be 1 and 1, honestly.
Could be. Yeah. You have to. WRL rules is 1 tire at a time, I assume.
Yeah. Well, is WRL do it to where the GTO has the rule, but GT everything else doesn't? Or so there's like an angle that you work with, like some can and some can't. Maybe that's a different series. I don't know.
Screaming Goats in the pits? I don't know the answer to your question, which is why I wasn't answering it.
That's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. 100%.
I think whenever I've watched pit stops, they've all been 1 tire at a time, but that my memory's not trustworthy there, and I haven't been at a WRL race since June last year.
It's 1 at a time. Pretty sure. Yeah. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to put my fist forward and say, yes, it is 1 at a time. Soon I'll get a text from RJ.
Like all endurance racing series, should be 1 tire at a time and not while refueling.
That's fair. At Thunderhill, you could do more than 1 at a time if you wanted to take it into the paddock. That was their rule.
You had to go back there.
I mean, that makes total sense. You should be able to do whatever you want if you're behind the wall.
Yeah. And then we've got Landon Limbs up here to join us from the
Landon Matriano Limb.
That's correct. That's not what it says on the entry list.
I know.
That's why I wanted
I was
sure.
updating the list we have here.
Yeah,
always complications with the last name.
I know. I have it really easy, so I never worry about it. Oh, the 57's back out too. They fixed their electrical thing.
Yes.
So yeah, absolutely.
Do you know Landon? Right?
Yeah, we've spoken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good to see you, man. Yeah. He was just getting into his open wheel season at that point. Yeah.
It's been a while. Let's talk. Why don't you just do the interview? Because you haven't met him.
You should talk to him. Somebody should talk to him. Landon, tell us about your open wheel season. Let's talk about it.
Yes. So I just ran the USF4 series.
Yep.
And that just finished in November here a couple weeks ago.
Excellent.
It seems. So it's really nice to be back at this track when it's so fresh in my mind.
Right, I gotcha. I know we talked last time about the difference between the F4 car and the NPO1.
Yes.
Please refresh everybody's memory, including my own. As we just spoke about, you can only remember about 125 names at a time. So, it's like I need like a refresher. In my head, prototype car, it's just an F4 car with fenders. I know it's not that, though. It's this tube frame and stuff. Talk us through the differences between the 2 cars. You were just here.
So the Formula car, you really throw that thing into the corner. Mm-hmm. It's much more aggressive on turn in. But with the NPO1, you have a lot more downforce and aero into effect. So coming through the carousel, very flat, very fun. That thing sticks real well. The F4 car is also flat through the carousel, but it does have a little less power, so it makes sense to be.
Are you having to back the car in more in the F4 car, whereas this is a little bit more stable?
The NPO1 is more stable. Yes,
okay, cool.
Because the Formula 4 car, you almost drive it like a go-kart.
Okay.
You throw it into the apex and accelerate as soon as possible.
Gotcha. So unfortunately, some mechanical issues. I was down there when they were changing out the coils, and then it came back. Did it need coils again, or was there something else going on?
It did seem that was one of the problems. And then we had one bolt come loose around one of the electrical parts.
Okay.
So that was also a problem. But he's back out there. I'm not sure how he's doing time-wise, but I'm hoping the car's still out there running hard.
Do you know who's in the car now?
It is either Billy or Sheldon.
Okay.
I think, Scott, were you saying that Billy wasn't going to be in the car? Scott's like friends with Billy. Scott, did Billy say he wasn't going to drive?
Well, Landon's teammates with Billy, so I'll
that's
defer to him.
good. I mean, that's fair enough. I mean, I don't know. Like, you've been talking to the man. Whatever.
He says he hasn't had time to build his motorsport harness. I don't really know how to interpret that. That sounds to me like he's not prepared to drive this weekend. Landon is. Am I completely off there?
Yes, he actually is prepared to drive this weekend.
Right. Okay.
So
I'm not sure what harness he was talking about then.
Yes.
Maybe
no, everything's set and ready, and he was in the lineup.
Awesome. Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. We'll take it. I'll take that then. So we've got tomorrow then. That's the nice part, I think, about the format for WRL is that you have tomorrow to look forward to now that we've got these little problems out of the way. How's the car on tires here?
Tires are actually fantastic. I was the first one out,
right?
So that does help for sure. But yeah, it looks like the tires are running well, and the times aren't falling off that much.
Okay, good.
So they're running real hard. It's lasting.
Awesome. What are you planning? Oh, go ahead, Brent.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, since we're kind of comparing the F4 car, is it the Ligier, the chassis?
Yes.
Okay, and the Sebico NP01. Back-to-back comparison at COTA specifically. Do you find you're altering not just the driving style, but the line itself to kind of maybe stay off the curbs or attack a little bit less and put a little bit less stress through the car? Or are you just trying to get the most out of the car regardless of whatever you happen to be in?
When I was out here in the F4, the curbs were a little bit more slippery because of the weather. It was quite foggy in the morning. So that had an effect on the line slightly. But the lines are relatively the same. The F4 car might take more of a V-shaped line.
Interesting. Okay.
Compared to a rounding the corner and carrying the momentum as much as the NP. Especially during these endurance races, we got to make those tires last. So having the widest, smoothest arc possible is the best way to go.
So you're not necessarily driving slower, but you are adapting the line to try and maximize the life of the tires, not put so much energy into the tires. Whereas in F4, you just throw caution to the wind. You're just all lap time.
Yep. 30-minute race, you do everything you can. You try to shred those tires apart. Yeah.
So how'd the season go as a whole? I didn't realize you had been up here previously, so I didn't follow USF4 this year. Otherwise I would have. But how'd the season go for you?
It went well. I finished the season on a really strong note with the Omologato Best Passing Award. Over the season, I had 64 successful passes.
Nice.
So the closest to that for the series above in F3 was 17.
Wow.
So very good statistic and finished on an absolutely amazing note.
I love that there's somebody that is keeping track of that information, not just because it's a statistic or an award or whatever, but that is kind of a tangible measure of racecraft in a way, in a field of statistics we don't normally get. That's really cool.
It was really nice to know. It was a new award for this year, and stoked to be the first and get it.
Yeah.
So they said this guy's way too good. We need to get him an award. This is unbeatable. Like, what?
Well, you could also interpret. You could also interpret it as the "Why are you so bad at qualifying" award. But
oh boy, Scott, you're gonna tear the guy down. What are you doing? Come on.
Oh. I mean, to be fair, right?
By the way, Billy responded. He's obviously listening. Sheldon's in the car at the moment.
Got it. Awesome.
Sweet. Well, if Billy responded, I would
say that he's
some people are just qualifying wizards, and some people are good at the thing that matters, the racing. Some people are really good at both. I'm good at neither. So
yeah, I'm terrible. I can't do anything. Yeah. And if I drove an F4 car, I'd be losing so much time on the straights. Because look at me, like my head's going to be in the airbox, so you're not sucking it in. I'm like way too heavy. Like
your helmet's going to be in front of the air intake. It won't be able to breathe right.
You're not going to get in the air. Yeah, no,
you're making like half the power.
Exactly. Yeah. So you're way ahead of me. That's for sure, 100%. I hate going go-karting.
I was gonna ask if you wanted to go.
I'm gonna lose unless they have like a BOP like turn down thing, because I feel like electric cars should start doing that.
Hey, you can put a weight vest on him.
Oh, there we go. That's easy. We're done. We're going to do it. That's going to be the move.
Yeah.
That's going to be the move.
That's why you were going to lose.
And then right, 100%. Yeah. But here's the deal, Brendan. If you can't get away on the start, turn 1, you're gone. I'm just going to put you in the wall. That's my only shot.
I think the WRL staff downstairs, the race control staff, the timing staff, you, me, and the pit marshals.
Yes, that might be too many.
We're going to settle this. Oh, no, you do heats.
And
the
safety
car
car
driver.
This
And the
is the
safety car driver,
WRL
absolutely.
support
Nice.
series.
No, and then we'll go put the cameras out, and then we'll have Jordan call it.
Oh, it's perfect.
That's
Truly
great.
bottom split.
That will be. That is bottom split. That is legit.
The worst of the worst.
Oh man! So what are your plans next season, man?
So with the end of the F4 series, I'm actually looking to move up.
Yep, I figured.
So looking at the FR Americas for next year.
Sweet. Okay, cool.
And super pumped for that, and looking at training. And I've been invited to go race in the FR New Zealand series.
Ooh.
Nice.
So
is that the one that used to be the Toyota series? That's like the winter one? Yeah,
Yep,
okay, got it.
Still is.
Cool. All
Still
right.
is ran by Toyota and
Yep.
everything.
Okay.
So that is mid-January to mid-February.
Nice.
I mean, that's a step up, right? Those cars are no
That's a
joke.
good- People,
Yes.
heavy hitters do that series.
yeah.
People who end up being somebody do that. That's
Yeah.
really awesome. If you got invited to go do that, that's super cool.
And that's what I'm super pumped for. I had training this week in an FR car out in California, Button Willow. Fantastic track and fantastic car. That thing is beautiful.
How was the area?
Sure. Fantastic track.
Yes.
It's like you fly into LAX and you're like, wow, look at this, I'm in LA. And like 30 minutes later, you're like, oh.
Apparently
tree
the
farms.
move, I've been told the move is to fly into Burbank.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
I did hear about that. Yes.
Or definitely not Bakersfield. I was there in February for an SCCA weekend, and it rained for like 36 hours straight, 3 inches of rain. The whole track was, I got great pictures of it. The whole track was fun.
man.
Amazing. But Buffalo's, it's a fun track. Not really, not much room for error there, right? I mean, it's all
Yes. Luckily, there is only dirt out there. So all you're doing is throwing up some tornadoes out there is what we were saying.
But there is a consequence to it, right? The high curbs, the dirt on the back, and it kind of forces you. And to be fair, like to put it back on topic a little bit, New Zealand, a lot of New Zealand tracks are like that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Very little margin for error.
That's why it was really good training this week and a good route to see. in preparation.
How do you prepare, right? I assume you've done most of your racing in the U.S. You've run the F4 car, so now you're going to go learn both a new car and a whole new selection of tracks you've never seen before.
Yes, very excited for that. There'll be a lot of video review. There's no doubt about that. Looking to figure out if I can find them on a sim somewhere,
So, man.
and that would be wonderful practice.
Yes.
But sometimes it just comes down to simply getting in the car at the track.
Sure. Yeah. Hey, I believe that.
The 29 is pitting it right now.
Oh, this feels. Oh no, they're the last of the cars to pit in the cycle. Yeah, so this makes sense.
More important is the 123 is pitting. Which
Why is Screaming Goat in 7th? Have they picked up a penalty?
Because they have pitted. Oh, actually, yes. Good question.
Twice.
Oh no, it's slow at 15 to 17.
They pit twice.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
okay.
did on lap 1.
Yep, slow on the outlap. So this is not
That's
great news
That's
for
gone
the Screaming
poorly.
Goat squad.
Yeah, that's no fun.
Landon, thanks for coming up, man.
Yeah,
appreciate talking.
Thank you so much.
Talk
Yeah.
to you, and
It's a great time always.
Yeah,
Come say hi next season. Are you gonna run with Racer Motors again next season? Is that still up in the air? How
Looking to
are we
run
on
with
that?
either Racer Motors or Rapscallion, but
Nice,
I'm
all
looking
right,
to be in WRL for quite more this season.
Excellent.
This next
Good.
season. So
100%.
very excited.
Well, absolutely. Come say hi anytime. Thanks for coming up, man.
You'll be
Really
seeing
appreciate
more
you.
of me. Thank you
Good.
guys.
appreciate it, Landon. Thank you.
So yeah, NFC is about to cycle us through this penultimate round of pit stops. It's going to be really interesting to see how long their stop is. Yeah, Screaming Goat appears to have dropped themselves out of contention, apparently. It was a 7-minute pit stop lap. 7.5-minute pit stop lap. And they are back in the pits. Another thing that's worth noting is that Stratus 59 appears to have got a really, really rapid driver in the car, because that car is now easily the fastest on the track. Last lap there was a lot of traffic, but previous to that it's been doing 23s consistently, which nobody else is anywhere near. So that car is going to hunt down GTR 99 and potentially Thunder Bunny 111 for what is now 3rd place overall. Obviously it's a GTU car. Actually, I say potentially the 111. There's only 0.2 of a second between GTR 99 and Thunder Bunny 111 battling for third overall.
We got to be out of stopped here in turn 1.
Ooh.
Yep.
JT.
Yep.
JT, MX5 watch.
No, that's why I said ooh, because that's our second place car rolling slowly up the hill and coming to a stop.
Not a good place to be stopped. It's a long way back to the pits and it's uphill.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if there's a little bit of smoke that was coming out of the brakes or something, or...
Sorry, there's also a slow BMW on the inside of turn 15. It's a black and orange one. I think that will be one of the Team ACP cars. Can't get the number. Oh, 511, so that'll be choice.
Oh, not 511.
Pretty confident that's the number I can see. Is that a black car with orange stripes?
I think so. That,
Again, inside of turn 15, 16 was the last time I saw it. I don't know if we can pick that up.
Yeah, that car's had a day.
Okay, so it wasn't a car in... Is that car still GTO?
Yes, yeah, they're 34th in class.
Right, yeah, they're usually very, well, from my experience, they're very competitive usually, so it's a shame not to see that car at all. But yeah, we should get a pretty good fight for third overall soon. Well, we've got it now, but it will be joined by Stratus 59 at some point. They should be there in 7 or 8 laps based on the gap and the closing rate. GTR 99 has in fact taken third overall on that lap from the 111. Probably find that on a replay.
So that 75 is still there at the top of turn 1, still parked there.
The 111 99 swap happened into turn 1. Just a late braking maneuver down the inside for the GTR 99 car.
Okay, that was before the MX-5 came to a stop.
Ah, I didn't look for that.
We hope.
It would have been 2.5 minutes ago, so there's a good chance that it was before that car came to a stop. Yeah, looking at the replay, I can't see any sign of a slow car or a yellow flag, so I think they're okay.
Good.
They have, however, dropped 8 seconds on that one lap. The car looks, from their onboard, to be up to speed, so presumably that was just horrendous traffic. But they're going to have... I mean, they were 15 seconds slower than Stratus 59 on that lap, which is the car behind them, and they're only 7 seconds. The gap's only 7.5 seconds.
Yeah, you see it right there. It's... Now there's 4 cars separating them.
Right. And yeah, this... the Stratus 59 driver is really, really pushing on. Not just on pure lap times, but you can see the way he's working through traffic as well. It's very aggressive. .8 seconds between the two leaders now that they've both completed their penultimate pit stop. So we were correct that the NFC stop was significantly fast. That's actually the fastest NFC stop of the day, I think, at 3:34. So good job from the Mercedes crew. It hasn't quite vaulted them into the lead, but 4.8 seconds, it's very close. Kind of goes along with what we were talking about an hour or so ago about those two cars and Screaming Goat being more or less identical on pace, and the only thing separating them is time taken in the pits. And as it turns out, we think that that time difference was due to Hitman splitting their tyre stop between 2 pit stops, and now that both cars have presumably changed all 4 tyres, they're back together again. Close enough. 5 seconds after 6.5 hours of racing is as close as it's going to get to right back together again. On the previous lap, Hitman was slightly quicker, 0.7 of a second quicker. So yeah, let's keep an eye on that and see. Those were our front 2 first and second place cars on the grid. Is that correct?
Which cars?
Hitman
the Hitman. Yes.
So
yeah, that was front row.
They're the only cars with a big grey zero next to them on the timing screen, and saying that they haven't changed positions all race, which I don't think I've ever seen in WRL. Kind of didn't know that grey zero existed. 24.6 from Hitman on that last lap. That's going to... I think that was their fastest lap for quite a while.
I think we knew this was coming.
Actually, they've been doing 23s and 24s most of this stint, so those fresh tires are really helping with their pace.
So there's 4 drivers in that car, and as Scott Noble gently put it, they got the slow guys out of the way, was what he told me. But in reality, what's happening there is you've got Jason Marks and Jason Hart there, 2 really, really quick drivers. Now they're out in front. They don't, same number of stops left as everybody else, right? Pretty confident they've only got 1 more to make, and they're going more quickly than everybody else behind them. It is really difficult to see a way that the 34 loses this race.
Stratus have taken 4th overall. They overtook the Thunder Bunny car around the outside of turn 6.
Yeah, that had been closing as well. It was a slow lap last time from Thunder Bunny.
It's been a slow 2 laps from Thunder Bunny, actually.
We saw this with Scream Goat a little earlier. The odd 35s just going to stick themselves in there.
Well, that car hasn't been below a 32 all stint.
Yeah, okay.
With the car that's capable of 23. So that's... the cars around it are a lot quicker at the moment. Struggling a little bit to get up to speed.
Yeah, I think here it matters less for the number 111 with regards to the championship situation. They've got a number of good finishes, certainly more than the 99 has. For the 99, for its troubles, didn't score any points at Sebring. Did both races Saturday and Sunday and got absolutely nothing out of it. So it's all this guy's fault.
Guess who failed to plug the phone in?
Was it you?
Yeah.
That's fine. I don't think we have much to chase down anyway. That's fine.
I told people I'd be there. I told the people I would be there.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I'll be done.
We, Jason Marks just showed up. So
we're hanging out.
Jason Hart's in the car now.
Yes.
In the 34. Yeah. We've got the answer there.
Yep.
Sorry, the BMW logo caught me off guard. Anyway, yeah, I think we knew this was coming for the 34. I think with regards to the championship, it's the 99 and the 111, and here, the 99's just got to go for maximum points and not really care what's happening so much behind it. Zach sees a standing green flag.
Yeah, so
car stopped at turn. Is he stopped again?
19 was the 44, so that's why you'd have a standing green in turn 20.
At 20, yeah.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if
stop there somewhere.
Because you can see it waving yellow here. So
there's probably vehicles there.
Yeah, so
we can't pick it up on the turn 20 camera.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out. Is if we could see the final corner camera, if we would look up the track towards 19, if we could possibly see a stopped. You can see a waving flag back there, but
maybe behind the tower.
Yeah,
perhaps
it should be the 44 PC Racing.
Yeah, nothing there. Something here. Jason Marks.
G'day, mate.
Welcome.
How are you?
Again. Good. How are you?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. We saw you yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You seemed chipper. You now just look tired.
Oh, yeah. I was just being polite yesterday.
Are you just tired all the time? Is this Jason?
We're on a race team. What do you think?
Yeah, okay. I might as well run several race teams.
I left last Sunday.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You've been here the whole time?
No, it's the 44. That's how long it took to get here.
The 44 is getting on the on the flatbed coming into the pit lane right now. So that might have been the situation.
That car is looking a little secondhand.
It was. There is a note that there was possible contact. So
yeah, I don't think the left front corner of that car is pointing the direction it's meant to be pointing at the moment.
It's been a tough day for them. They hustled to get that car back out, and now have promptly had an issue again. It's been a tough several races for them.
All the way back to Hallett.
Yeah, they've had a rough time. A really rough time with that car.
It's a shame because it is super quick.
It is.
Yeah. If you're behind it going into the S's, you're not getting past until 10. Like, it is hooked up. Those guys have got that thing really well sorted.
It's almost like having the fastest car doesn't mean you're going to win endurance races.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. Unless you have a Super, in which case you have the fastest and the most reliable car.
Hey, Jason.
Hey. So I did notice this weekend, though, over at the 766, when they were having some troubles with it, 2 gentlemen in Toyota jackets.
Yes.
So now we have actual Toyota people here on site.
This isn't the first. This isn't the first time.
It's the first time I've seen it, but I also haven't been in the pit lane.
They were here 12 months ago for our first race, and they brought the whole flotilla because I had no idea what this was about. This was like 12 months ago. This was the first. This was
Pilot challenge, baby. Let's go.
We're gonna sell some bumpers. We're gonna sell some suspension. We're doing everything, and they're like, "Oh wait."
The amount of miles we're doing, they're going to sell motors and transmissions at some point. But no, they've come to a couple when their schedule has allowed.
Right.
And it's end of the pro season, so John and Kurt are here just to plug in, keep an eye on everything, and they're just absolute gentlemen. That's the kind of support that we get from them. There's silly games. They're just really good people, and the branders send them here just to help us out as needed.
Have you guys had to lean on them now that they're here?
Not while they're here. They helped us out to hit the power to weight numbers, fairly correctly, however you want to put it. And we just share stories, have some lunch. They plug in of an afternoon and just keep an eye on everything and head to the hotel.
One of the things we talked about with the M4 was the maintenance manual and how some of that was being rewritten by WRL teams, finding that sensors didn't last as long as they said they were going to, and all of that.
Fuel rail pressure sensors in '99. Jeez.
Was that Sebring?
That was that was Hallett and Hallett, Sebring, and then there was something else in Sebring. So every race it gets one of those.
Are you finding that you're doing the same thing with the Super, or was that just sorted?
No, that's S55 related, whereas this is B58, and a lot of the M4 still relies on a streetcar harness because it's like one of those earlier GT4s, whereas this car's got a complete standalone harness.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit more robust for this, putting 1 million miles on it.
I've got the B58 in my rental car this weekend in the X7.
Oh man,
what a great motor!
Yeah, so
it's awesome. And I remember
you just volunteered it as a parts car.
Absolutely. 100%. Listen. So when we were covering, I tell this story all the time. I'll tell it again. I don't care. It's a great story. When we would cover Thunder Hill, they would have Honda Research West, which was kind of like TAPG type of deal, where it's all employees, and they would come, they'd run Acura RSXs and stuff. And you'd get this thing over the PA. Hey, does anybody have an 03 to an 08 Honda Odyssey? We need a coil. Hey, if you have an 06 Civic, I need a lower control arm. And I swear, I don't know if you ever saw it. There was a race, I don't remember which one it was, where there was 4 road cars in various states of having had the suspension and the engine torn apart for them to pull parts.
Yeah, they just leave them up on the jack stands because at the end of the race they pull all the parts off the rental car or off the race car and put it back on the car.
100%. So that definitely crossed my mind.
We did the same stuff with Lemons when we were running an old 924S with the family and whatnot. We bought $1,000 automatic 944. I just drive it there because it's way easy to keep all the parts. Well, one way to keep the parts together, right?
Yeah. Easy to organize the whole nine. So
absolutely.
Yeah, if you need anything, man, turbo, anything you need. It's on there. It's got 10,000 miles on. I'm sure you're good to go.
Perfect.
Based on my experience in it yesterday, you can have it.
I enjoyed it.
Did you?
Yeah.
So I have a question for you guys. Did you have cameras on us when it was me screaming goat and NFC nose to tap?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Jesus.
We called it in real time. We figured it was you. We weren't. Scott was up here actually.
Okay.
Decided to pop in that moment for an interview. It looked like blast.
That was extremely enjoyable. Like just racing, the NFC was coming back to us. I had pretty similar pace with the goat. You could definitely see the pros and cons, and that was a joy. Like I know the guys, at Screaming Goat. They're friends. We banter a lot, so gave them just enough room. And then of course I get the pass. I'm like, oh great! I'll leave the door open like an idiot. God, all that work, I just pissed it away. It was like box next lap anyway. So it was a ton of fun.
Were you just out there cruising and this was where the natural pace took you, or did you have them out there as a carrot? Like, I'm going to go get these guys.
As soon as you see it, Screaming Goat, I'm like, oh, visual. Now I can see that pace coming back to me. But, with my skill set, that was where I could comfortably drive the car. If I was trying to go another half second faster, I'd be all over the place and going a second slower. So that was peak of my skill set while smidge of fuel management and protecting the left front tire. So I did back it down just a scotch, but every time I wanted to push just a bit, I'd end up just driving like a twat.
Smidge of fuel management. You guys good on fuel? The math we did said yes.
Yeah, we pitted. We got out of the car at like 2:05.
Yeah.
So I think we're all right. But
one of the Scott Michaels, our commentator, made the point that after the pit stop cycle, right, everything had kind of expanded itself out. So you guys had done maybe 2 tires.
No, one tire. One tire. It has to be 1 tire. 100%.
No, it's 1 gun.
One gun.
It's
one gun, 1 tire.
5 tires.
1 tire, 5 tires over the wall.
Yeah,
correct.
But you had done 2 on the stop.
Yeah, we did. We did lefts where NFC did 4,
right,
and then we did rights. Okay. And then when they came in for fuel only, we were like literally just past them on the fronts. Like they were pit exits.
5 seconds ahead. Scott's point was that we've been green since basically 20 minutes into the race, 30 minutes into the race, and after 5 hours, you guys were nose to tail.
Isn't that something?
Yeah. Right. It's almost like, you know, if you don't have full course yellers, or you don't have the American style endurance race, you just let the race go. You're going to find that these cars are actually all pretty well balanced, and they're going to find each other naturally.
Look at what do we got? Look at the top 4 in GTO.
So I have the answer on the Screaming Goat situation.
Oh.
So they've just texted in. We are going to park it and start the turnaround. Seat adjuster handle came out of the bracket on the last stop, and then a flat left front.
That is too bad.
That's a shit. That's like the whole 50-cent part ruining your day thing. A seat adjuster handle. It's
too bad.
Yeah,
that's a shame.
Not
really
fun.
Unfortunate. But
especially as it was what Brendan was saying. Though it wasn't just Hitman and NFC that have been tied together for 6.5 hours. Screaming Goat basically would have been right there as well.
Yeah.
And the Stratus 59, despite having started, tail end of the GTO field essentially, has found itself doing more or less the same lap time, kind of in the same bracket, just a little bit too far back.
Yeah. But interesting battle. GTR 99 in 3rd and Thunder Bunny in 4th. I mean, that's means the championship comes down to tomorrow.
That's what we were talking about.
By the way, there's a recovery vehicle on the outside of turn 19. I don't know what that's for.
Yeah, we've already recovered the 44, so it's definitely not that. 134 was reported smoking by turn 19, but I don't think that's it. Nothing reported stopped. 85 was reported slow at 12. It's a couple of things that could be. In any case, 90. Do you still find yourself invested with the 99's championship hunt, or are you pretty much locked in on the 34 this weekend?
I really wanted to give them some time, but as soon as we got here unloading the truck, like you just get pulled left, right.
Yeah.
And they've got an amazing crew set. They've injected 2 new guys this year, and it's just gone up and up and up. They're in a really good place, so they don't need me there by any means. They're P3, you can see. But of course, I'm looking we're garaged together, parked together, pitting together. So of course I got an eye on them. And with their new car coming online, as soon as I'm sure I'll be spending a fair chunk of the time on the phone on the way home planning the next time on a racetrack, which is probably not too long ago after this.
Are you going to help them get that car up to speed? Or?
Absolutely.
Okay, nice.
They're as good as de facto teammates. We've been friends for so long to help them get up to speed.
Oh, this GTO comes in with...
Oh, it's a flat left front for the Matt Connolly Motorsports number 40. The pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania is...
There it is.
What
in...
are you laughing at?
Jason's not a big fan of Hellertown. In fairness, I'm not either. They have a good brewery and 2 good restaurants. And
I'm New Jersey through and through. Hear that accent?
Yeah. I like you more than most New Jerseyans. So
we've got a couple of Australians here. Did you have you chatting to any of those?
No, we haven't talked to any of them, but we know that they're here.
Yeah.
So have you said hello? I think we asked you this yesterday, but the answer is basically no.
Well, the answer, because we did the American thing of assuming that because you're from the same large country, you must know each other.
You're related.
So when you look on Facebook, you're kind of we have 5 mutual friends. How about that?
Okay, all right.
Half the country.
I mean, in fairness, you work in an incredibly small industry.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I never worked in this industry when I was there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But I got chatting with Aaron Russell, the DD Autosport team, and guided him at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The phone started buzzing, and all the way through 10 o'clock, and I'm like, mate, I gotta go to bed. That's all I can give you. So we've been chatting, and he threw me 3 cases of Corona for my consultancy fee, so that was nice. I asked for Australian beer, but their bags were packed.
You don't want that anyway.
They don't have Bundaberg.
I've had Bundaberg root beer, by the way.
It's good.
Ginger, get
So,
the root beer.
I haven't had
the ginger beer is the one you want.
Is it?
Yes.
The root beer is awful.
The root beer. Oh, I like the root beer.
Root beer.
I did not get
You would hate the ginger beer then. Don't.
I don't like ginger beer to begin
It's
with.
fantastic.
I love it. Yeah, no,
Makes
I
a
think
great
it's
Moscow Mule. I'll tell you that.
It does. That's what you need to be using for mules, 100%. But they're expensive.
Really?
They're like $1.50 a pop.
Yeah, it's a long way to come.
I know that's fair, but you can buy Australian lamb at Costco for like $4 a pound if it's on sale.
But
I don't understand how that's so cheap. But like Bundaberg is like atrociously expensive. I don't get it.
But there's a couple other Aussies here. Will Brown. He drove for Erebus this year. He's taken Gizzy's seat at Triple Eight, which is interesting because he's still here. And Barry Ryan, the team manager of Erebus, is here as well.
Oh,
so
we had heard rumors that Brody was supposed to be.
He was. He got tonsillitis. He either had tonsillitis or he had to finally get an operation. So he bailed out, and Will showed up. So said, introduce myself.
Wins a championship and then decides just not to go celebrate.
Right? Let's go celebrate a COTA. Like, where else do you want to go celebrate a championship? Freaking Texas,
right?
Right.
Yeah. We noted that we think the car that was here testing on Friday, the Commodore, would have probably raced here, right? 2013 was the first year of the Gen 2.
I think that was a later car. I think it was
the car itself.
But that model was definitely raced here, like that first time. But then they, because it was the first year of Transaxle, I think I heard that car was a 2016 Walkinshaw car.
Got it.
Then it went to Erebus, and then it went to Image, which was a Super 2 team. And
how
now
did it end up here? Like, does somebody here own it? And
Kyle Busch owns it. That's his play toy.
What?
Yeah.
Doesn't he get to go he gets co-drive when they would do the...
No, Kyle Busch hasn't co-driven, but I read a rumor. Well, it's not a rumor because I read it. Apparently he's going to go do a wild card next year.
That I saw for Bathurst.
I don't know if Bathurst or wherever it is, but yeah, he's going to go do a wild card. So go and learn how to drive a V8 supercar. I'm sure they've got.
Was he in it on Friday? Oh, it's his. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Well, I tried to walk over there with my passport and said, "Can anyone let me in?" Like, you know.
It's your ticket, man.
Has he really never run the Gold Coast 600 or any of those? Where
hasn't been a thing.
That's been a thing. All right, for a long time. Oh, he was a Toyota guy at the time too.
I think those big races where there's two drivers, it's typically in season for the Randy Round folks, so they don't get a chance to go down there. But they do go down in winter for all the dirt track stuff. Like Tony Stewart would live down there for 2-3 months.
Right, Kyle Larson races down there.
Yeah, that was a big thing back in the late 90s, early 2000s. It's huge.
How often do you fly back and forth?
Once a year, try to. I was back there September, October, which was fantastic.
Did you do the Hampton Downs 24?
No, I didn't get a call for that. It's unfortunate. No one knows who I am down there. I told you, I'd never worked down there. I never drove down there.
You find your way in. You let us know. I'd love to go do it.
Yeah, but highly recommend getting on a plane to go down there regardless.
I did when I was a kid.
I went when I was a kid. That's
12 years old.
That's a long ride. That's a long ride.
It is.
But the Trooper was my kid, 3-year-old. Just plug him in the seat, give him an iPad, and see the other
Better than most adults.
He was such
I'd be pretty miserable.
That's
such a champ.
You bring him to the track with you?
Yeah, the track was 1.5 to a rainy day at Lightning when we're shaking down a car when he was a year and a half old.
What an experience!
There's a great photo kicking around him standing up in the seat. But Christ, if he was here, geez, he'd be just full throttle running around. What's this? What's that?
I mean, it's a great way to make friends, right? You are going to be probably the most adorable thing in the paddock.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I guess that from his mum. But got to keep him away from this. I can't afford to put my kid through motorsport. Jesus.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, I got you.
Disaster.
Yeah. If you could afford it, you wouldn't be racing WRL.
Or you would, and you'd also have an LMP3 program.
That's true. Yeah.
Dad, I want one of those. Christ. Selling the house.
Hey, but if you did that, you wouldn't have to live in New Jersey anymore. It'd be great.
I could live wherever I want because I'm living in the
hauler.
I'm living in the hauler. Which I've been doing since.
Jason Martin, man, thanks for coming.
Thank you
very much. I really appreciate it. It's always great to come up. You guys do an amazing job. It's just getting better and better. Everyone in the paddock appreciates what you do. It means a lot.
Yeah. Thanks. I'd say come and see us next time, but be at Eagles Canyon or something. I don't know.
We'll likely be there.
Awesome. I'll try. More to Eagles Canyon. This is what we want.
We'll try and drag it. Yeah, try and drag it down a bit earlier and maybe do a couple. Because one of our teammates is a member of Motorsport Ranch Houston, so maybe,
cool.
maybe we head down there and get a bit of seat time, then get up on
Sounds like fun, man. Would you be there with Hitman or GTR?
If Hitman's there, I'm with Hitman. If Hitman's not there, I'll be there with GTR.
Nice. Very cool. Jason Marks out of the 34. Appreciate you coming up, man. And we'll talk to you soon.
Cheers, guys. Bye.
Thanks, Jason.
We'll let Scott take over here.
Yeah, I was trying to jump in a gap there. It was just a quick one on change for third overall. Stratus 59 with another pass around the outside in turn 6 on the GTR 99 car. Obviously, no championship or class position implications there, but Stratus finally, after 6 hours and 40 odd minutes, have found their way onto the podium. Overall.
Woohoo! We're down to the final, 75 minutes.
Yeah. There's a 2-lap gap in front of them to get to the 2 leaders who have been matching each other. So that NFC car, I was a little bit concerned that the driver in that car might not have been able to keep up with the pace that the Hitman finishing driver is going at. But they are matching each other in the mid to low 24s pretty consistently at the moment. So that gap is 11.6 seconds. It's been bouncing around. Actually, I think it was as low as 5 at one point. Presumably a bit of bad luck in traffic. The NFC car did a 27 and a couple of 25s, which has stretched that out a bit. But it's really, really close with just one pit stop to go. And that NFC car is going to have a shorter pit stop, right? Yes, because they're going to pit a good 7 laps later. I'd suggest that's more than 11 seconds of fuel. If not, then it's going to be very close. So really, really on a knife edge right now between those two for the overall win.
I'm also going to be keeping an eye on this battle for second in GP1 between Montgomery and round 3. Running somewhat similar times. Currently it's a 12-second gap between the two.
It looks like round 3 is only just pitted.
Yes, so okay. I think they might, I'm not sure, they might need a splash at the end.
Well, even if they do, with it only being a 12-second gap, their pit stop's going to be so much shorter that as long as they can hold that 12-second gap, they should end up leapfrogging just due to not having to put very much fuel in at the finish. But yeah, what are we? Hour and 15 from the finish, and they've just pitted. So for a GP1 car, that's completely reasonable, but it depends what that specific car's been doing. It says, well, the timing screen says that is predicting they have 31 laps until the next stop. 31 laps, doing a 2-minute 30 lap time. That should be more like 90 minutes. If my mental arithmetic may have failed me there, but I think that's right.
Scott's not strong on math. Not math.
No, I'm not. I'm really not mental arithmetic at all.
He claims to be better than all of us because he says it's maths. He does multiple of them.
It's not good at any of STEM. STEM.
STEM. No, STEM, not STEAM.
Wow, that's top tier gatekeeping right there. STEM, not STEAM. You're just crushing. Just like nope. Anyway.
With Scott, it's probably stems.
Stems.
Could be.
Why would you say STEM? That's ridiculous.
Science and more science.
It's
Billy's getting in the car next lap.
Very good.
Unfortunately, that car has been irrelevant to the GTU battle for quite a while today.
Yeah, I mean, that GTU battle did not, and honestly, I didn't really expect it to shape up into the promise it had early on. The NPO ones are just a little bit too fragile. I think to reliably expect it's any car really to get through 8 hours, but particularly those NPO1.
I did add to the Discord what Billy said the exact issue was.
I saw that.
If there's interest in that, it's very technical. Or it's a part that's currently in development, but hasn't quite got on the car yet. That failed, as in not the bit that's being developed, the old version that they're trying to replace. So proof of concept for the bracket that or the mount, the harness that Billy is developing for that car. Unfortunate that, just coming a little bit too late to save today's race. I presume this is like any other WRL weekend where fastest laps for today are qualifying for tomorrow?
Yes, correct.
Okay. That's obviously not really an issue in GTU with so few cars.
No, you want to say that you did it, though.
Sure, absolutely. Well, at the moment, the Stratus MPO1s are the two fastest laps of anyone. So
correct.
It'd be kind of difficult to take that GTU pole position, but I'm sure Billy will give it a crack.
Yep, light a candle.
Is Billy the guy to go do it?
Well,
Billy capable. He's gonna bolt on a set of treads and
I doubt they'll bother putting a new set of tires on. And Landon, obviously, is a GT4 hot shoe who started with fresh tires, so I would suggest his fastest time in the car might be quite difficult to beat.
Yeah. Oh,
F4 hot shoe.
Did we mention this recovery effort here at turn 10?
Turn 10, no.
Not yet,
Yeah,
no.
we
This
are
is
now
62.
We're probably coming up on ad time, too.
One of the open throttle fleet.
Yeah, the 62. It's the second car in GP3. The 65 is currently still holding down a podium position in third.
Pit stop from the number 153 DD Autosports Mercedes. This will be very interesting. That car is projected to do 32 laps on a tank of fuel. And we've got an hour and 10 minutes remaining. So if we do a bit of simple division.
I think the only car that couldn't go an hour and... Oh, actually, no. Yeah, do the maths properly. Don't rely on my head. Oh, very slow lap from Stratus 59 that time.
They average of 2:27. I have it for an hour and 18 minutes.
Yeah, so I think
for 32 laps.
Isn't there a way to check that on this? I feel like Joseph used to do something on the timing monitor. And,
it will just give
tell
you
him how many laps were left.
It will give you how many. Oh, that was in the script days.
Oh,
you had
okay,
to query time remaining, and it would use the basic, the average pace of the race or the top percentage laps, and tell you how many.
Okay, but we don't have a button for that.
It's inherent in the race projections. It'll tell you laps projected to be completed.
Got it.
It will also tell you projected pit stops remaining, and that will probably be more in line with what we're looking for here.
Nice.
Out of that third.
Except
anyway, the consequence there. Yes, we did. It's a good point. The consequence there is that if GTR, when is GTR doing here? 8 laps. There'll be one more stop anyway, so it's probably not going to matter. Thunder Bunny will need another stop as well. So how have we ended up with this separation between GTR 99 and Thunder Bunny? Oh, it looks like it's been out on track.
Yeah, the GTR car has been significantly faster.
So if the GTR car can hold off the 153 here, these are likely to be positive points for the 99. Like Jason mentioned, Sebring was not the best for them. They had issues at Hallett as well. And so a number of their points opportunities kind of went out the window. And I'm reasonably certain, especially if they come away with a class podium here, that they're going to gain it will be a net gain of points on the number 111, which is going to set up for a really fascinating finale tomorrow. Really,
111 is in danger of losing out to the number 9 as well. That won't really depend on pit stops, because I'm sure they both have one stop left to go. But that gap's 25 seconds, and the 9 is significantly faster than the 111 at the moment.
Ryan's having me wave at the camera since you can see our commentary booth from the shot here.
It's on the bottom.
What?
We're on the bottom.
Oh, of the white building.
The
building to the right. Yeah.
Yep.
Do you remember the year they put us in the suite over there?
Yeah, that was when I was grabbing cardboard cutouts of Nico Hulkenberg and
that's right.
Getting SRO trophies and stuff.
I was in there in 2021 as well on my own. I was so sick. Yeah, not a great experience.
So, as we had spoken about hot chocolate earlier, the keepers of the hot chocolate have joined us.
Oh my God!
He's brought some more fantastic.
Yeah, I heard you guys were talking about me.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks for bringing more.
Yeah,
now I'll be able to drink something in the morning.
Well, Brendan
I missed out.
Well, you were too busy playing with cameras last night, so
right.
you don't come to drivers' meetings.
Didn't get the best one. I got the best
you
one.
got the best
I was
one.
assured that this was the best
I don't know.
I don't know what I brought you. You got caramel.
Land O'Lakes, salted caramel.
Oh, here you go. Here's a mint one.
Oh my gosh, mint.
There we go.
Oh, I will absolutely take mint. I love mint.
Just stir
Thanks,
that into
man.
your Starbucks
Appreciate
drip
it.
coffee.
So, can you ship those or?
Yeah, absolutely. I will. I'll
ship
send it.
them.
I'll send it with the shirt I had embroidered for you 2 years ago, JT. You're gonna need it for Homestead, so
checks in the mail, JT.
Wait, Homestead?
What?
I thought it was Sebring. Oh no.
Oh no, it's Sebring. You're right.
Yeah,
Sorry, right series, wrong venue. My bad. You're going to Sebring. So Dennis Neal, 701 this weekend.
Yes, 701.
We didn't get car numbers with the entry list, so we had to verify.
Yep, 701. It's coming out of the last corner here, going down the front straight. Yeah, I started the car today. Got to do the first about 3 hour 15 minutes in the car, so it was a lot of fun. Got to do the fun start where PC blew up and blew oil over everybody.
Oh, did you take it like a direct hit on that?
Oh yeah, I went to the inside. I started on the inside, so I went driver's left to try to cover it off, and then he blows up in front of all of us, and I'm like, oh geez. I'm like, I hope the sun doesn't come out because I can't see a thing.
The luck they've had this year with that.
Oh yeah,
and I know you probably have little sympathy for cars that have had some mechanical issues.
I understand. I mean, it's part of racing, and you never want that to happen to your competitors. You'd much prefer to beat them on track, but it's, that just kind of summed up their season when they hit turn one and just blew up on them.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh man, that's a rough day.
It's an interesting cast of characters that's been left at the top of GP1. Moorhead has had their troubles as well, but you're there with Choice Racing. You're there with Montgomery, who's having a fantastic day in the 35. Palomar's there, Big Mission 777's there. It's just a very different GP1 race than I feel like we're used to seeing.
It is, especially for this year where the two heavy hitters are not having the greatest of days, and so the rest of us have an opportunity here to be able to capitalize on that, and we're all very close together right now.
Sure.
So every time we just pitted a couple of laps ago, and we were first place when we pitted, because we got that on the pit strategy. We were running a solid second, and then in the cycle we come back out into third. So we'll see how it all shakes out, because there's lots of things going on right now in there. So I think we were right behind Palomar, so it looks like on your little computer screen we got back up to second.
You are back ahead of Palomar. Palomar should be due in here any moment, actually. Yeah. Montgomery is done with stops. They've just come in, so we'll wait and see what the gap is there. And then Choice has to pit yet. So you guys are all right in the mix there.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens with Choice. They pitted about 3 or 4 laps before we did. So I'm definitely hoping that they pit.
It says they're doing in 16 laps, so I guess we'll see.
This is your irresponsible math time, isn't it?
Oh, it sure
and
is.
RRT is in right now, second place in GP2 as well. They've got about a minute to the 469, but are only 44 seconds ahead of Harrison, who have been one of the main contenders in GP2.
That's been a great battle.
We'll have to see how that shakes out as far as the pit stop time, and if they just need fuel. Now, that's probably the last stop for them in GP2. I would imagine.
Yeah, and Rapscallion will have one more as well, albeit a little bit shorter, less fuel to put in the car.
Right.
Do you have any awareness of what's happened to the 702 today?
It's having some fuel pickup problems, so they're working on that right now. They thought they had it fixed, and we're getting ready to send Lonnie back out on track, and then it wasn't right, and so they never even got it out of the garage. So it's back in the garage. They're trying to get it ready for tomorrow.
Gotcha.
Okay. That's been an ongoing issue for a while, though, hasn't it?
Off and on, yeah.
The 701 I'm thinking of.
The 702 is definitely, it had some of the challenges at Sebring, and we thought we had those licked, and now it still looks like we have a couple of teething issues on there. We have a slightly different setup in that car right now, and we're trying to really hash that out and try to get all the learning gremlins out of that as we go. So we'll see. Get it back out on track tomorrow and see what we can do.
Speaking of learning, we're in 2024 mode here. DriverSeye Live.
Well, I don't have much to teach you about 2024, unfortunately. So, I am still trying to figure out what I'm going to do.
One of the reasons I ask is not just because, we want to know who we're going to see again and whether things are going to change and what may change, but also you started at the bottom of what was essentially a kind of a ladder system, right? that round 3 had built up in the early days. You started in the GP3 car, right, in the Boxster. Found yourself now in GP1, running the Cayman, and there's a full field of options out there, including a GTO car potentially for round 3, including the GR86, which has pro ladder attachment, right? There's all kinds of options out there. I didn't know if you had your eyes set on anything, or
there are lots of options. This time of year, just like any other series in professional racing too, there's no lack of options. It's just trying to figure out what works best. You know, this weekend is nice that I've got my family with me, and then trying to balance that. My son is getting older, and he's got ambitions and things that he wants to do, and so it's always a balance. It's, you know, trying to figure out what season of life we're in, and try to figure out what that looks like. Now, that said, I still want to race, so I will definitely, if nothing else, I'm trying to make sure that I have stuff lined up for things that are close to home, like Road America and things like that.
Okay.
Because you know, that's a very easy drive. I'm just outside of Chicago, so, you know, hour and a half, 2 hour drive, and I'm there. So I want to be able to do things like that. And, you know, I've got a couple of tracks that I just love to do, like Daytona and things like that. So, yeah, trying to make sure I at least have those lined up, or at least opportunities of what those look like. And then if I can pull together something for a full season and make it work with work and family, then we'll try to do that too.
It is, go ahead.
The question I want Brendan to have asked, and I feel like he's in a similar mindset, but a little bit more professional about it, is I need more 997 Cup car in my life.
Yeah.
So is that one of the options that's on the table?
You'll have to talk to Brad.
Okay.
It is a roulette wheel of cars at any given moment in the round 3 stable. And so I think anything is on the table.
Okay.
You just have to convince Brad and get enough people to sign up and be able to drive something. You'll have a car.
Excellent. All right. So we got to keep pumping that.
Can't be that hard to talk Brad into
having
even
fun.
A questionable idea. If it sounds fun, I feel like Brad's going to pull the trigger.
Let's do it. Absolutely.
Right? Absolutely. All he needs is some drivers that are willing to go down the crazy idea with him, and we'll do it.
Well, we've got the crazy ideas. We can feed ideas all day.
Yeah,
I've listened to enough of your broadcasts to know.
Yeah.
Have I talked to you about the GTU VW Fun Cup?
My gosh. That's just
I have a captive audience here.
That's just the wrong direction.
At Hallett, we were working with small numbers. Sebring, they got a little bigger. But here, this is the audience.
But see, here's the deal. You could really get the round 3 angled in. You don't want to run the Fun Cup motor because there's not a lot of, you know, parts and stuff set aside for that, but I bet a 2.7 fits.
That sounds like it's something you need to go take over to Nürburgring or something.
They already run in Europe.
So yeah. So see, they
do
like
a 25-hour race at Spa with like 100 of these things.
Well, there you go.
Awesome.
We're trying to get them here, though. We're trying to get them stateside.
I mean,
got to get it going.
This is like 20 grand. You can buy one used for 20 grand out of the UK. Probably another,
ship it over here. I was going to say, it costs it like half as much as the car.
Even better. Come on, man.
It'll be like 5 or 6.
5 grand.
Clearly, you guys...
You got a powered VW Fun Cup chassis in the US for $25K?
Go ahead, man. Put that down. Put your BMW in as down payment, and you can tow that around with your CX-5. Yeah, that's fine.
You all
spot the bad idea.
Way too much time on this, by the way.
We have 16 hours every 3 weeks to hash this stuff out, man. We got nothing else to do. Anyway, Brad, think about it. Are we feeling good about the way the season is ending here? I know the 701 has been, you know, the car's a little long in the tooth. It's had some years and many, many miles on it, but this must be a nice way to wrap things up.
Absolutely. I mean, we're out here to try to, you know, looks like we'll have a good spot for a top 3 in the championship, and that's probably the best we can do. And then really trying to get out here and get on the podium for the day. So we'll see.
111's in.
And so it is. So this kind of begins our last round of stops here up in GTO. GP1 more or less headed the same way. We're just wait on Palomar and wait on Choice. And our attention focused pretty firmly in that direction because I think we're in for something pretty exciting here in GP1. Dennis, man, thanks for getting up. I know you have.
Well, you guilt tripped me last time at Hallett. When I walked in and you were like, "Oh, people that have nothing else left to do on a Sunday," and I walk in. Yet you on Saturday, you invited me in the lobby of the hotel. Said, "Hey, come up." And then you guilt tripped me, so I'm here on Saturday.
I am sure you can appreciate this. I cannot be held responsible for things I said when I was hungry. And at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, 2:30 on Sunday afternoon, whenever it was you came up, I had decided I was getting lunch at 12. And people just kept coming through that door.
It was just downstairs from you. All you had to do was walk downstairs.
But I couldn't because as soon as somebody walked out the door, somebody else came in. So I blame that on hunger.
It's real tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's real tough sitting up here in the air-conditioned booth talking
for 8 hours.
You have no idea.
It's real hard.
You have no idea. Real tough. I get to spend my time at beautiful racetracks and wonderful facilities with people that I like to see and people that I like to talk to. Talking about racing, I enjoy watching. Tough life.
And you can look at planes from here too at this one.
I have thoroughly enjoyed my
You
weekend.
see planes. There's Peppermint Parkway in your drive out that you get to enjoy.
I've done the Peppermint Parkway a couple of times already. I enjoy it, but also I enjoy going home.
I gave
so,
my tickets away, so we're staying in an Airbnb and we're in like this sort of townhouse complex thing, and I had like 4 of the little like voucher things. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna give them to these people. Like, go have fun. Like, well, I see it every time I try to leave the track. It's fine.
Exactly.
Where did you get the vouchers from?
From the drivers meeting.
Oh, they gave away vouchers.
If you go to driver's meeting, you can get a voucher. Would you like a
You're
voucher?
giving yours? Oh my God! Look how many you have.
No,
No,
because I have
no.
a family.
Oh, sure.
Oh, is it not
My
per
parents
car?
are here. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Got it.
I was gonna say I handed
don't
that
want
lady
any parts
3.
of
If
that.
she had 2 kids, then she's gonna have to pay.
Were you a part of the trunk retreat they did at Sebring last year?
Yes, that was a lot of fun.
I was thinking they should do something similar to that here. Like maybe on the Friday night, have you guys wheel a couple of cars out onto the grid and let cars park up here, like maybe a $50 pass.
Give
or
everybody
something.
hand out candy canes or something, or
Something
hot chocolate.
like that, yeah, or hot chocolate. Imagine that, right? But let people see the cars. Like this isn't Formula One. This isn't WEC. This is something altogether kind of.
Well,
unique.
we've got some fans like that are coming over from Peppermint Parkway and the grandstands over across the way. So
I don't think that's
rental
something
car-
that we're supposed to like. This is technically, and much like my wedding was a. Alcohol is not allowed at the venue wedding.
Spectators are not allowed.
Right. So, like, I don't know,
No, I think
I'm not paying the ticket.
rental carts are back there, and it's just an open.
They're
like,
doing the
breeze
carts, and they just walk over. They watch the cars for a little bit.
See, but
and
that's
then
such
pop
good
back over.
exposure, and I get that we're not doing the spectator amenities and insurance.
I mean,
I understand
if you
that,
go out
but-
to a turn 11 and stuff, they were last year at least. They were all out there too.
On the hill?
Yeah, up on the hill. So.
Okay, so like we should to some degree be encouraging.
We
this,
should
right?
be.
We want to give people the opportunity to see what actual racing is like, not the show, not the production, just racing.
Yeah.
Well, and then they do the
I'm all for
go-karts during the Peppermint Parkway thing too. You could race Dennis Neal. It's like, you know what? You get in, like, hey, good news. You're going to get this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to race against a real race car driver. And then just have the drivers rotate through, like, hey, do you want to do do you want to do like carts for free? And they'll be like, yeah.
It's the round 3 gong show, like
Yes.
Roush did years ago.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, just
There you
get
go.
in rental carts with Dennis, and whoever wins.
Who's going to have to drive the Boxster again? Who's going to get into the 701?
I will say another series at one point at Road America did a thing where they did go-karting for qualifying because they didn't have on-track qualifying. So they did go-kart racing
wild.
for qualifying. That was a lot of fun.
That's a
That
cool
could be
little,
cool. I would do
cool
that.
little facility up
It's
there.
like TC Klein
yeah,
behind the wall there.
93.
Yeah.
That's not an
Fourth
easy place to
place.
recover from. That road is like, have you been on the perimeter road here ever?
Thankfully, only like last year on Peppermint Parkway to exit out. the off-roading experience that you have.
It's a rally stage. Yeah, that's what we've been calling it. Yeah,
It's
wild.
It's a little rough.
It is.
So,
It's not gotten better.
Well, at least he's behind the wall, so it'll be easier.
Yeah,
like easy-ish to recover him.
We haven't talked about Keith Klein as much that much this weekend. They've been
They've had
real quiet today.
Well, they had an eventful in the first stint, at least. I saw them get some love from a couple GTO cars a couple of times, Yeah, side to side. It was not pretty.
That's not good.
Have you been down to see any of the pros this weekend?
Well, I mean, we gave them hot chocolate and candy canes last night, just like the rest of you.
The ankle.
So we did see them. My son will want to go down and get his picture taken with probably Kyle. He got his picture with Kyle last year. The year before, he got it with Austin. So
I've heard. I haven't. Did you see Austin or anybody down there?
I actually didn't. I was trying to find them in the thing. I couldn't even see where they were in the crowd.
I interviewed Austin a couple years ago. Super nice.
Yeah.
Like I have nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. Every NASCAR driver has a personality, right? It's put out there as part of their sale.
Sure.
Right? Like you are selling an audience on that personality. I have nothing bad to say about Austin Dillon. He is super, super nice guy.
Did he convince
super
you to use
nice guy.
Ream products?
No, it wasn't about Ream. It was about the biofuel.
Oh,
yeah,
that's what they're doing this
Oh,
week.
is it?
Yeah.
That was kind of the start of this
ethanol.
whole thing.
Yeah.
It was great. Kurt was always wonderful to us at Thunderhill.
Yep, that's true.
Kyle seems like an actually lovely guy. Like,
I mean, they
That's
can
not
come
what the
out
internet's
here
hot
and just
at
have
it, but
fun.
okay.
The internet
It's
says
racing
Kyle
driver.
Busch bad, though.
That's nothing
that's
bad
what,
to say. And again,
exactly.
but see, that's the
This is
production.
fun.
This is racing.
This
Yeah.
is racing.
Right?
They're out here
This
having fun
is-
just like everybody else. They get to see what they can do with a car that isn't having to go get to the laser exact measurements and everything that NASCAR makes them do.
Throw it on the dyno and send it home.
Yeah. So you're 0.002 of a degree deflected on your bumper. That's too much of an advantage. We're going to go ahead and have you go start at the back, put a new bumper on that.
So somebody sees him pulling a fender out down in the pit lane, and he's like, "That's a pretty good idea. I like that."
You're giving me Penske flashbacks, Ryan. Stop it.
Anything to catch a Supra.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Have you been on track? I know they've been in and out. Have you interacted with them on track at all?
I mean,
obviously they're in a higher class.
Every
so
time they come by, you know it. They're extremely loud. You can't even hear your car anymore.
Oh wow. Okay.
But no, I mean, being in GP1, every time the leading pack of GTO cars come through, they're one of them, and I'm always trying to figure out where I want my car, and telling them where I want them, because I can drive them from in front of them as long as I tell them which way I want them to go.
Right.
So that's what I try to do, and just that way they can get through quickly, and I don't lose time as they're coming through.
Gotcha.
There are times though we get into a gaggle of a pack of them, and they're all all over the place.
Right.
So then you just try to survive.
It has noticeably thinned out this afternoon. It looks very chaotic this morning. I think we're in
this morning, and then I think the middle of the day was a little rough, but I think there's been some attrition here in the last probably hour and a half, which is normal. I mean, that's what happens on the 8-hour races.
Oh, sure.
We get to between laps, hour 6, hour 7, you start seeing things happen, and you just hope your car can make it through.
So far, so good.
Perfect. Well, 34 is coming through for what I believe to be their last pit stop. So we have entered that phase of the race so far. That
Hitman was in. Thunder.
Anyway,
it was close. It was close.
I don't see the radar gun guy. He's been hanging out at pit out. So
it almost looked like they slowed down too much, hit the pit button, and then put your foot back on the gas, and then the pit limiter wasn't there.
Oh, right.
That's kind of what it looked like to me, but I'm not an official.
This is the lead gap here hasn't really stretched or shrunk very much. It's still right at 9 seconds. And this pit stop is going to kind of set the stage for the last stint.
Yeah, absolutely.
So eyes on this pit stop, eyes on the 123's pit stop here in a couple of laps, which by rights ought to be shorter. Of course, it's racing, so anything can happen. Let's keep an eye on it, see what happens.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Dennis Neal.
Dennis,
thanks for coming up.
man.
Yeah, thanks guys. Appreciate you guys coming up and doing all the broadcasts.
We love it. We love being here. Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate you. This pit stop here for the number 34, like we said, definitely the last stop. They're in, according to our math, by about 2 laps early, and have already been sent. But the 123 car, again, not being due in for another 9 laps, ought to be putting a little bit less fuel in the car. So that will help close that 9-second margin a little bit. But over the course of the stint, the gap, at least from memory, really hasn't changed. It's just been in that 10-second window. Sorry.
Well, it went out to 12, 13, 14 seconds for a while and came down to 9. And that doesn't seem like much in the grand scheme of an 8-hour race, but that actually could be the difference.
But we're not in an 8-hour race anymore. We're in a 48-minute race, right?
We're in a 48-minute race where they've got to make a shorter pit stop by a matter of seconds, and they've just gained 3-4 seconds at some point during the stint. So yeah, it's 10 seconds plus or minus, but we're on the minus side of it at the moment. And if they get a clean run through traffic and can run fast on low fuel, I don't actually know how much of a difference that really makes on these cars running lights towards the end of a stint. They obviously don't know tires, so it's not like you get an advantage on after the pits.
Sorry, Ryan mentioned earlier that the 34 was really quite aggressive on pit entry with getting, the maximum it could out of the run to the pit lane speed cones. And the 123 just whipped around the corner, pitted, and it did right up to the limit. The car zipped around the corner, full throttle for half a second, and then immediately onto the brakes and onto the limiter. This will be to cover off the stop.
Yeah, so what they've done there is, just in case there's a safety car, they don't want to be left out. Which makes complete sense.
Your risk by staying out is a lot better than the reward you're going to get by running light
presumably. Yeah, exactly. That means that they've decided the car running light isn't worth it.
Yeah.
For the risk of getting a safety car, even though we have a very low risk of safety car.
Car's been sent already. It's headed up towards the timing tower just by the the start line up at the top of the hill, or bottom of the hill, the start of the climb. I look to my right-hand side. I do not see the Hitman number 34. It has not come. There it is at turn number 20. This has gone the way of the 123 in a big way. I'm either this was a lightning stop by the 123 crew, or not having to throw an extra can of fuel or jug of fuel at it has actually saved them probably something in the area of 20 seconds, 15 to 20 seconds here.
Well, if it's that much, there's nothing that's shown us that the Hitman's car is going to be able to close that in.
But it would have been the same the other way, Scott. I mean, these cars, we've been talking about these cars being basically together on track since the 5 hours in, 4.5 hours in.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the gap looks like, but I was expecting it to be pretty close, but sounds like it's not going to be.
It was a 3:39 stop from Hitman, the number 34. And that would have been basically a full tank of fuel.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not actually that short, which sounds... Well,
sure,
it's only 45 minutes to go, so even if they needed... even if they were empty, which they probably were, I think they pitted 2 laps early or something, then it shouldn't have required a full tank, but perhaps they've overfueled.
I mean, it might still require 3 cans or 4 cans, right? Which, if you can save at least one of those, will probably save you a good couple of seconds on a stop.
Either way, if the gap's more than 10 seconds, I can't see it. Well, it's going to be a really hard job for Hitman to close that in. I think absolutely flat out, they might have the slight advantage over NFC, but not by that much.
I don't really think there's very much to choose at all. History would show maybe the
127 has returned.
Oh,
It's got a new trunk on it. It looks like they've, at a minimum, beaten the body panels back into things. It looks like they just went and did like a reconnaissance lap. The 14 is back in. The 14 came in while
that was slow on the front straightaway a couple of minutes ago.
Okay, that's too bad.
So I'm actually quite happy it's made it home, because when it exited turn 20 about 2.5 minutes ago, it didn't look like that was necessarily a guarantee.
Gotcha.
By the way, you commented on the NFC pit entry. They were 3 seconds quicker on their in-lap than Hitman was.
And Hitman was not slow.
No, it was the Hitman pit entry, though.
No. But while you were talking to Dennis, the 123 whipped around the corner and was right to the line.
Gotcha.
I mean, phenomenal job at pit entry.
Gotcha.
That's not where they gained 3 seconds. They probably added a little bit of that out on track as well, but they really, they took it right up to the line.
No, I heard they were gaining 3 seconds. I heard they slid it through.
Is that right?
Jammed the radar on the stewards.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to start a
No, they were clean. I watched the whole thing.
I was there. I saw it. 9:09's in for what will be the last time for the Aston Martin today.
I'll also say, just a quick scan through other pit stop in-laps. I can't see a single car that's managed to do a 3:25 on an in-lap, so that might be the fastest in-lap of the race.
The margin is now 16.8 seconds, so this has flipped 25 seconds on this final stop.
Right, so it's going to be very hard for Hitman to make that up. But
and you know what? Kudos to the 123 crew, because there was a time when they weren't the fastest, the standard in pit lane. But we've watched this progression over the course of the season, right? The drivers try and find more time, more consistency out on track, and the team tries to find the same thing in the pit lane. Because if you're losing time in the pits, it's literally just free time, right? I mean, it's not anything you have to work for out on track. You come in, you execute the pit stop the same way every time, you get it right every time, and you might gain 5 seconds, you might gain 25 seconds, but that time matters, especially in races where we are. I mean, we've been green since 8:30 this morning.
It's not free time, Brendan.
It's free. It's free real estate. We're in Texas.
It's blood, sweat, and tears. It's hitting the gym.
The grind.
It's the grind. It's making sure it's getting up at 5 a.m. because you know the guy on the other side of the paddock, he's getting up at 6 a.m. So you get up at 5 a.m. so you can hustle.
I already hate this. We're checking college football scores.
That's fine. That's totally fine.
Oh, that was
Brendan's not into the sales bro grind, set, hustle meme situation, so that's fine.
That's correct.
Yeah. All right. Well. Ooh. 641 getting a little bit loose, as would happen in a Mustang.
The old challenge car.
Yeah.
The
Mustang
FR500S.
500S.
Series making its return next year.
It is.
That was a big part of the press release for that Mid-Ohio 4-hour sports car classic or whatever.
Oh, so they're going to do the Mustang Challenge there,
That's
too?
the debut of the
I
Mustang
really
Challenge.
hope we see that car here, too. I know that they advertised that it will be
This is the
available.
GT4 car? Or
No, there's a power to weight car. They have one specifically
okay.
set up for this type of race. I think it's going to be the challenge car.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I would like to see that.
I would too. I would very much like to see it. I should have asked Jim Farley, my new friend Jim Farley, who I third party spoke with.
You watched somebody else
filmed
speak
while he was speaking to somebody that I
watched
can call an
him talk to
acquaintance.
somebody else.
Yeah, that's anyway. I should ask him if he was going to come run that because he's run here before in a Mustang
At
Mid
COTA
Ohio
or in WRL?
In WRL at Mid Ohio.
He was.
Yeah. He was in the Mustang
he was at
performance
somebody
driving
else.
school
Yeah.
with somebody. Yeah.
Oh, I
In the
remember.
white one. Yeah.
Yeah. Was that this year or was that the snow weekend?
Snow weekend.
Snow weekend, yeah. Jim Farley out there in the snow.
Yeah. Doing the thing. He is a car dealership guy. The way he spoke, the way I'm like, okay, you are not an engineer, you are a car dealer guy. Gotcha.
I appreciate that we never really know when Jim Farley is here, but over the course of the weekend it becomes confirmed. But like we never go talk to him because he's presumably here just to be like a racing guy
By himself, right?
Yeah, and then we just talk about it.
I mean, he was happy to talk about racing at HSR.
Well, of
and
course
he wasn't being mobbed there
just
either.
talking about racing. No, I know. I don't know. I get the sense. I'm not a Ford guy. I've never been a Ford guy. I don't really have allegiances within American car companies. It's never mattered to me. But I get the sense that like he doesn't seem like a very unlikable guy. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that thinks he's just the gift to the car industry. You know, he just seems like a guy who likes cars, likes business, and likes racing. That's worth something. It's worth a lot, actually.
If you had an affinity for an American manufacturer, it probably would be Ford, given your affinity for Mazda. Your Mazda 6 was actually a Fusion.
I have enjoyed my Ford rental cars over the years. They've been fine. I have enjoyed them more than I enjoy this current Cadillac.
DPI inspired Cadillac.
Is that what that is?
No, not at all. That is. Oh wait, small SUVs are. Oh, we totally forgot to design one of those. Oh, we need to get that now. Yeah, no, that's not a good car.
It's fine. It's fine.
I think I got the better rental car, but what's new?
You spent the first 4 minutes of the drive to dinner last night trying to figure out how the thing worked, and then telling me that half of the car was hidden behind a paywall.
It's BMW.
You're
fine.
really selling me on
Drives
it.
good. Drives great.
God.
I have the Sport Plus mode set up to where it's individual Sport Plus, so it gives me the Sport mode or the Sport steering, but the comfort suspension.
How long until that's paywalled?
It's not. There's a button for that.
How long until?
I mean, I don't know. There is a paywall for the radar guided cruise control, which is a thrown in for free on every single Toyota ever. You don't pay extra for it. And there's manufacturers that charge you the cost of a Toyota car to get that feature. Never seen anything like it. Bizarre.
Wait, you're talking about the adaptive cruise?
Yes. Yeah. The adaptive cruise is paywall. You have regular cruise control. Adaptive cruise is paywall.
On a car that costs, probably $70 to begin with?
Yeah. Really good motor. That B58, though, you put it in sport mode, that sounds real good. That sounds exactly like a Supra as you're ripping up a farm road, I heard.
As in you heard the engine and what it sounded like going up the farm.
Somebody else was driving.
Yeah.
Does DriverSeye Live do motor vehicle report checks? Or?
No.
Okay, good.
That 127 is still sporting a little bit of damage on the right-hand side.
I mean, yeah, but they're doing it. They're here. Yeah. They're driving the car. They're ready to. They're going to be ready to go for tomorrow.
I wonder if Tim's in that car.
I don't know. Indeed.
20.6 seconds is the margin now from first to second. If anything, this is going the way of the Mercedes. Oh, good lap from Stratus. That car will have just been in for the last time as well.
Actually, I thought I saw Jonathan Wheatley walking around the garage.
Who?
Jonathan Wheatley.
I don't know.
He's the technical director for Mercedes, AMG, Petronas, Ineos.
Is that right?
I think so. Which part?
All of it, Ryan.
All right.
220. This is going the way of NFC, and then Hitman puts in their fastest lap of the race, 222.958.
They have responded.
They have responded. Gauntlet thrown. Answer.
Window is open.
Written.
The window is open.
Yeah, that car is in a window.
.36 minutes and 36 seconds remaining here. Should we take one more ad break so we can go 30 minutes commercial free to the end? Or should we take a commercial break with like 10 minutes left to go while the battle's really
No,
close?
we should do this, and we should not have the worst audio mixing of all time.
What if, okay, hear me out. What if on free-to-air TV we do side-by-side so you don't miss a moment of the action? But the people who are interested in your race series who pay extra to watch it don't get to see the side-by-side and have to watch the commercial only.
I like that idea. And then we could just not be able to hear anything that's happening trackside.
Yes.
For the entire broadcast.
And then also, let's not renew the contract of the people who do have the only actual flag-to-flag coverage that you can listen to in the United States.
We'll talk more about that one. I'm intrigued. Anyway, we're going to step aside here and go, I guess, talk smack on broadcast television networks that, you know, spend on one broadcast.
It's been made clear to me that unless I want to move there, I can't work for them, so I'm not worried about it.
That's fair. All right, we're going to step aside here and do that, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to be taking right through to the checkered flag. Circuit of the Americas. In Austin, Texas, we're getting punchy. But we're in the home stretch here for the Saturday 8-hour enduro on National Championship Weekend, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. We'll be right back.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. With the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back. Circuit of the Americas. Just outside of Austin, Texas.
Yeehaw.
South and east, no. South and east of the city of Austin. South and east of the airport. Nestled, it's not really hill country out here. You gotta go west for hill country. You ever been out to hill country? No. It's actually very pretty. It is. Yeah, I like it. I have Pennsylvania. I have nothing to.
I have the similar level of incredulity that I had when you told me about these good tacos that you had.
No, they're still good. Still good. Listen, you are just as white as I am.
No, I'm not.
You are.
That's the thing. I'm not, though. I'm not.
Are you 164th Cherokee? Are you?
Choctaw.
Yeah, you're a member of the Choctaw Nation,
I am.
right?
I am.
Or do you have any Choctaw heritage to support that? Okay.
Yeah, that's how I got the thing.
That's very.
I had to prove. I got the blood certificate. My grandpa was a member. My father's a member.
That's right.
My father votes. I don't vote because I feel bad that I'm like not actually like doing anything. So it's like, well, why does my vote count?
You're not far from the homeland here.
Yeah, I know. Well, if I had been in Hallett, I would have gone. I probably would have gone if I was in Hallett. I thought about going when I was in Dallas.
I was going to say, in Dallas, you're not that far. You're probably 2 hours, hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, big casino. They sponsor the Rangers, you know?
Do they really?
Yeah.
Choctaw? Mm-hmm. Huh. That's interesting. I would encourage.
It's like big hockey. It's like hockey on like a mile-long field.
The only reason I go out to the hill country here is because there is a brewery out there, but it's a good spot, and the landscape is actually, on its own merit, very pretty.
Got a door open on the 6. As it comes to pit lane. Scott, text your boy.
He's probably a little busy. Trying to close the door.
I think Scott's busy getting dinner.
Oh.
No.
So.
I'm here.
No? Oh, okay. All right.
It's half an hour to go. That's like taking a commercial break with half an hour to go. Think Scott's going to take dinner break with half an hour to go?
Yes, because
if that's when I had to go to dinner, I would be going to dinner. But
you don't have
that's
to.
exactly
Question, Brendan, would you if you had just had a line of interviews?
Yes.
Taking a dinner break?
Yes.
Not with half an hour to go. At that point, I just suffer. I was already suffering. I might as well just keep suffering, you know?
I'm sorry.
I don't care.
It's okay. We're going to make it.
I did it for the fans.
For the fans.
I was like the American Le Mans series of amateur
WRL
endurance
for the
commentary.
fans. It brings the new and the true sports car fans. Born in France in 1917.
Did you know that the University of Notre Dame was founded by brothers from Le Mans?
No.
Swear to God.
I do make that the first spot I try to usurp in France when I play Crusader Kings. Yeah. Everybody knows now, too. The people I play with, they're like, Ryan's going to
You go
just
right
let
to
him have that
Loire
one.
Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
It's kind of like when I play fantasy football. They're like, just let Ryan have Christian McCaffrey. He has picked him 8 times in a row or whatever.
Do you not do like a keeper league?
No. Oh, if we had a keeper league, there'd be no question about it.
You just have Chris McCaffrey?
Yeah.
Only because he played at Stanford.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I picked him his rookie year, and everybody was like, "You're an idiot. Stanford's not even good."
How do you get the #1 pick in your fantasy league every year?
I don't know. I honestly, I think it's because
he's trashed the year before.
I'm terrible the year before. There's that.
Taking Chris
dude, last season I came second, and I got hosed by the whole when they had to do the redo game because of the cardiac arrest thing. I got like hosed on that 3 separate ways for how they like decided to make the points fair. And I lost by like 2 points. I was like, you got to be kidding me, dude! Like this is insanity. But they always assume that he's going to be injured, and therefore I'm going to pick him. And it's just like they give it. They're like, sure.
Are you out there spreading false rumors about Christian McCaffrey's injury status? Like, he's probably not going to be healthy this season.
People
you might
tell
as well
me,
just let me have him.
People tell me, Ryan, stop picking Christian McCaffrey. It's not going to work this year. He's going to be injured again, and he usually is. But
you know his dad's from Allentown?
I did not.
Went to my high school.
Wow.
Allentown Central Catholic.
He came home, dude.
Both his dad and his uncle.
Faithful to the Bay. He came home.
What?
Ed McCaffrey.
Ed McCaffrey.
Ed McCaffrey, yeah.
And Bill McCaffrey.
Champion
Both
Ed
played
McCaffrey.
basketball and football.
Yeah, there we go.
Allentown Central Catholic.
He came home. He's playing like 15 minutes from Stanford, dude. It's
cool.
Beautiful.
I don't care.
It brought a tear to my eye.
I could not care less.
I was like, look at that. He came back. Now we just need Andrew Luck.
My favorite
Andrew
team.
Luck leaving the Indianapolis Colts is probably the saddest moment for me in sports of all time ever.
Really?
Completely would have had a Hall of Fame career and was just like, I am too broken to keep doing this. Sorry. And like, what a just miserable existence.
Should we get Andrew Luck on the podcast?
Yes.
Yeah.
He goes to Stanford now. He's getting his PhD in education.
It's cool.
Oh, trouble. The Pinnacle Motorsports Porsche spins around. Wow.
Yeah, we've...
Okay. He's going towards the apex.
He's done the right thing
Oh,
here.
okay. He's pulled off.
Yeah,
Okay, got it.
the move... This is at the final corner. The move here, he was very backwards up against the pit wall. Didn't actually hit it. But the move is actually to pull into that pad. Rather than to spin around blindly onto the racing line, pull into the pad, wait for the gap. You've got the long run up to turn 19. You can see, turn the car around and pull into a gap. That was actually
that was a good
really good processing and heads-up work in real time by the driver.
Quick reaction by the 88 Renegade Racing.
Yeah,
that was the one that was at risk, I think.
It's what we'll see it on replay here at turn 20. It's the Cayman
right here,
just on the way into turn 20 here. Yep, a little bit too much welly, as it were, and gets the car rotated. Starts to think about spinning it around, but that's what you don't get in iRacing, right?
Yep.
In iRacing, you just I gotta go. I gotta go. You spin the car around right into the racing line. There, you think about it, and then you take a second and say, nope, there is a better course of action here.
Good job, Tim.
Isn't that the team car?
That's the 127. No, that's the 127 back out.
Oh, I thought that one was the team car, but
no,
you might be right.
That was the black one.
Was it?
Yeah, that was the black and red one.
All right. Well, good job anyway. It was actually really heads-up work. Should be commended.
It should.
Up at the front, our lead margin, 18.1 seconds. It did come down briefly, and then has kind of restabilized here at 18. There is also the potential that we have a battle for third in GTO on our hands here. Last time around, DD Autosports 1.9 seconds quicker than the GTR 99 BMW. That margin is 28 seconds, so it's going to take a lot of quick laps here for the Mercedes. But again, anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Just gotta believe.
It's turned into a beautiful day here in Austin, Texas.
It has.
It has.
70 degrees.
Sunny.
Yeah. Winds out of the northwest at 8. They were up to 12 at one point.
Is that knots or miles an hour?
No, miles an hour.
Actually, I meant to comment on that gigantic flag that must weigh about 100 kilograms.
Mm-hmm.
Really, fully out.
It was moving. The wind was up to 12 miles an hour about an hour ago, but now it's died down a little bit.
I made it a personal challenge to see how many different ways I could frame that flag in the background shots.
I have seen it a lot.
Yeah. It's like the Mike Gundy Memorial Tower. The mullet over here on the inside of 16, 17, and 18.
Can we frame the mullet for tomorrow? There it is. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, all right.
You know it's $10 to go up in that thing?
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah.
But are the stairs free? The first several years,
matter.
The first several years we came, you could only take the stairs, and I was like, I'm not that interested actually. I'm good. I don't mind a quick stair. I'll do 4 stories of stairs. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But that is too many stairs.
Stairs in general, I don't have a problem with.
I have to every time I go to my apartment.
There you go.
Totally fine.
We would throw shame because I lived in a 12-story dorm building, and the rule was that if you live under the 5th story and you get in the elevator and you punch the 3rd floor button, you get shamed.
Under the 5th floor?
If you're under the 5th floor and you use the elevator and you don't have something heavy, people throw shade at you.
For us, it was just 2. If you take the elevator from 1 to 2, you're a jerk. You go to 3, you're okay.
No, 5 was safe. 4 was well, if the girl is cute, then don't say anything.
I feel
but 3rd, 2nd, it was no, you're getting just eviscerated.
I feel like the ultimate laziness is to take the elevator up to 3 so you don't get yelled at, and then take the stairs down to 2 so you're not actually having to climb anything.
So the first dorm building I stayed in was only 4 stories, but there was a freight elevator at the back of the building, and I would just take that by myself.
That's
and I got
move.
to lower and close the
pro move
gate thing. It was cool.
It's pro move.
Live from Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah.
This is Elevator Talk Live. We've got a representative from Otis coming in. His name is Steve Danielson.
Schindler.
He's been the top Otis salesperson.
Schindler's lifts.
Oh.
Have you never put that together? Have you never put that together?
No, I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway. As Jordan pointed out, it's a nice day here. And sun's been out. Started with 10 cameras. Finishing the day with 10 cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've spoken too soon.
No, I don't care.
It's sunny.
No, we've already won. They could fail now and I wouldn't care. We've already won.
Wow.
Have you finished with all 100% cameras?
Yes.
Okay.
Scott.
I haven't been here for a while.
Rude.
I think this might be my first race where we finished with every single camera.
That is probably true. Yeah, we had some good ones at the beginning of the year. We had some good ones. Barber was not a good one.
No.
Actually,
Road Atlanta at the end of the day was bad. The GP race.
Actually, it wasn't this year. I'm running back through the schedule in my head, and I don't think we finished with 100% at any race this year.
I don't.
Yeah, I didn't do most of it. You might have.
Yeah.
I didn't. I definitely didn't.
The only ones I had trouble with were ones where there wasn't enough service and the battery died. Those were the only ones I had problems with.
Maybe I'm thinking of our other series. I
Yeah.
might be thinking of our other series. Yeah.
No, I haven't had. The only time I had sun issues was the Road Atlanta. Everything else, it's just been like, well, it was in a weird spot and the battery died, so like, there's not a lot I can do
Sure.
about that.
Yeah. Out there at 6 and 7, man. Once it goes, it's gone.
In Ohio, up on the gantry thing, at the back part of the track, there's like the sketchy platform.
You're not going up there?
No, I went up there and put a camera up there, but there's no service. It was like bad. I had it hanging from like the roof thing to like get it higher.
At turn 9?
At turn 9, and it wouldn't last. It would go out with like an hour to go.
I'm not excited. Oh my, the 247 is missing.
Yeah,
most
it's
of the
been
left front corner
circulating
of the
like
car.
that.
Interesting.
44's back out. Yes,
with even
or
less,
going to the paddock.
Even
No, they
less
would've just come out of the paddock.
come out, yeah. The car has even less wrap on it than it did last time I saw it.
That's fine. I'm telling you, that wrap was brand new at Road America, and they promptly had the new wrap pulled off. They were like, "Oh, we're finally gonna," because they had that black door that was on there for a long time.
Yeah.
Like looked kind of goofy. They finally redid it.
It was a black and
white,
blue car, wasn't
it? Blue, yeah.
Yeah.
And then they switched to a white. Yeah. All bad.
Margin for third and GTO is coming down again. It's 24.9 seconds, but I think that car is probably going to run out of time. And we've seen the GTR car do this before. They just kind of manage the gap rather than try and get every second out of it.
Right.
I think this car, I did some basic, like, just real quick mental math on the championship situation.
Maths, continue. I got you, Scott.
I think the GTR 99 car is in for a big day today here. If it holds on in third, remember we award a bonus point for having more than 8 cars in the field, right? We award a bonus point because it's a championship weekend.
Yeah. This is a big point.
So instead of being a 10-point finish, this is going to be a 12-point finish, which is as good as a second place at a normal weekend.
Right, but also Thunder Bunny gets those.
But I don't think I don't think they do, because I don't think Thunder Bunny's finish here is going to be good enough to add points. Right, GTR is going to drop a lower finish than Thunder Bunny.
Oh, I see.
So Thunder Bunny might drop a 10-point result, but add an 11 is at net 1. I think GTR is going to drop like a 4 or an 8 here, or a 4 or a 7.
Big points day.
Relatively, yeah, and it might actually be enough to where we wake up tomorrow morning and GTR 99 is going to be in the national championship lead.
Is he, or the drivers of the GTR 99 going to do the Jimmy Johnson thing and just like cruise home to 12th and like, yep, this is all we need?
Whole 7-time GTR 99.
Yep, 7-time GTR 99. That's pretty
Well, with drop rounds, if they cruise around the 12th, they might as well not bother starting. Because
That's true.
That would just be
That's true.
drop.
Yeah.
No, they
probably need the
have
points.
to, and they will send that car off in style.
I'm not saying that they would not start, but if they're going to cruise around the 12th, they might as well cruise around
It would be a question of what Thunder Bunny stands to gain, because my guess is Thunder Bunny can probably net at best 3 points tomorrow. I'll have to write this out tonight, but my guess is Thunder Bunny at most can gain 3, whereas GTR stands to gain a lot because they're dropping lower scores.
We're going to see Prost Senna at Suzuka. I'm calling it.
We're going to see what?
Prost
Senna.
Oh.
Just going to take, or Schumacher and Damon Hill.
It's happened immediately. Yeah. This is fantastic.
Oh,
That's my Murray Walker impression.
Oh, yeah.
Rest in peace.
I was thinking the other Prost Senna Suzuka, but it's essentially the same thing.
I mean, when you say Prost Senna Suzuka, you've got to
options.
Yeah, the options.
So a quick note in GP2 from Chattanooga, Turnwagen and Meisterschaft version 3.69 from earlier. We knew they had a power steering issue that had failed quite early in the race, making it quite difficult on their hands. We knew they were having shifting issues. They came in, they fixed that. They also fixed the power steering car, came back out, and started running pretty quick. Currently, they have a time that is 4th quickest in GP2, so that'll put them on the 2nd row for tomorrow. However, now the latest text we got from them says the power steering left the chat again. So
that's no fun. Is pole position on the inside or the outside here?
Pole is on the inside, I think.
See, okay, so I would
It's safer to be on the outside, I think.
You would prefer to be on the outside.
But GP2 doesn't get their own grid, right? It depends on how many GP1.
That's right, because we do the split thing. Yeah. Dang it. All right, fine.
They are split on the grid sheet.
Yes, but not.
But they compress the whole grid before they roll off.
Right.
Yeah. So once the engines start, if there's car space, car space, all of those spaces are just car.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, as we're on the subject of our Scoops feed, somebody did send us the exact rules with pit stops. If you have air jacks, you're only allowed to change 1 tire at a time. If you don't have air jacks, you're allowed to change 2 tires at a time.
It was one of those
That's what Justin Marks was saying earlier, that they were changing 2 tires. They're allowed.
Not that you can change 2 tires in a stop. You're just allowed 2 guns.
2 guns, right?
It's the same
right.
Scott,
No, not really.
Reading that, Scott, because as soon as it was sent, it like immediately came rushing back to me, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's exactly how the rule works."
Is there a zip line over there?
What are you talking? Yes. Yeah, you don't know about that, actually?
No.
Yeah, you're right. There's a zip line.
Huh. Sorry, really caught me off guard.
Yeah. I kept wondering what you were looking at.
There is no maximum to the number of tires you can change in a pit stop, right?
You changed 8, in fact.
You could if you wanted, but you're only allowed
to go really slow.
5 tires over the wall, and it's the maximum number of guns, right?
Yeah, I didn't say the number you can change in a pit stop. I said the number you can change at any one time.
Well, what is a time?
So you can only have 5 tires over the wall at any time.
If you have 1 gun, you can only change 1 tire at a time. So you change 1 and then you change
if you have 2 guns, you can pull 2 tires off at a time.
Which is what I said.
Let's do this tire shuffle.
So why was this in question?
Because Ryan was saying you can only take 1 tire at a time.
We're talking about whether Hitman was taking 1 tire per pit stop.
2 tires.
Or the number per pit stop doesn't matter.
Well, it did matter because we were talking about how long the pit stops were.
Oh, sure. But what I'm saying is if you want to do 2 and 2, that's fine. You do 2 and 2.
Right.
There's nothing forcing you into only doing 2 tires in a stop.
Right.
Yes, but yeah, Ryan was saying maybe they only changed 1 tire to save some time.
Which I had seen the 760.
Because they don't have air jacks, so they might as well have done 2 tires because it's the same amount of time as changing 1 tire.
Right, I see.
Right.
If
they had air jacks, they wouldn't be allowed 2 guns, so then maybe they would have changed 1 tire.
They do have air jacks, I think. Yeah.
No, Justin Marks was saying they were changing 2 at a time, which means they can't.
On a stop. They did 2 on a stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
1 at a time, 2 to a stop.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. I have seen people do 1. That's a WRL strat.
Scott
I have seen that.
Yeah. Scott is so in the weeds on WRL pit stops.
I get it. It's just we're talking about different things, but it doesn't really. It doesn't.
No, I understand what you're saying. They chose to do 2.
I was talking more generally because somebody posted the general rule on our
right. Yeah, so it was relative to that discussion, I guess.
Yeah,
which makes sense.
Great chat, everybody.
Yeah, it was good.
Glad we sussed that out. Jordan, are you clear on the pit stop rules?
And now I know it.
Perfect. Good. Glad to hear that.
We're inside the final 15 minutes of the penultimate race of the season, and we have just flushed out the pit stop rules.
Perfect.
Fantastic
Thank
work,
goodness
top
we
to
know.
bottom, everybody.
The final weekend of WRL.
Yep.
Not ever, to be clear.
Okay, so what are the rules for cars?
How
do they class? How does that work?
Okay. We're not doing this. The top 20 are Grand Touring cars right now.
What does Grand Touring mean?
GTO, GTU.
What is the O? What's the
All
U?
right. So the top 20 are GTO and GTU.
Born in
cars.
France in 1915.
21st is your top general production car, and that's the 522 of Choice Racing.
Yes.
Which...
But I've now seen the 511 circulating too. I don't know what they're doing. Is this just a track day? And they're we'll send that one out. Oh, we'll do whatever. I mean, if you have
got to make sure the car is sorted and ready for tomorrow.
Right, but they have 3 cars, JT. There are 3 Choice Racing cars here.
Yeah,
as far as I'm aware, there are 2, maybe 3 drivers.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
I'm happy to be corrected on that. But like traditionally,
no.
Devin Bruce's named against that car. Okay, got it.
Santiago Maldonado,
I've seen quite a few different
Mark
ones.
Bear, William Plate, Jack Pope.
Okay.
They've got 3
all right,
drivers.
okay, so they got 3 driver lineups. Okay, all right.
Every
Fine.
car's got
Fine.
3.
Fine.
Is Will really the team principal?
Yeah.
That is wild.
He has been.
That is wild.
Yeah.
I love Will Choice.
He's good. Doing pit stops in his underwear and everything. It's great.
Changing 1 tire at a time.
Changing 1 tire at a time. Exactly. 100%.
One of the team principles of all time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course, I want to remind everybody, as the Deep Eddy Cabaret car comes down, there's supposed to be a party
tomorrow, right?
Oh yeah,
Tonight?
it is tomorrow. It's tomorrow. It's tomorrow night. Yeah.
Yeah. For our concerns,
yes,
tonight, everybody's got to be up early again tomorrow. We're
Right.
doing this at 8 a.m. again tomorrow morning.
Right.
Be all here on DriversEye Live, the season finale. Tear. Little
Finale.
tear dripping down. Circuit of the Americas. We'll do 8 hours one more time to round out the season and award some national championships. I don't anticipate streaming the award ceremony.
I also
Typically
don't
comes
anticipate
sometime after the race is over due to all the...
That would be a broadcast.
The tech.
Waiting for them to do tech. We're going to stand around and expound about what might happen in tech.
The DriversEye Live beer cast.
What you could do is you can have
No,
that be
this
your
is-
only cam that's up while you go collect all the other cams. Just have a stationary cam at tech.
And you're just live streaming people's beef about, like...
asking for
disclosure sheets and...
the beef cast. This is a good idea.
Jordan, can you send me that music file and we can play it, the one you have for Moon Car?
No, absolutely.
Heck yeah, there we go. I keep trying to get Zach to do it, and he keeps telling me no. I'll just do it myself.
You want the hold music?
That would actually be very appropriate.
I really, Scott, I've been pushing for it. When the beef one, the core music, the whole thing. I really want to do it, and Zach keeps telling me no because Zach's a professional.
Competition director Zach.
Competition manager.
Manager.
Competition manager. I don't think that's as high as director.
That's probably not.
Yeah, what is better, director or manager?
Probably
director.
Yeah. Director directs managers.
So
Yeah,
where in the
managed.
pecking order is being the competition manager or director for Monster Jam? Like, does that get you an Indy Pro 2000?
Probably higher than Monster Jelly.
Okay, that was not very good. Like, can he go be
10
the
minutes
competition
remaining.
manager for Score now? Like, what's the ladder there?
Score? Yeah, probably. Stadium Super Trucks, maybe.
Yeah. You can work for Robbie Gordon.
Send him to Gold Coast.
Yeah.
You don't want to work for Robbie Gordon.
What if Zach does? I think it's free
Maybe
energy
he
drinks.
does.
I tried really
would
hard.
Jordan want to work for Robbie Gordon?
That's a good question. Absolutely. See, there you go.
Yeah.
I tried really hard to find a route because, like, I'm not like a star blanker type person usually, but I did try to find a rowdy energy drink at the gas station. I couldn't find
it. Yeah. Maybe in Vegas.
They were on clearance in Minnesota. You could buy them at the grocery store there. What's the one that sponsors the IndyCar? Hy-Vee. You could buy rowdy Hy-Vee.
Zach says apparently they sell it at the NASCAR Hall of Fame in Charlotte.
Nice.
At Rowdy Energy.
Nice.
We'll be there.
We'll be
June 28th and 29th, right?
It's
I
confirmed.
believe it's confirmed.
It's confirmed. Yes.
Yeah.
Confirmed 100%.
I am hyped for that race, man.
Which one?
Charlotte.
Oh, nice.
I love me a Roval. It's going to be a long, maybe 12 or 14 hour event.
I was so happy that Kurt was there for us to pitch them.
Oh, it's the best idea we've ever had.
Yeah. And he was like, huh.
And we've had lots of terrible ideas.
Like,
So
like, that's gone a lot better than I thought it would.
Charlotte is going to be a lot of fun. It is one of the weeks in iRacing, like when IMSA runs the Charlotte Roval. It's like, well, I have to do this. This is awesome.
I did it last night.
Well, are they there this week?
I have no idea. I was in a truck league.
On the Roval?
Yes.
Interesting.
Nice.
With no no infield lighting.
We'll talk more about the 2024 schedule next year.
Or next week, even.
Next day. I meant day.
or the day.
We're going to talk about it
whatever.
tomorrow.
We were both wrong.
We are going to talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm really taken by the zip line. They're not operating at the moment, but
we can go.
Now that I know it's there, I can't.
Do you want a zip line or do you want to do go-karts?
Neither. I'm afraid of heights.
You don't want to do go-karts?
I'm afraid of heights.
Go-karts.
It's not one of those Mario Kart, like, twisty ones that goes in the sky.
No. It's a joke. No, not really.
No.
I mean, maybe. You make me wear a weight vest. So I can beat you by 2 seconds instead of 4.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I carry a significant ballast. Let's be real.
Are you your own success
center,
ballast?
And my center of gravity is way high.
Yeah, that's
way
true.
high.
That's
So
true.
it's like not good.
We got there, ladies and gentlemen.
We made it.
We got to the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, mission accomplished.
Yes,
Not done
yes,
yet.
but the battle for third in GTO is down to 10 seconds with 7 minutes remaining. I don't think that car is going to pick up 3 seconds a lap for the next 3 laps, but The chances of that happening are not zero.
And it's on track right now, so if you follow the 99...
This is way less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, 100%. So if we go to the turn 1 camera, Zach, please.
DD Autosports and the silver Mercedes just did a 2:23.7 and clawed that margin from 10.0 to 5.6 seconds. 4.5 seconds in one lap, and all of a sudden, the fight that I literally just finished saying is probably not going to come to pass is now very likely to come to pass.
Yeah, Zach, can we pick them up at like turn 3-ish, maybe, potentially, or turn 4, kind of through the S's?
Perhaps.
Hopefully Zach's there. If he's not there, then we'll just have to do radio about it, watching the timesheet. All right, we're doing radio. So
let's let it ride. We'll be good. This DD Autosports car. This whole situation has championship implications.
Huge implications.
Well, not huge, but there are implications.
If it's a championship, it's a huge implication.
Okay. I mean, we're kind of coming down to the wire here.
Exactly.
A world championship, too.
It is a world championship.
There we go.
Yeah. Well. Oh, are we just delayed? That's probably
it might be. If we could, they're probably up around turn 11 at the moment. So cam 5, I think we'll be able to pick up the blue BMW M4 GT4 and the silver Mercedes AMG GT4. Man, the sun is so low here. Is this? No.
Nope.
Definitely not.
No.
Just give this a second. We're 5 minutes and 5 minutes 44 seconds.
There's
the M4, and there's the Mercedes.
The Mercedes drawing closer here. Definitely not 10 seconds.
We can measure in car lengths now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
we've reached the threshold.
About 20 car lengths.
Yeah,
we're in the window for car lengths.
We're in the window.
We are. So, I mean, this is worth.
Wait. Which car? They're different lengths.
It's a good point.
Is that 20 M4 lengths or is it 20 Mercedes lengths?
It's probably right now about 16 Mercedes lengths. But remember, the M4 has a longer rear wing on it, so if you include that, it's probably about the same length as the Mercedes.
I thought we used Miatas as car lengths.
Sometime. Pick these cars
It's
at
the
turn
most common
here.
car, so it's the modal car in the series, so we probably should use that.
Is it?
Yeah,
is the Miata the modal, or
should
is it
get
the
these.
3 Series?
Let's get these cars down here and start.
Wow, that is not a big gap at all. I think the 153 is going to have a shot here in the Go Karts Go Mercedes AMG GT4. Do they use Petronas Cintium? ? That's a deep reference. That's a Tinkman Crowder reference. Anyway, nobody got that one. That's fine. Brendan probably would have been the only person who would have got it. And he
I got it.
I got it. No, I got it. I think about Tinkman and Crowder actually quite often.
Are we a bit behind? I think we're a bit behind the battle, aren't we?
Yes. Yeah, a little bit. They should be in the S's as of right now.
Les S's.
We grew on Les S's. That is a Supra.
And that is a
TCR
car. That is a BMW.
There you go. This is it.
Yeah, and there's the Mercedes. A couple of wheels off the backside of the curb there, trying to open up the corner as much as he could, but it sent him offline a little bit for the right-hander at turn number 8. Follow these cars down the hill through turn 10 and into the braking zone here at turn 11. That Mercedes is very close, just not quite close enough to get the move done as yet. A good run down the back straightaway and a good launch off of turn 11 here will set that car up very, very nicely for an attempted pass into turn 12 at the end of this back straightaway. So wait for them to arrive here at something like 145 miles an hour.
Right down, grab some gears. Drawing ever closer.
Yeah, that Mercedes is just being a little bit more aggressive at initial turn-in, where the 99 kind of hangs it out in a straight line and then sharpens up the apex, right? Diamonds the corner off a little bit. That Mercedes has got the car more or less pointed right at the apex as he grabs that last gear under braking. Trying to run the shortest possible line. Right now, the margin 1.5 seconds at the line. It's almost certainly less than that as they'll round turn 19 and turn number 20. Not quite to the final corner yet. Difficult to see these cars in the low and fading light. Oh, they're caught up behind.
there.
Yeah, they're caught up behind the Audi RS3, number 261, and it's allowed the 153
the 153 might take them 3, or okay, they're going to be 2 wide here, potentially into turn 1.
It's bumper to bumper here. Front bumper of the Mercedes, back bumper of the BMW. The BMW has a little bit of advantage in the straight line, but he's too late on the brakes.
It's done. It's over.
Too late on the brakes at turn 1, and through goes the Mercedes-AMG GT4. DD Autosports to 3rd, GTR 99 to 4th.
It's not necessarily over, but one would have to imagine that given the pace at which the DD Autosports car was able to catch the GTR 99, I have a hard time believing the 99 has a shot. But we go through on the S's here. He's held on quite well.
The 99's off rhythm there at 3 and 4, and it's just going to open that up about 2 car
yeah,
lengths.
right there. You just see the lengthen right there. And we'll see him come through here. There's a little bit more of a gap than there was at the top of the S's.
It's odd because the 99 didn't actually look like it was that late on the brakes up at the top of the hill, but all of a sudden just sailed right on past the normal turning point and ended up kind of out in the
I wonder if they're out
in the gray.
I got traffic ahead.
Possible.
So we're getting into some traffic here. An hour or a minute 18 seconds left. And there's a substantial gap now, so the DD Autosports car now has to maximize what they can do with the traffic here. Not necessarily worried about a pass from behind right this moment, but really needs to get this traffic situation taken care of.
White flag waves at start-finish. The number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes begins the final tour of Circuit of the Americas. The 190th lap has begun. Hitman Racing, the number 34, will be next to take the white flag. The margin at this stage is not going to update in real time. Should be something like 18 to 19 seconds, which by any measure for a race that's gone green for 7.5 hours is an exceedingly close race. But it's not got our attention at the moment. That belongs to the 99 and to the number 153 of DD Autosports, who should come up to the line here in a matter of moments and begin their final lap as well. Stratus number 59, all but locked up a GTU class victory. Their sister car sitting in 7th at the moment. Thunder Bunny Racing, a little bit in no man's land right now, back in 6th overall and 5th in GTO. So it'll still be a top 5 for that car. Around the final corner, there is the silver Mercedes-AMG of DD Autosport and the number 99 of GTR 99. Again, not updating in real time.
The 99 is stuck behind one of the Supras now. I would say that is, barring any issues, I would say that's mostly over.
Well, let's think back to what Jason Marks just said. That PC Racing BMW that is just up ahead of the Mercedes is really quick through the S's here. And if there isn't an obvious passing opportunity for that car, there is a chance that the Mercedes gets held up through the snaking turns 3 through 7, 3 through 8 complex here, down up to the end of the first sector, essentially. And sideways at turn. That is the PC car that happened just in front of the Mercedes, and if anything, that's actually benefited the Mercedes massively.
It's given an opening to get through.
Exactly. Whereas he might have sat behind him all the way through turn 9, instead had the opportunity to sneak up through the inside and get the move done. That margin is now out to probably something like a second, and should be all but complete. On the front straightaway, the checkered flag and the Texan flag wave over the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. It is a GTO win. It is an overall win for NFC, for the Mercedes camp. 18 seconds last lap, the margin back to Hitman Racing, who will come through and take a second place in a wild batch of traffic.
Wow, they're going to go 4 wide there.
Yeah, and around the outside, I'm actually not convinced that 34 knows they've taken the checkered flag there. That was a whole mess of cars around the final corner to come through and take the checkered flag. Stratus number 59 will complete 189 laps and secure the GTU class win in a 3rd place overall in a really, really well-executed race for that Stratus squad in that Sebaco NP01. DD Autosports with a dramatic conclusion to the race, all but sealed up 3rd place in GTO, and potentially, very crucially, stolen a single point away from the GTR 99 BMW, which is in the midst of its GTO National Championship scrap with the number 111 of Thunder Bunny Racing. We're going to have to wait for an official tally on points tonight. But
We're going to have to wait for tech, too.
And for tech, that's a very good point.
Yep.
But there is every chance that that point could become significant come tomorrow afternoon at this time, when we will award national championships. Down in the production classes, Choice Racing, the number 522 by just over a minute, will win GP1 from the number 24 of Montgomery Motorsports. Incredibly deserving of the second step on the podium in class. Could not be happier for the folks in the number 24 camp. That BMW 235 has been under a proper development program for what feels like the last 2 years or so, and to come away with a second place finish in your home race on a Saturday afternoon with 20 cars in the GP1 field anyway is an excellent result. Round 3 racing will round out the GP1 class podium in third. GP2 will go the way of Rapscallion Motorsports by just 24 seconds from the number 164 of Harrison Motorsports. RRT Racing will finish on the podium as well in a class that was hotly contested all day. Shouts to the number 76 of Boulder as well, who I don't think we've mentioned really at all today, but they'll come home fourth in GP2. GP3, 3 fast guys in Denny by 9 laps over the 360 of Hardway Racing and the 65 from Open Throttle Racing. And we'll round out the class podium there in GP3. TC Klein will finish fourth, having had a stoppage out on the backside of the circuit, but nevertheless salvaging a top 5 out of the day for that number 93.
Are you okay? Want to take a breath?
I'm great. I didn't mention GTU. Well, the 59 and the 58 are first and second, of course. Racer Motors will come home in third. Did finish the day, I think, right? Yep.
And now...
the door's open again.
Yes.
Okay, very good, Billy. Ageless Bio will finish in fourth after suspension failure on basically lap 1 and 20 more laps complete. Not so much of a finish, and probably not to score points there, but anyway, that'll round out the GTU field. Well, that delivered.
Yeah, always does.
Came for racing, and we delivered.
I mean,
on-track action, flag-to-flag coverage.
I don't normally like the tongue-in-cheek, sarcastic tone, but it's almost like if you just let endurance races play out, they're going to be great. Or have a high likelihood of being great.
Yes.
Right?
I think so. When you've got a really good rule set like this, and you have reasonable, responsible drivers, it's all going to average out.
And it did.
We saw it over the course of the pit stop. It was the pit stop made the difference. I mean, it ended up moving a little bit, but like that made a huge difference. It's just doing all the right stuff.
Right?
Doesn't matter if you have a hot shoe. Doesn't matter if you it is whatever. Just do the racing.
If you let them run, they will find each other in the end.
Are you saying that if you build the racing series, they will come? If you build the good race, the racing will come.
If you provide a platform like the World Racing League powered by Hagerty has to put on a race that is free of major incident, free of interruption, and allows racing teams who enjoy going racing to answer the question of how far you can go in an 8-hour span, eventually they're going to come up with roughly similar answers no matter how they go about it. And the end result is they were all actually pretty close together. Great race. Thoroughly enjoyed my Saturday.
Absolutely outstanding. I cannot wait tomorrow to have our technical situation more figured out and switch back to TeamSpeak so that I can do the pit lane reporting thing the way I want to
properly.
Do it. And it'll feel really, really good.
In fairness, TeamSpeak let us down.
I understand that. I'm hoping they don't let us down again.
I hope not.
Yeah, that's
Anyway.
So,
at this stage, this is where we usually begin to wrap things up.
Is this a stage break?
Ladies and gentlemen. No stage breaks. Checkered flag here. Or the Texan flag, as the case may be. But we'll begin to wrap things up. Thinking about how I want to do this. How about we go to JT first, and then Scott, and then Jordan, and then Ryan, and then we'll wrap up here, you and I.
Yes.
But I was going to go to Jordan first, but I figured we'd let somebody else take the reins, and then
let him get his thoughts.
Yeah.
Find his bearings.
He's got to get his bearings. He's got to do a Florida.
Yeah. JT.
Look, we were expecting a great race, and it delivered. Very large field. We got to see a lot of traffic management, and the big thing at the end of the day was just really staying out of trouble here. We saw a lot of the pass under yellow, track limit stuff, just basic simple things that just if it gets away from you, that's a full lap penalty, which is a good 2.5 minute plus here. So staying out of trouble really nets you a really good finish, and that with lots of great racing, it's why would you not enjoy what you saw today? I certainly did.
Scott, it's your turn. Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to switch to me a bit more actively than that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Scott, it's your turn. Thanks, man. We got the same thing we always get from COTA, which is the increased volume of cars, and we always see increased depth, but we really got increased depth of field, I think, this weekend. Really interesting to see that we got 2 cars through to the finish who had no significant issues at all, and very, very consistent pace. Like, it only would have taken one of those 2 cars to have had a driver who was a few percent out from their teammates, to have really ballooned a gap out that obviously never would have closed because the 2 cars were too evenly matched. But that didn't happen. We had 3 or 4 or however many drivers each car had, very evenly matched drivers to both each other and their own teammates. The cars themselves stayed consistent throughout the race, no issues, and even their pit strategies ended up being similar, slightly different, going about the same thing in a different way, but essentially. And we ended up with 2 cars coming together at the end where, yeah, it would have... They're at the point now where they just... When I noticed we were talking a little bit in the middle of the race about a settling down process where it's just make sure you're not making mistakes. I don't think either of the cars I don't think NFC was actually able to afford that. I think they had to be on it all day. Otherwise, those 18 seconds would have disappeared without them even knowing where it went. So we're at that point with WRL endurance racing where it's turning into the 8-hour sprint race you see in full professional endurance racing. So that was really, I think that's the first time I've really seen that in WRL. So interesting to see the level at the front has got to that point now with this huge 20 car depth where we've got 20 GTO cars that can beat GP1 cars on any given weekend. So yeah, really, really strong, deep field we've seen here today, and I'm kind of jealous of you guys getting to watch it again tomorrow.
Jordan, it's your turn. Oh, hey. Did you guys know that tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern, that's 8 Central, 7 Mountain, 6 Pacific, they're going to do it again for another 8 hours here at COTA?
I did.
Yeah.
That's because I have to be here, obviously.
Yeah.
But for the listener,
my alarm's already set. I am several steps ahead of you, in fact.
Well, I like to look at the weather. It's going to be a couple degrees hotter tomorrow, 76 degrees.
Ooh,
our
and the wind, a little wind direction change. It's going to come out of the west-southwest tomorrow at 7. That could change it a little bit. No rain in the forecast. And probably about the same cloud cover.
We can only hope.
Tomorrow at 9 Eastern, 8 Central.
Jordan, did you enjoy your time?
I did. I learned a lot. At the start, I'm like, oh my God, there's a lot going on here.
There sure was.
that was a pretty hectic start, even by the standards for this. Yeah,
I was trying to get my bearings, but as these 8 hours went on, I'm starting to actually recognize some cars, and I think tomorrow I'm going to know what's going on a little bit better, man.
That's good. I'm happy to hear that. I think we're happy to have you here. Thanks for coming and hanging out.
Scott's not going to be here tomorrow to steal your thunder, so
yes, exactly.
you just jump right in.
And I'll be down in the pits, so neither of us will be able to ape your bits, so it's fine.
Ape your bits.
Ape your bits? Do you ever just ape bits?
Yes.
Ryan, please.
That's not dirty. That's got
I didn't say it was.
That's not got nothing to do with anything. What are you talking about?
I don't even know what that means.
Steal your funny jokes.
Is
I
theft?
see.
It was like monkey see, monkey do.
I'm gonna write
you
that
know what I'm
one down.
saying?
Yeah.
Oh my. Okay, that's fine. Great. That's gonna get used.
Ryan's a meme.
You're gonna say that in some lobby. They're gonna be like, "What? What are you saying?" I'm gonna be like, "Oh gosh, it's this again." No, I really enjoyed it.
It's again.
I had a lot of. I love this series. NFC at the beginning of the season, I think self-admitted, made a lot of mental mistakes, and there was a point where I had at least thought, I'm sure other people have thought, they can self-identify if they want, that car didn't really have a chance at being successful because they were making mistakes left and right. Pit stop mistakes, passing under yellow mistakes, all that stuff. And now, as Scott was just talking about, they just ran an 8-hour sprint race, or 7 hours and 20, whatever. But they just ran an 8-hour sprint race. and came out on top. It's the level of development that you get to do in this series. They're driving pro-level machinery, turned down a hair, given the tire situation, of course. But that might make the car even harder to drive, frankly. I'm sure if I could talk to somebody about that, they'd tell me that. And it's just really cool to see that those changes get made over the course of an entire season. And they ran basically flawlessly today against all the other, stalwarts of the series who've been doing it for a long time. You got Thunder Bunny, you got GTR 99, Hitman, all really competitive entries, and the 123 again, because in the latter half of this season they've looked really good, rose to the occasion and took down the big win, pending tech obviously, took down the big win here at COTA, at the jewel in the crown of WRL.
People are saying that. I have heard people say that.
It is. Yeah. It's their big event. That's why we covered it.
Absolutely. That's why we're up on the big screen.
On the big screens.
Across the way. Yeah.
That's why I'm standing in the very room where Bernie Ecclestone threatened somebody with either death or suing people to change results. Allegedly. I don't even know that happened, but I'm in the timing and scoring room. I make up.
Do you know who stood in this very room 1 year ago? It was me.
Michael Massey.
Was it you? Oh my gosh. It was me. This very weekend 1 year ago, I was here, and the year before that, I was here, but in a different room. I love coming to this event. This is, as you say, the jewel in the crown, as it were, and it finds a way to deliver every year. But I think this year more than others, because we ran green basically the entire day, and because we found little fights that at the time may or may not have been consequential. The closure we got was that actually they mattered very much.
Absolutely.
Right? We talked very early on about an 18-second margin that Screaming Goats had up to the NFC Motorsports Mercedes, and said right now 18 seconds might not matter, but at the end of the race it might matter very much. And as it turns out, Screaming Goat wasn't involved, but the margin of victory was 19 seconds. 18 seconds matters. And as you say, the development of the year has been, at the beginning of the season, maybe a lap matters. At the end of the season, seconds matter. Tenths of seconds matter. Right? We saw it with the fight with the 153 and the 99 as well. By the way, that 153 team is on debut here this weekend.
Yeah.
And just took the fight to the national championship.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the protagonists in the
whoever the national champion is, they took the battle to.
Yes, very true.
What?
Very, very true. And the two teams that we've seen at the top all season long, the 99 and the 111, now the 123 is constantly there. Hitman Racing, when they're with us in the World Racing League, are always there. It has just really been amazing, as you say, to watch the progression of the season and to have a platform that we have in the World Racing League and an event like the National Championship Weekend at Circuit of the Americas, where it can all coalesce and we all get to see the best of the World Racing League on display. And for my money, that's what we got today. We got it in GP2 as well. I know that's kind of JT's wheelhouse, but the fight between Ripscallion, Harrison, and RRT today was outstanding. Ended up basically a lap apart. And I can't wait to see more of the same tomorrow. GP1 was fascinating in its own way.
Everything was.
Moorhead and PC go by the wayside, and we end up with Choice.
Great battle anyway.
Round 3. I just, and of course, Montgomery Motorsports. I just, man, it did everything it said it was going to do on the label. We got everything we could have asked for. And we get, as Jordan said, we get to do it again tomorrow. 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central. We'll be live here on YouTube. We'll be live on the WRL Facebook. We'll be up on the big screens on the front straightaway here, and of course live on the PA. I want to thank everybody for being a part of the National Championship Weekend here at Circuit of the Americas. We're halfway home. We'll be back to do it again tomorrow. Please join us. Please come say hi up in the booth. We'll chat with you for a little while here and get up to speed.
Or I'll be in the or
Ryan will be in the pit lane.
Yeah, we'll have it figured out tomorrow.
We will. We kind of did today, but we'll get it properly ironed out for tomorrow. And we'll get to celebrate WRL the best way we know how, which is to share it with all of you. So with that being said, for Ryan West up here in the booth, for JT Tammy, for Scott Michaels, for Jordan Worth, for Zach Johnson on the ones and the twos.
Thank you.
I'm Brendan Kazmarek. This has been the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. We are DriversEye Live, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, just before 8 o'clock, to go racing again from Circuit of the Americas. Thank you all for being with us. Till then, take care.